Chapter 1433. Thousands of clans, let's go. The Void Field Selection Competition will begin in about half a year. We should hurry now. It's about time, Xuanjin, Great Sage, said. Ningqi nodded. Together with Xuanjin, Great Sage, they headed in the direction of the teleportation array. The evolved immortal realm was not a celestial dynasty, but it was bigger than any celestial dynasty. Without the teleportation array, one might not be able to travel from the north to the south even after flying for hundreds of years. It was like a galaxy in the universe, except that the universe had been replaced by a continent. Ningqi had a deep impression of the figure just now. It was the Transcendence Realm cultivator he had met before going to the Azure Dragon continent. Xianling sect leader Meng Tianshu. Ever since he had handed the pagoda of Kuin to Meng Tianshu in exchange for information about the underworld, Ningqi had not seen this person again. Meng Tianshu had not shown up when he was surrounded by thousands of Transcendence Realm cultivators. Unexpectedly, he could see him in the evolved immortal realm this time. His cultivation had changed even more horrifying. Ningqi could feel a trace of the power of creation. This person has either hidden his cultivation or his cultivation has increased dramatically after obtaining the pagoda of Kuin. It's a pity that I didn't have time to check his attributes. I wonder if he's a half-step creation or a one-tribulation creator. Ningqi's eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. Among so many Transcendence Realm cultivators, Meng Tianshu was the one he could not see through the most. Xianling sect leader, Meng family patriarch, pagoda of Kuin. Even a Transcendence Realm cultivator at the perfected realm could not seal the pagoda of Kuin. He had the means to seal the pagoda of Kuin and knew that there was an entrance to the underworld in the Hantang ruins. This made Ningqi suspect this person's true identity. Could he be here to participate in the Void Field Selection Competition? 3 months later, Xuanjin Great Sage's dear sect celestial coins were almost used up. Fortunately, he had Ningqi's support. Otherwise, he would have to fly to Daoyan Celestial City himself. Another month passed. The two of them traveled through the teleportation array and finally arrived at the most prosperous place in the evolved immortal realm where experts gathered. Daoyan Celestial City, Outer City. In front of Ningqi and the great sage of Xianjin, there was a bustling crowd, and among them there was no lack of masters of creation with terrifying cultivation. There was a vacuum zone around them, and no one dared to approach them without permission. Besides the human race, Ningqi saw many xeno-race clans like the Dragon Race, Demon Race, Titan Race, Oceanic Race, and various other strange races. The proportion of the population of these races in the central continent was extremely low, and he would occasionally see some when he was traveling earlier. But when he entered Dao Development Immortal City, these races grew in number, and in a short period of 10 minutes, Ningqi had passed by no less than 100 races. Ghost race? They seemed to be somewhat similar to the Netherworld cultivators. A short man walked past Ningqi. He was only 2 feet tall, with a protruding mouth and monkey cheeks. His body was covered with black hair, and the claws on his arms were extremely sharp. There was a vacuum around him, and the faintly discernible power of creation around him made other cultivators not dare to approach him. As if sensing Ningqi's gaze, the ghost suddenly turned around and stared coldly at Ningqi. A loud and clear voice exploded in Ningqi's ears. "I know you." "I don't know her." Ningqi smiled faintly. The pressure the ghost gave him was 100 times greater than the scorching sun's supremacy, and it was obviously a second tribulation master of creation. "Human, since you don't know me, I'll dig your eyeballs out if you look at me like that again. I, Ghost Eye, am a man of my word." As soon as he finished speaking, the ghost race master of creation vanished from Ningqi's field of vision. Ningqi smiled and paid no attention to the ghost race's threat. His gaze was attracted by a group of people again. Although this group of fellows were in human form, Even ordinary people could see that they were not related to humans at all. Their entire bodies seemed to be made of metal, and they looked like puppets, but they emitted the aura of the creation realm. The heavenly secret battle race is slightly similar to the Transformers. Could it be that this race existed in the past and went to Earth? Ningqi's eyes couldn't help but flash with a trace of a smile, and he felt that this guess of his was extremely absurd. There really are a myriad of races in this Tao development immortal city. The great sage Profound Truth couldn't help but exclaim with admiration. However, he and Ningqi could only stay here for 3 months. If they were unable to win the selection competition, then they would be expelled from the city once the time was up. Tao Development Immortal City wasn't a place that ordinary cultivators could stay in. If one didn't possess the strength of a master of creation, then besides the local cultivators, foreign cultivators were basically unable to stay for long. Ancestor, Profound Truth, many cultivators are heading towards the same direction. Should we go take a look as well? Asked Ningqi. Yes, let's go. That should be the registration point for the Void Domains selection competition. Let's go register first and find a place to stay. The great sage Profound Truth nodded. At the same time, he felt slightly resentful in his heart. If it wasn't for Ningqi, then even if he was able to arrive here in time, he would probably have to wander about on the streets or sell some of his possessions in order to exchange for a place to stay. In a huge square in the outer city of Tao Development Immortal City, cultivators from various races stood in great numbers. At the very center, there were a total of 10 stone platforms. On every stone platform, there was a cultivator diligently writing and recording the information of every cultivator that had registered. Ningqi originally thought that he might be able to see the donkey and its master that Little Six had always been afraid of. Obviously, this thought was dashed. The scale of the Void Domain selection competition shouldn't be worthy of the two of them appearing. There were many cultivators that had come to participate in the Void Domain selection competition this time. Great Sage Profound Truth simply couldn't count the number of people from the human race alone. Besides the human race, cultivators from various races had come to register. This meant that not only would they have to compete with their own race, but they would also have to compete with other races for the 200 spots. Name, cultivation level. The Great Sage Profound Truth and Ningqi lined up separately. When it was Ningqi's turn, the cultivator on the stone platform only glanced at Ningqi indifferently. His body emitted a faintly discernible power of creation. Ningqi checked his attributes and found out that he was a first tribulation master of creation. It was truly extravagant for a master of creation to come and handle such trivial matters. Ningbei Xian, Intermediate Transcendence Realm. Said Ningqi, Intermediate Transcendence Realm? The cultivators nearby couldn't help but look at Ningqi with mockery in their eyes. They didn't expect that even an Intermediate Transcendence Realm cultivator would come to join in the fun. Yes, this is your participation token. Don't lose it. Once the time is up, you will enter the selection competition. The other party didn't care about Ningqi's cultivation level. After registering, he threw a jade token to Ningqi. Ningqi took the jade token and found a trace of power of creation wandering on it. The Great Sage Profound Truth seemed to have also registered successfully and was carefully checking the jade token. As expected, he's here too. Chapter 1434. Chapter 1434. Chapter 1434 Dragon Clan Lecture after the registration. Ningqi left the square with the great sage Xianzhen. Meng Tianxu's figure disappeared into the crowd. Lady Jian, I truly like you from the bottom of my heart. Can't you give me a chance? Scram, Miss Jian, scram. When Ningqi and the great sage of Xuanjin heard this, they couldn't help but look into the distance. They saw Jian, she walking expressionlessly. Beside her, a young man who was about 10 feet tall was following behind her. Dragon Clan? Ningqi saw through the young man's true body at a glance. It was a dragon at the peak of the Transcendence realm. The power of law in his body was very strong. Judging from his cultivation level, even the great sage Xianzhen might not be a match for him. Jian, she is here as well? The great sage Xianzhen was slightly startled. Then he saw Ningqi walking in that direction. He hesitated for a moment, but still quickly followed. According to his thoughts, he shouldn't meddle in this kind of business. After all, Dao Development Celestial City wasn't an ordinary place. The young man from the Dragon Clan might have a background that could destroy the Wang family. Aunt Jian. Ningqi smiled. Jian, she heard Ningqi's voice and immediately stopped. The young man from the Dragon Clan looked at Ningqi with hostility and looked down on him. You're here too? Wang Lin is awake. Jian, Shi Lai said calmly. He's awake. This isn't a good place to talk. Let's go. Ningqi smiled. Jian, Shi Lai glanced at the great sage Xianzhen. Her eyes flashed with coldness. She snorted and nodded. She had tried to kill the great sage Xuanjin several times in the past, but she was no match for him. Now that she saw him today, she was naturally very jealous. If she didn't already know that Feng Jiuxian was not dead, she was afraid that Jian Shilai would have attacked the great sage Xuanjin again. Who are you? Did you ask me if you want to take Miss Jian away? The young man from the Dragon Clan blocked the three of them and looked at Ning Qi coldly. Ning Qi glanced indifferently at him. It's only a stupid dragon that's filled with lust. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in Dao Expansion Immortal City, then he would have killed this fellow as soon as he spoke, and he wouldn't even have the chance to speak. I told you to scram, didn't you hear me? I won't agree even if you're a human, let alone a dragon. Jian Shilai frowned and said coldly, Lady Jian, you'll definitely be moved by me. Even though I'm from the dragon race, I like human women the most. You're the most alluring human woman I've ever seen. The young man of the Dragon Clan looked at Jian Shilai affectionately. Are you planning to kidnap people on the street? Ningqi said lightly, Shut up, you have no right to speak here, huh? Are you going to participate in the Void Realm selection competition? Hee, if you leave now, I might spare your lives. Otherwise, humph. The young man from the dragon tribe sneered. In his opinion, other than Xuanjin Great Sage's cultivation, Ningqi, who was only at the mid-transcendence realm, could be killed with one hand. Aunt Jian, let's go. I want to see if he dares to fight here. Ningqi smiled. Jian, Shi Lai coldly glanced at the young man from the Dragon Clan, then turned and left with Ningqi and the great saint of profound truth. When the young man from the Dragon Clan saw this, he resisted the urge to kill them on the street. His cold gaze kept wandering around the backs of the three of them. When the selection competition starts, you'll definitely kneel and beg for mercy. What's wrong with that stupid dragon? Ningqi asked casually while looking for a place to stay. When I was on my way, I met a few lechers. This dragon happened to pass by and meddled in other people's business. After that, he followed me. He's from the Great Wisdom Dragon Clan, and the Great Wisdom Celestial Dynasty is controlled by his clan. So, as a last resort, it's best not to really fall out with him, lest we attract trouble. Jian Shilai said lightly. She felt that there was a bad thing about the central area, and that was that the cultivation levels here were too high. Most people, even if she disguised her Adam's apple and her physical characteristics were the same as a man's, would be able to see through her disguise at a glance. It was easy to attract bees and butterflies. The Great Wisdom Dragon Clan. What a passionate dragon. Aunt Jian, are you planning to hang yourself on my father's tree? It's been so many years. It's time to find your own happiness, right? Ningqi said with a smile. Jian Shilai's eyes suddenly turned cold. Seeing that Ningqi seemed to be joking and had no other intentions, her expression became a little better. Don't say such things in the future. All right. Ningqi nodded. It seemed that Jian Shilai was really deeply in love with his father. By the way, are there any clues after Wang Lin woke up? Jian Shilai asked. My parents might be at the developing immortal realm. Ning Qi said, Developing immortal realm? Jian Shilai was a little surprised. Seeing that the great sage Xian Zhen's expression did not change, she began to believe him. However, the great sage Xian Zhen and the others had set up an ambush for Feng Jiuxian and her husband in the Azure Dragon Continent. Why would they appear at the developing immortal realm? Other than that, are there any clues? The developing immortal realm is very big. Jian Shilai frowned slightly. We can only find a needle in a haystack. Other than that, there are no other clues. Ning Qi sighed. Jian Shilai did not speak. No one knew what she was thinking. Perhaps it was because of the Void Realm selection competition, but many inns were full. The three of them searched for a long time and finally found a slightly run-down inn in the most remote area of the outer city. They booked 3 ordinary rooms for 1 Dao Evolution celestial coin a day, which was equivalent to 3 Deer Sect celestial coins. Miss Jen, I'm staying next to you. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door a few times. It's that stupid dragon. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Outside the door. Aunt, how dare you call me a stupid dragon? If we weren't in the Dao Evolution Celestial City, you would have died more than 10 times. Do you know that I'm a relative of the Great Wisdom Celestial Dynasty? Miss Jen, as long as you are with me, I will bring you back to the Great Wisdom Celestial Dynasty. In the room, Jian Shilai was expressionless. Ning Qi sat opposite her and went forward to open the door. Coincidentally, the young man from the Dragon Clan was about to knock on the door again. His fist landed on Ning Qi. The eyes of the young man from the Dragon Clan flashed fiercely. He secretly used 80% of his strength. Seeing this, Ning Qi smiled and met it with a punch. Crack! With a crisp sound, the young man from the Dragon Clan's arm was dislocated. An intense pain caused him to frown and take 3 steps back. He looked at Ning Qi with uncertainty. This human ant was only a cultivator in the middle stage of the Transcendence realm. How could he have such great strength and strength? You can't even take 1 punch from me, and you still want to pursue Aunt Jian? Give up, the one she likes is my father. Ning Qi said mockingly. What? She likes your father? Chapter 1435. Chapter 1435. Chapter 1435. A damaged pill cauldron, that's right. You can't even defeat me. Yet you want to snatch my father's woman? Ning Qi mocked. Humph. I will definitely obtain a spot in the Void Realm selection competition. When the time comes, I will obtain the opportunity. Let's see if I can defeat you. I was just careless just now. The dragon youth snorted coldly and turned to walk towards the room next door. Seeing this lecher of the dragon race retreat, Ning Qi smiled at Jian Shilai and said, Aunt Jian, rest first. I'm going back to my room. Okay. Jian Shilai nodded indifferently. In the next few days, Ning Qi and the others did not receive any notice, so they wandered around the outer city. During this time, Ning Qi even saw the Alchemist Alliance and the Weapon Refiner Alliance. Ning Qi did not enter the former. He did not have a deep sense of belonging to the Alchemist Alliance. The key was that Alchemy Venerable Blackwater was definitely looking for trouble with him. If he knew that he was in Dao Evolution Immortal City and chased him all the way, although Ning Qi was not afraid, it would still be troublesome. The existences in the Alchemist Alliance would probably choose to stand on Alchemy Venerable Blackwater side. I heard that the Weapon Refiner Alliance is even stronger than the Alchemist Alliance. Why don't we go in and take a look? Ning Qi smiled at Jian Shilai. Great sage Xianjin did not like to wander around, so he had been in seclusion in his house to prepare for the final selection competition. All right, Jian Shilai nodded. Unlike the Thousand or Mountains Weapon Palace, the Weapon Refiner Alliance of Dao Evolution Immortal City was an incomparably transcendent existence. The first floor was already filled with all sorts of low-grade spirit artifacts. Spirit artifacts were not magic artifacts. Even top-grade magic artifacts were not qualified to enter this place. Those who had just arrived would be dazzled by the various low-grade spirit artifacts. Even Jian Shilai was slightly shocked. There were hundreds and thousands of low-grade spirit artifacts in front of everyone. There was no lack of extremely high-quality ones that could almost touch the threshold of a mid-grade spirit artifact. Hiss! That low-grade spirit artifact is actually selling for 1,000,000 Dao Evolution Immortal Coins? Even an ordinary First Tribulation creator can't afford it, right? What's there to be surprised about? You guys are really making a fuss out of nothing. Which one of the spiritual weapons here isn't from the Weapon Craftsmen's Union? It's just 1,000,000 Dao Evolution Immortal Coins. If you go up to the second floor and see a middle-grade spirit artifact that only perfected immortals can afford, wouldn't you be scared to death? The foreign cultivators were shocked, while the local cultivators had a look of disdain and ridicule on their faces. In the Weapon Refiners Alliance, this was the most common scene that Ning Qi and Jian Shi saw. But no matter if it was the former or the latter, they were the type that couldn't afford it, so the foreign cultivators naturally wouldn't quarrel with the local cultivators. They basically swallowed their anger and turned to the side to look at the other low-grade spirit weapons, occasionally letting out one or two exclamations of admiration. When Ning Qi saw this scene, he recalled that back on Earth, when ordinary people looked at luxury cars, didn't they also have the same expression? At that time, Ning Qi felt that luxury cars were too arrogant and too eye-catching. Even though he was already in the underworld of that area and had a high position and could easily afford a car worth millions, Ning Qi still only drove an ordinary domestic car that cost more than 100,000 yuan. The driver who helped him was Zhang Shan, who he had been nurturing as his own younger brother ever since he entered the underworld at the age of 19. I've been nurturing him for 13 years, but I've only managed to nurture an ingrate. I was really blind back then. What are you thinking about? Jian Shi's voice came from beside Ning Qi. Nothing. Ning Qi smiled. The two of them strolled around downstairs. Ning Qi secretly sized up Jian Shi's expression and realized that she was especially interested in those sword-shaped spirit weapons. However, with Jian Shi's wealth, he could only look at it. He couldn't afford it at all. Ning Qi wanted to buy some refining materials, but when he was strolling around, someone asked the local cultivators. The local cultivators said that the refining materials here were basically digested by the Weapon Refiners Alliance themselves, and it was impossible for them to be sold. Even if they were taken out, the cultivators who could afford it were not weapon refiners, and the cultivators who knew how to refine equipment were basically unable to afford it. Ning Qi's figure paused slightly, stopping in front of a counter, his gaze landing on one of the spirit artifacts. Seeing this, Jian Shi followed Ning Qi's gaze, only to see an incomplete pill furnace. You want this pill furnace? Jian Shi was stunned. Although the incomplete pill furnace was marked as a low-grade spirit artifact, it was sold at a very low price. It only required 100,000 Dao Evolution Immortal Coins, which was equivalent to 300,000 Deer Gate Immortal Coins. I have 80,000 Deer Gate Immortal Coins here. Jian Shi thought for a moment. Aunt Jian, I have money. It's just that this pill cauldron has caught my eye, so I might not buy it after taking a few more glances. Ning Qi laughed. When the counter staff who was walking over saw this, he immediately curled his lips in disdain and turned around to greet the other customers. Taishang Laojuan's pill furnace, incomplete, quest item, obtain a side quest. This was the system's notification. Taishang Laojuan's pill furnace, incomplete. Ning Qi's eyes flashed slightly. A long time ago, he had obtained the fragment of the Taishang Laojuan's pill furnace, and looking at the incomplete part, it was somewhat similar to the fragment. This was not important. The most important thing was, did the system casually name it? Or could it be that the legendary Taoist patriarch on Earth had really lived in this place before? Hello, I'll take this pill furnace. After thinking for a few breaths, Ning Chi decided to see what kind of side quest the system would give him. If not for this, Ning Chi would have bought it immediately. It had been a long time since the system had issued a quest. After such a long time, he didn't know if it would give him that kind of deceptive quest. When the counter staff heard this, he was a little surprised, but he still took out the pill furnace. This item was rumored to have belonged to a big shot in the Weapon Refiners Alliance. It seemed that the big shot felt that there was a secret on it. After observing it for tens of thousands of years, he finally confirmed that it was just a damaged, ordinary spirit weapon pill furnace. He then threw it to his disciple, and the disciple threw it to his disciple. In the end, it was sent here as a sale item. However, it had been sold here for thousands of years, and no one wanted to buy it. Those existences from the Alchemist Alliance had come over to take a look, and in the end they concluded that it was worthless. 100,000 Tao Evolution Immortal Coins. If you don't have it, the immortal coins of the various celestial dynasties will do. However, the exchange rate is somewhat different from the outside world, so we have to charge some processing fees. The counter staff smiled. After confirming that Ning Chi wanted to buy it, his attitude became much better. I'll pay 110,000 Tao Evolution Immortal Coins. Chapter 1436. Chapter 1436. Chapter 1436 bidding. He offered 110,000 Tao Evolution Immortal Coins. What about you? The teller glanced at the dragon youth and then at Ning Chi. Bidding is allowed here? Ning Chi frowned slightly. Country bumpkin, you don't know? This has always been the rule of the Blacksmiths' Union. The young man from the Dragon Clan smiled proudly. Even if Jian she was looking at him with disgust, he still wanted to vent his anger today. Since he wasn't as strong as this fellow, he planned to crush Ning Chi in terms of money. Sir, the rules of this place are indeed as such. The teller chuckled as he looked at Ning Chi and the young man from the Dragon Clan. From their conversation, he could already tell that there was some enmity between the two. In this way, this broken, trash alchemy furnace would definitely be sold for a very high price, which was a bargain for him. In that case, I'll pay 150,000 Tao Evolution Celestial Coins. Ning Chi smiled faintly. 150,000 Tao Evolution Immortal Coins was equivalent to 450,000 Deer Sect Immortal Coins. Ning Chi still had more than 80 Taishan Grand Restore pills on him, which was more than enough. Jian Shilai was a little surprised. 150,000 Tao Evolution Immortal Coins was more or less enough to buy some inferior low-grade spirit weapons. Could it be that being an alchemist was really that profitable? Ning Chi Tsai had only been in the Deer Gate Immortal Dynasty for a short period of time, but he actually had such a huge fortune. 150,000 Tao Evolution Immortal Coins? Do you really have so many ants? The young man from the dragon tribe glared at Ning Chi in disbelief. Then he sneered and said, I will pay 160,000 Tao Evolution Celestial Coins. 160,000. If this trash pill furnace can be sold for this price, my commission will increase by a few hundred for no reason. That's pretty good. The teller's eyes turned into crescent moons as she smiled. There's actually someone bidding for this pill furnace. These two people aren't local cultivators of Tao Expansion Immortal City, right? Oh, they really are cultivators from the outside world. What fools! This pill furnace has been placed here for many years, yet no one wants it at all. But are these two foreign cultivators really that rich? He's spending hundreds of thousands of Tao Evolution Immortal Coins just like that. I think that young man's cultivation level is lower than mine. At the intermediate stage of the Transcendence realm, since he's so wealthy, his background is probably not simple. But even if the geniuses from all over the Tao Flow Immortal City come, they wouldn't dare use their background as an excuse. When the nearby cultivators saw Ning Chi and Jian Shi bidding, they curiously surrounded them. Jian She seemed to be dissatisfied with so many people watching. He frowned, but there was nothing he could do. The price was 160,000, but it had already risen to 200,000. At this time, the dragon race youth's expression did not look too good. Although he was a member of the wise dragon race, his status in the race was not too high. 200,000 Tao evolution immortal coins was almost the limit he could take out. What's wrong? Don't you want to bid any more? I heard that your great wisdom immortal dynasty is one of the few dynasties that are extremely wealthy. As a member of the great wisdom dragon race, your wealth is only so little? Ning Qi said with a faint smile, You deserve to die. Seeing Ning Qi mock him, the dragon youth was furious. He said to the teller, 250,000 Tao evolution immortal coins. Hiss, the surrounding cultivators gasped. This great wisdom dragon race was indeed extremely wealthy. He used 250,000 Tao evolution immortal coins to buy a damaged alchemy furnace? Wasn't he not treating money as money? Many gazes of envy and jealousy landed on the young man from the dragon race. Even the other experts from the dragon race felt ashamed in their hearts. Indeed, their race wasn't as wealthy as the great wisdom dragon race. They were one of the few dragon races that could control an entire dynasty. Why, you can't afford it? The dragon youth looked at Ning Qi mockingly. In the eyes of the crowd, Ning Qi's current expression was very conflicted. It seemed like he really could not afford it. Just as the teller was about to speak, Ning Qi suddenly said, Let me calculate. 4 level. 8 grand supreme rejuvenating pills should be worth slightly more than 250,000 Tao evolution immortal coins, right? For level 8 grand supreme rejuvenating pills? The small area suddenly became silent. Everyone could not help but look at Ning Qi. Did this guy really have 4 level 8 pills? If they remembered correctly, consuming 1 grand supreme rejuvenating pill could increase one's cultivation by 10,000 years? The dragon youth looked at Ning Qi in a daze. He did not expect Ning Qi to have a grand supreme rejuvenating pill. The teller was stunned. As a teller in the Blacksmith's Alliance, he was naturally the knowledgeable type. Hence, he immediately calculated the value of the 2 items in his mind. He nodded and said, If it really is a level 8 grand supreme rejuvenating pill, its value is indeed higher than 250,000 Tao evolution immortal coins. Then I'll pay 4 grand supreme rejuvenating pills. What about you? Ning Qi smiled and looked at the dragon youth. The dragon youth's expression instantly became extremely ugly. The surrounding cultivators watched for a while and already knew that the 2 of them were fighting. At first, a few fellows thought that the alchemy furnace was very likely to have some other mystical abilities. At the moment, they threw this thought to the back of their minds. It was completely 2 young and vigorous people who were fighting over the cultivation resources bestowed by their families. Humph, it's just a broken alchemy furnace. If you want it, then take it. The dragon youth sneered and found an excuse for himself. Don't be like that. You only have 250,000 Tao evolution immortal coins, right? You're so poor, yet you still want to covet other people's beauty? If you can't afford this alchemy furnace today, I hope you won't appear before us again. Is that all right? Otherwise, I won't be able to hold back my laughter. Ning Qi smiled. You. The young man from the dragon clan was so angry that his face turned red like a cooked prawn. He glared at Ning Qi venomously and turned to leave. When he heard Ning Qi's laughter coming from behind him, the young man from the dragon clan was so angry that his body started to tremble. Just you wait, just you wait. I, infinite wisdom, will not let you off. I won't. After laughing, Ning Qi took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to the teller. The teller opened it and scanned it with his divine consciousness. He was instantly shocked, and the way he looked at Ning Qi gradually changed. There was a hint of respect in his eyes. This was because the 4 Grand Supreme rejuvenating pills in front of him were better and higher quality than those he had seen before. It is indeed a level 8 Grand Supreme rejuvenating pill. This alchemy furnace belongs to you, the teller said with a smile. One handed over the money, and the other handed over the goods. Ning Qi took the alchemy furnace and put it into his space bag. The system also immediately issued a side mission. Ning Qi could not control his expression and looked slightly strange. However, in the eyes of outsiders, they would think that he was regretting after his fight with the dragon youth. Aunt Jen, there's nothing else to see here. Shall we go back first? Ning Qi said. Jian Shilai nodded. Chapter 1437. Chapter 1437. Chapter 1437. Chessboard of heaven and earth. The fragments of the cauldron floated up on their own, and then fused into the damaged cauldron. A white light flashed, and the cauldron was seamless without a single trace. It was as if the cauldron had been complete from the beginning to the end. At the same time, its attribute had changed to Old Lord Taishan Cauldron Complete, a supreme grade spirit artifact, an alchemy nomological power that was hundreds of times stronger than the 9 Kings Supreme Cauldron came surging over. The entire mountain peak seemed to be filled with the nomological power of the alchemy furnace. In addition, there was a faint trace of celestial qi inside the pill furnace. This trace of celestial qi was different from Ning Qi's. It was different from the coiling dragon staff and the 9-spirited divine bell. This trace of celestial qi seemed to be more condensed and more frightening. It was just a trace, but it made Ning Qi feel incomparable fear. It was as if he was facing a dreadful beast. The laws of alchemy were also continuously converted from this strand of immortal qi. Ning Qi's mind stirred, and all the laws of alchemy returned to the furnace. Taishan Laojuan's pill furnace, a supreme grade spirit weapon. This kind of grade doesn't seem to match Taishan Laojuan's status. Could it be the pill furnace Taishan Laojun used when he first made his debut? Ning Qi sank into deep thought for a moment. When the 9 hells tempering art reached the highest level, one could refine primordial spirit treasures. This was the strongest existence in the land of immortals. Below primordial spirit treasures were Tao treasures, and below Tao treasures were immortal treasures. In the land of immortals, spirit treasures were equivalent to battle treasures. In the land of immortals, they were used by some low-level immortals. Pill forging speed increased by 200 times, the number of completed pills increased by 10 times, and pills below grade 8 have a 10% chance of advancing to grade 9. These were all the special effects of the Taishan Laojun pill furnace. Compared to the 9 Kings Supreme Cauldron, it was indeed much better. Exchanging 4 Taishan Grand revitalizing pills for such a supreme grade spirit artifact pill furnace was really worth it. If I were to use this pill furnace to refine pills, I'm afraid that even the 9 strongest pill emperors in this world would not be able to compare to me in terms of pill refining speed. I'm afraid that the number of pills refined would not be able to compare to me either. Right now, I'm only lacking the pill formula for the 9th stage medicinal pill. Thinking about it, according to their standards, I'm already a true pill emperor. Ning Qi smiled and kept the pill furnace. Then he looked at the side mission issued by the system with a serious expression. The reason why his expression changed when he was at the Refiners' Union was because of this mission. The mission wasn't a scam, but it made Ning Qi overturn all the common sense he knew in the past, and it confirmed Ning Qi's thoughts. Host, please return to the ancient Huaxia continent within 20 years. Find Laozi's descendants and seize their fruit of fortune. Reward: unknown. Ancient Huaxia continent. Descendants of Laozi. Fruit of fortune. Reward unknown. Ning Qi was absolutely sure that the Huaxia mainland was the Huaxia country on earth that he was from. Laozi's descendant proves that old Lord Taishang really existed back then. As for the fruit of fortune, Ning Chi didn't dare to confirm what it was, because he couldn't find it in the dragon-slaying mall. Even the dragon-slaying mall didn't have it. How high would the value of such an item be? The unknown reward shrouded this mission with a veil of mystery. Since there's lousy, does that mean that there's really a heavenly court, a Jade Emperor, and various immortals and gods? I wonder if I can meet them when I return this time. Ning Chi's lips curled up slightly. With his current strength, according to the understanding of the people on Earth, he was already a celestial being. The legendary great sage, heaven's equal, could travel 108,000 miles with a somersault. Ning Chi's speed of 90,000 miles in an instant wouldn't be slow either. When he breaks through to the creation realm, he would be able to unleash the full power of 90,000 miles in an instant. At that time, he would only be slightly weaker than that monkey. After thinking about it, Ning Chi frowned slightly. Back then, the system took me from Earth to the Champion Marquis's residence. What was its intention? Was it to use me as a chess piece? As his strength grew stronger, Ning Chi couldn't help but think about the existence of the system. He had some guesses back then, but now he felt that the existence of the system was too mysterious, so mysterious that it was a little scary. It was as if there was a pair of invisible hands using the world as a chessboard, playing a game of chess that no one knew about. And Ning Chi was just an insignificant chess piece in this game of chess. The fruit of fortune, huh? Even the dragon-slaying mall doesn't have it. Does this mean that the system isn't omnipotent? If this is really a game of chess, I also want to be the strongest chess piece and turn against its master. A cold light flashed in Ning Chi's eyes as he left the top cultivation training ground. In the room, Jian Shilai seemed to have been there for a long time. In addition to her, great sage Xuanjin was also there. Seeing Ning Chi suddenly appear in front of them, the two of them were slightly shocked. Ning Chi, however, didn't mind it at all. If it was in the past, when he was still weak, he would have been killed if he was discovered to have such a mysterious technique. But now, with Ning Chi's strength that could kill a first tribulation creator, no one would think that there was anything wrong with his technique. Is there any movement in your jade pendant? Jian Shilai asked. Ning Chi took out the jade pendant. Sure enough, there was some warmth on it, but it was definitely not Ning Chi's body temperature. Ning Chi took a closer look and found that the source of the warmth was the power of fortune in the jade pendant. Both Great Sage Xuanjin and Jian Shilai's jade pendants had this kind of strange phenomenon. The selection competition of the Void Realm should be starting soon. I wonder what we should do next. Great Sage Xuanjin frowned slightly and looked at Ning Chi. Unknowingly, his opinion of Ning Chi had gradually changed. Let's wait. Ning Chi thought for a while and said. The three of them waited for about 3 days. On the morning of the 3rd day, the power of fortune suddenly came from the jade pendant, and the three of them instantly disappeared. Where is this? Why are we here? Is the selection competition starting? There were tens of thousands of people in the bustling crowd. All of them were experts at the late-stage Transcendence Realm and perfected Transcendence Realm. They looked shocked and at a loss. Ning Chi, Great Sage Xuanjin, and Jian Shilai stood together and looked around. The place where the three of them were at was similar to an altar, and there was a high platform in the distance. This should be the creation domain, Ning Chi said in a low voice. Creation domain. Great Sage Xuanjin and Jian Shilai had a trace of doubt in their eyes. Ning Chi explained it to them through voice transmission, and the two of them came to a sudden realization. It was the first time they knew that the means of the Creator depended on this domain. This creation domain is much bigger than supremacy, blazing suns. I wonder how many creation tribulations it was created by. Ning Chi looked around. Although there were tens of thousands of cultivators around him, it did not seem crowded. Everyone. Chapter 1438. Chapter 1438. Chapter 1438. Immortal King Puda swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Tens of thousands of gazes looked toward the high platform of the sacrificial altar. That phantom gradually solidified, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. It was a handsome young man, dressed in white. The most eye-catching thing about him was that there was a red dot on his forehead. It was as if he had purposely marked it, giving off a sense of demonic charm. Hiss! Immediately, some people gasped because they recognized the identity of this white-robed young man. The Void Realm selection competition is actually hosted by Immortal King Pudu. He's one of the 72 Immortal Kings under Dao Yen, Celestial Emperor, a sixth tribulation creator. Being able to see Immortal King Pudu today makes my trip worthwhile. That's strange. In the past, it was only a 3 tribulation master of creation who presided over the event. But this time it's a 6 tribulation master of creation. Furthermore, there are more slots than in previous years, and the conditions don't require one to be at the half-step creation realm. Someone had a doubtful expression. In the 300 celestial dynasties, the perfected immortals with the lowest cultivation were the 3 tribulations, masters of creation. For example, the perfected immortal of the Deer sect, whom Ning Qi had never met before, was the one with the lowest cultivation. However, there were also perfected immortals with profound cultivation, such as 4 tribulation masters of creation and 5 tribulation masters of creation. As for the 6 tribulation masters of creation, they could be called immortal kings. Such immortal kings might have an immortal dynasty under them, or they might be solitary cultivators. Immortal King Pudu glanced indifferently at the crowd and said, "Everyone, the selection this time will be the same as before. The last 200 among you will be qualified to enter the new Void Realm." New Void Realm? Many people's faces gradually turned ugly. A female cultivator mustered up her courage and said, "Immortal King Pudu, could it be that we are not entering the Void Realm this time?" Immortal King Pudu glanced at her indifferently and said, "I personally excavated the Void Realm this time. The fortune inside might be lesser than before, or it might be greater than before. However, only cultivators below the Dharma plane can enter this Void Realm. That's why the selection competition is being held. Otherwise, why do you think I didn't let cultivators who are half a step into the creation realm take part in the competition?" Wasn't this making them guinea pigs? Ning Qi noticed that the expressions of the great sage of profound truth and Jian, Shilai, had changed. "If any of you are unwilling to go now, you can directly crush the jade token and leave my domain." Immortal King Pudu said lightly. Everyone looked at each other and remained silent for a while. However, none of them actually left. Although the Void Realm they were going to was newly excavated, Immortal King Pudu was right. There might be more power of creation in it than in the old one. Since they were already here, they would not be willing to give it a try. Who knew how many years he would have to wait for such an opportunity again? If there are no other questions, you may begin. Immortal King Pudu's figure gradually disappeared. Ning Qi knew that this wasn't his real body. His real body should be in a corner of the domain, quietly observing them. Kill! Dozens of murderous intents instantly shot toward Ning Qi and the other 2. They were all cultivators who were standing nearby, but in the blink of an eye they turned hostile. They tacitly targeted Great Sage of Profound Truth and the other 2 as their targets. It was probably because Ning Qi's cultivation was only at the middle stage of the Transcendence Realm, and Jian, Shilai, was only half a step away from the perfected stage. Only Great Sage of Profound Truth was at the perfected stage of the Transcendence Realm. Ning Qi didn't even look at them. He waved his hand like a blade, and these dozens of cultivators became ghosts under the eternal sky spirit virtual blade. They didn't even have the chance to crush the jade token and leave this place. This move immediately stunned those who were ready to make a move. They quickly turned around and left. Great Sage of Profound Truth and Jian, Shilai, stood beside Ning Qi, not in a hurry to make a move. The look in their eyes was very complicated. Ning Qi was becoming more and more unfathomable. "Forget it. Let's find a place to sit down and watch the show." After hesitating for 3 seconds, Ning Qi suppressed the greed in his heart. If he killed all the Transcendence Realm cultivators here, he would definitely be able to break through to the late stage of the Transcendence Realm. However, Immortal King Pudu had never said that he would not care about his life or death. If he did something so conspicuous and was suppressed by Immortal King Pudu, it would not be worth it. Apart from the chaotic battle at the beginning, the rest gradually calmed down. They didn't dare to make a move on their own. Instead, they separated into their own groups and confronted each other silently. However, this state of affairs didn't last long, because the selection competition will only last for 3 days. If no one is selected by then, I will personally select the participants. Immortal King Pudu's voice rang in everyone's ears again. Because of this sentence, the scene became chaotic again. From time to time, some cultivators died because they didn't have time to crush the jade token, while some cultivators who were seriously injured crushed the jade token and fled. In just a few hours, half of the tens of thousands of people were eliminated. Ha ha ha, you guys are here. A sneer was heard. Ning Qi and the other 2 looked up and saw that the young man from the Dragon Clan was leading dozens of beings who emitted the aura of the Dragon Clan toward the 3 of them. These dozens of people reeked of blood. They must have come here after a battle. The nearby cultivators seemed to know that they were not to be trifled with, so they didn't go forward to provoke them. Instead, they made way for them. What do you want? Ning Qi said with a smile, Are you afraid now? Maybe if you kneel and beg for mercy, I will spare your life. Boundless Wisdom looked at Ning Qi condescendingly. His eyes were filled with pride. There were dozens of clansmen behind him, and every single one of them was at the Transcendence Realm. One punch from each of them was enough to kill this annoying mid-stage Transcendence Realm ant. Ning Qi frowned slightly. He got up and walked toward Boundless Wisdom. The dozens of Boundless Wisdom dragons looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. They didn't take a mere human ant seriously at all. 5 breaths. Jian Shilai suddenly said. Great Sage Xuanjin glanced at her. For breaths. What 5 breaths and 4 breaths? Boundless Wisdom frowned. Ning Qi grinned. They are guessing how long it will take for me to kill, you stupid dragons. However, I think 3 breaths is enough. The group of Boundless Wisdom dragons was instantly enraged. The other party actually didn't take them seriously. At the same time, Ning Qi had already made his move. 18 dragons subduing palms. The 18 dragons subduing palms, which had become a subsidiary technique of the confining dragon elephant technique, had a lower level, but its power had greatly increased. Moreover, it was able to deal additional damage to the Dragon Clan. This palm directly turned the 30 or so wise dragons behind unbounded wisdom into ashes. 1 breath. Ning Qi grinned at Boundless Wisdom. How? How is this possible? Boundless Wisdom turned his head stiffly and realized that all his clansmen had turned into ashes. He immediately looked at Ning Qi in fear. Don't kill me. I'll leave this place. Boundless Wisdom hurriedly took out a jade token and prepared to crush it. Too late. Chapter 1439. Chapter 1439. Chapter 1439 all in one color when the nearby cultivators saw this. They looked at Ning Qi in fear and quickly distanced themselves. Ning Qi returned to Great Sage Xianzhen and Jian Shilai and sat down. From beginning to end, Ning Qi had used less than 3 breaths of time. Both of them had guessed wrong. He's only at the middle stage of the Transcendence Realm, but he can instantly kill a dragon at the Transcendence Realm. Interesting. In midair, a pair of eyes fell on Ning Qi. The corners of Immortal King Pudu's mouth curved up slightly. Next up, some reckless cultivators would occasionally charge towards Ning Qi's side. Seeing how relaxed the 3 of them were, they could not help but attack. Cultivators like them all died under Ning Chi's fists. Ning Chi waited patiently and killed hundreds of Dharma-characteristic realm cultivators. The 10,000 ancient immortal emperor Dharma body became more condensed. In the blink of an eye, about 2 days had passed, but there were still more than 10,000 contestants left. They were still far from reaching the quota of 200. This can't go on. Great sage Xuanjin frowned slightly. Ning Chi thought about it and said, "I'll be right back." After saying that, he got up and walked into the battlefield. The cultivators nearby made way for him when they saw this. They didn't dare to face Ning Chi, the god of death. In the past 2 days, countless cultivators at the Transcendence Realm had died in Ning Chi's hands. As long as they could last for 2 days, they basically understood Ning Chi's terrifying combat power. Not far away, over 100 cultivators from the Dragon Clan were engaged in a fierce battle against the human cultivators. The human cultivators appeared to be in a disadvantageous position. It would appear that it would not take long for the human cultivators to defeat them. When both sides noticed Ning Chi's arrival, they stopped almost at the same time and looked at Ning Chi with some fear. "Sir, we have never provoked you." The leader of the dragon tribe cultivators hurriedly said upon seeing that they were Ning Chi's target. "There are too many people. This time, only 200 people will be chosen. So you'd better crush the jade token and leave." Ning Chi smiled. The faces of the Dragon Clan cultivators changed slightly. After a few seconds of contemplation, a few of them crushed their jade badges. The rest of them stared at Ning Chi. "Let's attack together and kill him. He's just a mid-stage Transcendence Realm cultivator. How can we not be his match with so many of us?" Even the human cultivators who were fighting with the Dragon tribe cultivators just now were getting restless. Although Ning Chi's words were directed at the Dragon tribe cultivators, weren't they also meant for them? "Sir, are you sure you want to be our enemy?" The leader of the Dragon cultivators stared coldly at Ning Chi. "Since you don't want to leave, I'll send you off." Ning Chi smiled. In the next moment, he moved. Palm of the 9 flames. The people closest to Ning Chi were instantly killed by Ning Chi and turned into ashes. Rays of white light fused into Ning Chi's Dharma form. Those who were still alive stared at this scene with their mouths agape. What kind of technique was this? Why was it that both of them were Dharma-characteristic realm cultivators, but they were so vulnerable in front of him? Those who didn't choose to leave and instead chose to attack Ning Chi were turned into ashes in droves. "No, don't kill me, I'll go. Go. Attack together. Kill him together. If he doesn't die, none of us will have a chance today." Ning Chi sighed inwardly as he watched those who weren't afraid of death charge at him. Greed really made people forget the horror of death. These people were all hoping to get lucky and didn't want to give up this opportunity to enter the Void Realm. They also thought that after Ning Chi attacked, he would definitely be weak and they would definitely be able to kill him. It was possible to have such thoughts, but their opponent was Ning Chi. Ning Chi had an endless supply of immortal chi in his body. This kind of battle wouldn't consume too much immortal chi at all. He could recover it in a breath's time. With a punch and a palm, a vacuum appeared around Ning Chi in an instant. Those who dared to attack him were all dead. "It seems like I'm about to break through." Ning Chi didn't count how many people he killed. He estimated that there were at least a few thousand because there were fewer cultivators around. "I'll break through after killing another 10 or a few dozen. But there's a 6th tribulation creator watching. It'll attract too much attention if I break through in front of him. I'd better bear with it. Speaking of which, he didn't even show up after I killed so many people. He really doesn't treat Transcendence Realm cultivators as human beings." Ning Chi's lips curled into a faint smile, and he walked toward the other alien races again. "Let's leave this place." When one of the alien races realized that he was Ning Chi's target, he crushed his jade token with a pale face. Seeing this, Ning Chi headed towards another branch of the outsiders. Let's go. The alien races growled unwillingly and crushed their jade tokens in unison. No alien race dared to stay where Ning Chi pointed his spear. They were afraid that Ning Chi would kill them on the spot. At the same time, they were cursing in their hearts. Why did such a terrifying monster appear in this selection? He was clearly a middle transcendence, realm cultivator. Even perfected transcendence, realm cultivators were like ants in front of him. Are you sure he's not a first tribulation creator in disguise? If they didn't know that this selection was hosted by immortal King Pudu, most people would think that Ning Chi was a creator who had concealed his cultivation level. Soon, all the alien races were driven away by Ning Chi. The remaining 500 to 600 human cultivators looked at Ning Chi silently, praying in their hearts that this killing god would not target them on the spot. It's still early. There's still some time before the deadline given by immortal King Pudu. Quickly decide the winner and loser. If you lose, leave this place. I don't want to fight. Ning Chi smiled, turned around, and returned to Great Sage Xuanjin and Jian Shilai's side. He sat down. Everyone looked at each other. After hesitating for a few breaths, they finally roared and started fighting. Great Sage Xuanjin and Jian Shilai looked at Ning Chi silently. They finally had a deeper understanding of Ning Chi's true combat strength in this selection. Although they were shocked, they were not surprised. After all, even Supremacy Blazing Sun was about to die in Ning Chi's hands. These cultivators at the perfected transcendence realm were like ants that could be easily crushed to death. When the deadline of 3 days was almost up, there were finally only 200 people left in the field, including Ning Chi's group of 3. All of them were humans. The human cultivators breathed a sigh of relief. They were enemies just a moment ago, but now they were on the same side. There was no need to fight to the death. They looked at Ning Chi with a hint of respect in their eyes. If it weren't for Ning Chi, many of them might not have been able to last until the end. Chapter 1440. See you again, not bad. Immortal King Pudu's voice rang out. Everyone looked up and saw him walking down from the void, one step at a time. No one knew if this was his real body or an illusion. Immortal King Pudu's gaze fell on Ning Chi. He said with a faint smile, "Even when I was at your level, I didn't dare to say that I could defeat a cultivator at the peak of the Dharma plane. Your combat prowess is very strong. Who is your master?" Everyone looked at Ning Chi enviously. Clearly, immortal King Pudu had taken a liking to Ning Chi. Perhaps after the void field, Ning Chi would soar to the top. Great Sage Xuanjin and Jian Shilai stood respectfully to the side, while Ning Chi smiled, cupped his hands, and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Thank you for your compliment, immortal King Pudu. My master is Meng Qingling." Meng Qingling? Which perfected immortal is it? A trace of doubt flashed in immortal King Pudu's eyes, but he did not pursue the matter. Since Ning Chi had a master, it was not appropriate for him to snatch him away. So he nodded and said to the crowd, "Come to Immortal King Palace in a month." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chi and the other 2 felt their vision blur. The scenery around them had changed, and the 3 of them had returned to the guest room from before. "Your master, Meng Qingling, is that true immortal?" Xuanjin, Great Sage, suddenly asked. Jian Shilai's eyes were also filled with curiosity. "True immortal? She's not a perfected immortal. She just broke through to the materialization realm not long ago." Ning Chi smiled. Materialization realm? The Great Sage of Xuanjin and Jian Shilai were stunned. "When I was still in the Qi refining stage, if it wasn't for her, I might have been killed by my enemies. So she is my master," Ning Chi said lightly. The 2 of them came to a sudden realization. The great Saint Xian Zhan sighed in his heart. For the first time, he felt a little regretful. If he had resisted the pressure from Lai Kong and protected Feng Jiuxian and Wang Yuding, then Ning Chi's current cultivation level would probably be even more terrifying. His sense of belonging to the Wang clan would definitely be different from what it was now. However, great sage Xianjin didn't know that this Ning Qi wasn't the real Ning Qi. The real Ning Qi had been beaten to death by a servant in the Champion Marquis Mansion, top-level cultivation training ground. After Ning Qi swallowed dozens of supreme grand revitalizing pills, the 10,000 ancient immortal Emperor Dharma idol finally began to break through and advance to heaven high grade. His cultivation had also broken through from mid-stage Dharma characteristic realm to late-stage Dharma characteristic realm. The immortal spirit chi in his body was dozens of times denser, and his combat strength was countless times stronger than before. With my current cultivation, I should be able to make the coiling dragon staff and the 9-spirited god bell display even greater power. Ning Qi spent the rest of the time stabilizing the realm he had just broken through. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Ning Qi and the other two arrived at the Pudu Immortal King Palace early in the morning. Each of the 72 Immortal Kings under Dao Yan Immortal Emperor had a palace in Dao Yan Immortal City. Are these the winners of the Void Realm selection competition? I'm so jealous. They can go to the Void Realm to fight for fortunes. How many of them do you think will step into the half-step creation realm? I'm guessing at least 5, maybe 7 or 8. But it won't be more than 10. When the passing cultivators saw the 200 cultivators standing in front of the Pudu Immortal King Palace, they immediately stopped in their tracks and looked at them with envy and jealousy. The selection competition had ended a month ago. There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Everyone already knew that the host of the selection competition was the famous immortal King Pudu. When Ning Qi and the other two arrived, many gazes fell on them. Those gazes were filled with respect. The line that had already been lined up automatically parted, allowing Ning Qi and the other two to walk to the front. With a creak, the door slowly opened, and an old man in a white robe walked out. The moment he appeared, everyone felt a faint trace of the power of good fortune surrounding them. A second tribulation creator. Ning Qi's eyes flickered slightly. I'm the housekeeper of the Pudu Immortal King Palace. You can call me Housekeeper Gu, the old man said lightly. Yes, Housekeeper Gu. Everyone bowed. Come with me. Housekeeper Gu smiled. When he turned around, he glanced at Ning Qi and paused for half a breath's time. Soon, under Housekeeper Gu's lead, the crowd passed through many long corridors and finally saw Immortal King Pudu again. This time, they were not in his fortune realm, but in person. Immortal King Pudu glanced at the crowd with a faint smile. When his gaze fell on Ning Qi, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Then he nodded slightly. When the crowd saw this, they were even more envious of Ning Qi. Is everyone here? Immortal King Pudu asked with a faint smile. Your Excellency, I've done a head count. There are exactly 200 people. No one is missing out, and no one is pretending to be us. Housekeeper Gu said in a low voice. Very well. Immortal King Pudu smiled faintly and waved his hand. Immediately, a majestic power of fortune broke out of his body and enveloped Ning Qi and the others. In the next moment, the crowd felt the scenery in front of them constantly changing. When the scenery stopped, they had already appeared in a huge square. At the front of the square was a stone tablet that was thousands of feet tall. The words Dao Yan were carved on it as if it was chiseled with a knife. Dao Evolution Celestial Palace. The crowd was shocked. Then they looked around curiously. You've all guessed it, right? This is Dao Evolution Celestial Emperor's Palace, which is very far from my palace. If you travel on your own, it will take you some time. So, I'll personally bring you along. Immortal King Pudu said with a faint smile. Thank you, Immortal King Pudu. The crowd bowed gratefully. To be able to make Immortal King Pudu bring them along. This experience was enough for them to brag about for hundreds of years. The method he used to travel just now. I can't compare to him. Ning Qi's expression was somewhat solemn. He had thought that traveling 90,000 miles in an instant was already considered a top-notch movement technique in this world. Now, it seemed that although the speed was sufficient, it was not as calm and unfathomable as immortal King Pudu's. Could it be because of the power of fortune? Ning Qi thought to himself. The heavenly Tao of this world only recognized the power of fortune. Instead, it suppressed the immortal Qi, and there were many miraculous things that could not be manifested. At this moment, several figures flew across the sky and landed in front of immortal King Pudu. What are you doing here? Immortal King Pudu frowned slightly. Those people also exuded a strong power of fortune. Ning Qi glanced at them and found that they were all 6 tribulation masters of creation, existences at the same level as immortal King Pudu. Pudu, are you going to open the newly discovered Void Realm? Looks like we'll have to wait for a while. We need to bring back the last batch of cultivators who entered the Void Realm. The few of them smiled faintly, then ignored immortal King Pudu and closed their eyes. About 10 breaths later, they suddenly let out a loud cry and reached out a hand to grab at the void. Immediately, a huge rift appeared in front of them. It was pitch black inside, and a faint suction force could be felt coming from it. Immortal King Pudu snorted coldly. With a gentle wave of his hand, streams of the power of creation instantly enveloped everyone to resist the suction force. Is this rift leading to the Void Realm? Everyone's expression was both excited and solemn. However, they were not going to this Void Realm, but the one that immortal King Pudu had just discovered. The last batch? That means Lai Kong's batch. Ning Qi's eyes narrowed slightly. The expressions of Great Saint Xuanjin and Jian Shalai also changed slightly. At this moment, dozens of figures flew out from the rift almost at the same time. Not bad. There are actually 5 people who have become first tribulation masters of creation this time. The few 6 tribulation masters of creation suddenly burst out laughing. They looked very happy. Greetings, immortal kings. When the dozens of figures saw immortal King Pudu and the others, they quickly stepped forward and bowed. Except for the 5 who had become first tribulation masters of creation, the rest of them did not look too good. Chapter 1441. This young man must not be left alive. Very good, Lai Kong, I did not misjudge you. Since you have broken through to the level of 1 tribulation of creator, according to our agreement, you can become my outer disciple. Kneel down and acknowledge me as your master. Immortal King Hung, he looked at Lai Kong with a smile. He did not take ordinary 1 tribulation of creator seriously, but this young man in front of him had the potential to break through to the level of 3 tribulation of creator, or even the level of 4 tribulation of creator. Even though immortal King Hung, he was a 6th tribulation of creator, he could not underestimate him. After all, a 3 tribulation of creator was qualified to become a true immortal. Immortal King Hung, he had lived for tens of thousands of years, but only 3 of his disciples had broken through to the level of 3 tribulation of creator. Lai Kong pays respect to master. Lai Kong acknowledged him as his master on the spot. The other 2 also bowed to the other 2 immortal kings beside immortal King Hung. The expressions of the remaining 2 did not change. Obviously, they had also been selected by some immortal king. As for those who hadn't found their own fortune and still hadn't broken through to the next realm, they all lowered their heads dejectedly. To be able to worship an immortal king as their master was a rare opportunity. If they could break through this time, their future path would be very different from what it was now. If I can acknowledge an immortal king as my master, I won't have to worry about anything for the rest of my life. The group of people around Ning Qi looked at Lai Kong and the others enviously. These 5 people were the models of success. As for them, their future path was still unknown. After all, they were going to a newly discovered Void Realm. It was uncertain whether there would be fortunes in it. Even if there were, how many among the 200 people could obtain them? Everyone's gazes involuntarily landed on Ning Qi when they thought of this. The one who had the highest chance of obtaining the fortune this time should be him. Lai Kong's face was filled with uncontrollable joy. From today onwards, his cultivation would be on par with his father, Lai Yong. In the future, venerable Lai Yong would never be able to compare to him. When the news of his breakthrough and the news of him becoming a disciple spread, his father would definitely take the initiative to give up the position of the Lai family patriarch. Thinking of this, Lai Kong glanced at the 200 people behind immortal King Pudu. So many people have entered the void realm this time, and their cultivation is not even a half step to creation? A look of astonishment flashed across his face. Suddenly, Lai Kong's expression gradually turned solemn, because he saw Ning Qi, and Ning Qi was also staring at him. "It's you." Lai Kong's voice was incomparably cold. He clasped his hands towards Hung, the immortal king, and said, "Master, I met an old friend." "Oh, go." The eternal river immortal king narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded with a smile. After obtaining permission, Lai Kong walked straight towards Ning Qi. Immortal King Pudu was slightly taken aback, and his brows gradually furrowed. Lai Kong glanced at Xuanjin Great Sage, then fixed his eyes on Ning Qi. When he realized that Ning Qi's aura was already at the late transcendence realm, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Ning Qi's cultivation speed surprised him. This time he had stayed in the void field for more than 100 years. Back then, when he tore open the void and came to the Wang family's ancestral city, he remembered that Ning Qi's cultivation level was not even at the early transcendence realm. It had only been 100 years, and he had crossed several large realms. Feng Jiuxian's son is even more talented than Feng Jiuxian. Back then, Feng Jiuxian also spent more than 200 years to break through to late-stage Dharma characteristic realm. I can't let this guy live. Thinking of this, the corners of Lai Kong's mouth curved up slightly. He reached out and patted Ning Qi's shoulder casually, as if he was patting the shoulder of an old friend. However, the 4 immortal kings present noticed that the power of creation was surging in Lai Kong's palm. Even if Ning Qi was a one tribulation master of creation, he would still be injured. Old friend, the eternal river immortal king had a faint smile on his face. However, since Lai Kong was brought here by immortal King Pudu, he did not plan to make a move. Instead, he secretly locked onto immortal King Pudu with his aura. From the beginning, immortal King Pudu felt that there was something wrong with the way Lai Kong looked at Ning Qi. Now, he had confirmed that there was indeed a feud between the two. However, it was unnecessary for the eternal river immortal king to fear that he would make a move. Immortal King Pudu also wanted to see how much Ning Qi's combat strength had improved after breaking through from mid-stage Transcendence Realm to late-stage Transcendence Realm. Would he be able to fight against a one tribulation master of creation? This guy has broken through to become a one tribulation master of creation and is now a disciple of a 6 tribulation master of creation. If I can't kill him today, he will definitely cause me trouble in the future. Since he wants to make the first move, this is an opportunity. Puff! There was a soft sound. It was not Lai Kong's palm that landed on Ning Qi's shoulder. Instead, it was Ning Qi who patted Lai Kong's shoulder first. A surge of immortal qi instantly rushed into Lai Kong's body, instantly destroying the power of creation that he had just obtained. In an instant, the power of creation in Lai Kong's body was completely devoured by the unstoppable and surging immortal qi. Lai Kong's aura was weakening at a speed visible to the naked eye. What's going on? Has his cultivation level regressed? It seems that he has just broken through to become a one tribulation master of creation, but he failed to stabilize his cultivation level, causing his cultivation level to drop. Everyone was shocked. The other 4 existences who had broken through to become a one tribulation master of creation had a gloating look in their eyes after recovering from the shock. As for those who did not obtain the power of creation, they were already laughing wildly in their hearts as they looked at Lai Kong happily. "How dare you?" Hung, he immortal king, was the first to notice something was wrong. Although Lai Kong's cultivation level had not stabilized, it was impossible for his cultivation level to drop so easily. When he saw Ning Qi's palm landing on Lai Kong's shoulder, his face changed slightly. He appeared in front of Ning Qi with lightning speed, pulled Lai Kong back, and struck Ning Qi's chest with his palm. What a pity! Ning Qi was sent flying by the palm strike and landed heavily on the ground. This palm strike from the Eternal River Immortal King contained the densest amount of good fortune that Ning Qi had ever seen in his life. It almost emptied his billions of health points. However, as long as it wasn't an instant kill, Ning Qi wasn't afraid. The 10,000 ancient, immortal Emperor Dharma idol was not an ordinary kind of tyrannical power. In the blink of an eye, his injuries had mostly recovered. The power of creation is gone. Hung, the immortal king, grabbed Lai Kong, whose face was pale, and found that his body was empty. Even the power of creation that he had cultivated when he was a half-step creation realm cultivator was nowhere to be seen. His face turned extremely ugly. Lai Kong was the disciple that he had personally chosen. If he had nurtured him for tens of thousands of years, he might have been able to break through to 3 Tribulation Master of Creation, or even 4 Tribulation Master of Creation. But now his cultivation level was crippled in front of him. This was like a slap to his face. Everyone was shocked by this change. Only then did they realize that Lai Kong's cultivation level drop might have something to do with Ning Qi. When they looked at Ning Qi, they were even more shocked. He was hit by Hung, the immortal king's palm, and he was still alive. This kid is not dead. Hung, the immortal king, looked at Ning Qi coldly, and a trace of undetectable shock flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, he struck at Ning Qi again. Chapter 1442. Chapter 1442. Chapter 1442. I will cut you down. Not good. The expressions of the great sage of profound truth and Jen, Shi Lai, changed at the same time. If the Eternal River Immortal King attacked again, Ning Qi would not be able to withstand it no matter what. What a pity. The group of human cultivators behind Immortal King Pudu looked at Ning Qi with pity in their eyes. They were not sure if Lai Kong's cultivation base had fallen because of Ning Qi, but they were sure that Ning Qi was dead now. Hang, you're bullying the weak. Do you have no shame? Immortal King Pudu moved and appeared in front of Ning Qi. He waved his hand and blocked Immortal King Hung, his attack. Both of them took a few steps back. Pudu, what do you mean? Hung, he stared coldly at Immortal King Pudu. The other 2 immortal kings, who came with him, looked at the 2 of them with faint smiles on their faces. Although they had a close relationship with Hung He, and the 3 of them were in charge of the coordinates of the Void Realm together, they would never become enemies with Immortal King Pudu over such a trivial matter. Your disciple didn't listen to any explanation and tried to kill the person I picked. Now that his skills are inferior and his cultivation has been crippled, you're standing out to bully the weak. Is this acceptable? Immortal King Pudu said with a faint smile. What relationship does this child have with you? Is it worth it to become enemies with me for his sake? Hung, he said coldly. Become enemies with you? You're being too serious, Immortal King Hing He. But since I brought him here, I naturally have to ensure his safety. Otherwise, who would listen to what I, Immortal King Pudu, say in the future? Immortal King Pudu said with a faint smile. When the group of human cultivators he brought with him heard that, a look of respect appeared on their faces. They did not expect that Immortal King Pudu would not even give face to Immortal King Hung, he for a mere Dharma manifestation cultivator. My fortune! My fortune! Lai Kong's expression was unsightly as he looked inside himself. He discovered that his body was completely empty and not a single strand of power of creation could be found. His face instantly turned from deathly pale to livid, and he looked at Ning Qi with incomparable hatred. There was still a trace of deep doubt in his heart. Just what method did Ning Qi use to actually destroy his power of creation. Ning Qi glanced at Immortal King Pudu's back in surprise. He didn't expect that Immortal King Pudu would lend a hand. Then, Ning Qi met Lai Kong's gaze and grinned mockingly. Back then, Lai Kong had regarded him as an ant and wanted to kill him at will, causing Wang Shui's death. But now, Lai Kong's cultivation base, which he had just broken through, was destroyed by him. The only pity was that he wasn't able to kill Lai Kong on the spot with lightning speed. The Eternal River Celestial King's reaction and speed were simply too fast. As long as Ning Qi was given another breath of time, Lai Kong would not only fall in Cultivation Realm, but he would also die on the spot. Very well. Looking at Immortal King Pudu in silence for a moment, Eternal River Celestial King suddenly laughed. I can spare this lad, but I'm a dignified Immortal King. This lad destroyed the cultivation base of the outer sect, disciple I had just accepted in front of me. Are you going to give me an explanation? If you don't, then today we will fight to the death. Master. When Lai Kong heard this, he looked at Eternal River Celestial King in disbelief. How could Eternal River Celestial King not avenge him? Shut up. Eternal River Celestial King glanced coldly at Lai Kong. This piece of trash had finally broken through to become a master of creation, but he was actually defeated by a late Transcendence Realm cultivator to the point that his cultivation base dropped. He was really as stupid as a pig. He had already given up on Lai Kong. At most, he could ensure that Lai Kong could live for a few more years. After all, Lai Kong had just become Eternal River Celestial King's disciple. Otherwise, he wouldn't care about Lai Kong's current life or death. This lad is only in the late Transcendence Realm, but his methods are so miraculous. If I don't get rid of him today, there will be endless troubles in the future. Pudu, Humph, let's see how long you can protect him. A cold glint flashed in Eternal River Celestial King's eyes. An explanation! Immortal King Pudu frowned slightly. He turned to look at Ning Qi, who was standing behind him at some point in time. He sighed in his heart and said to Eternal River Celestial King, "This lad has already suffered a palm strike from you. If he doesn't die, it will be his fortune. Is this explanation not enough?" "Of course not." Eternal River Celestial King sneered and said, "Do you want him to enter the Void Realm? Let this lad leave this place within 3 days and never enter Dao Development, Celestial City for the rest of his life. Then, I will give you face and let him go today." The expressions of Great Sage Xuanjin and the others changed slightly. Eternal River Celestial King's action was equivalent to cutting off Ning Qi's chance of advancing. In the future, it would probably be difficult for him to break through to become a master of creation, and he would never be able to enter Dao Development Celestial City for the rest of his life. This meant that he would never be able to enter the Void Realm in the future to seize opportunities. Jian Shilai's face darkened. She looked at Lai Kong indifferently, but a monstrous hatred rose in her heart. It was this man who had forced the person in her heart to disappear, and now he had forced her son to such a state. Immortal King Pudu, I am very grateful for your help this time. I don't mind not going to the Void Realm. My fortune is not here," Ning Qi said with a smile. Immortal King Pudu was slightly taken aback. He gave Ning Qi a complicated look. If Ning Qi did not already have a master, he would not have become enemies with Eternal River Celestial King because of Ning Qi. Even if he did not make a move today, the cultivators in the outside world would not dare to speak ill of him behind his back. "Have you made up your mind?" Immortal King Pudu said indifferently. "I have made up my mind." Ning Qi nodded with a smile. There was no reluctance on his face, as if the Void Realm was really not important to him. When the others saw this, they all thought that Ning Qi was forcing a smile. If his fortune was not here, where else could it be? Which of the immortal kings present did not enter the Void Realm to achieve their current achievements? Fine. Immortal King Pudu nodded indifferently. "What are you waiting for?" Eternal River Celestial King scolded coldly. Life is full of ups and downs. Eternal River Celestial King, the next time we meet, I will definitely kill you. Ningqi looked at Eternal River Celestial King and said with a faint smile. The whole place instantly became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Even Lai Kong looked at Ningqi in a daze. Was this guy crazy? A late-stage Dharma manifestation cultivator actually said that he would kill an immortal king in the future? The other two immortal kings, standing not far away, looked at Ningqi together with immortal King Pudu. Their expressions were very strange, but a hint of admiration flashed in their eyes. By saying that, Ningbei Xian is basically forcing himself into a dead end, but it is also a slim chance of survival. At least, Eternal River Celestial King will not send anyone to kill him again. Otherwise, he will become a laughing stock, and people will think that he is afraid of this young man. Interesting. In just a little over 100 years, you have grown to this level. What will happen if you are given another few hundred years? About 10 meters behind profound Truth Great Sage, a figure looked at Ningqi indifferently. He was none other than Meng Tianshu, who had changed his appearance. From the day Ningqi saw him, Meng Tianshu had already noticed Ningqi. However, for that purpose, he did not want to cause unnecessary trouble, so he changed his appearance. Chapter 1443. Chapter 1443. Chapter 1443. Bloodline Advancement Nuwa. Ningqi was deep in thought. Nuwa sat opposite him, holding her chin with her hands and looking at Ningqi. Meng Tianshu changed his appearance just to go to the Void Realm? Or you don't want me to recognize you? Many days had passed since that incident. The Nuwa immortal ship was currently heading towards Tonggu City. Back then, when Ningqi left, he exchanged glances with the great sage Xianzhen and Jianxi. He believed that the two of them would help him find out the whereabouts of his parents. At that time, he coincidentally saw someone standing behind the great sage Xianzhen. Ningqi subconsciously checked the attributes of that person, and only then did he discover that it was Meng Tianshu who was hiding in the crowd. Ningqi could not figure out Meng Tianshu's goal, so he stopped thinking about it. This person was mysterious and had some relationship with the underworld. Perhaps he would be useful in the future. Although he didn't manage to explore the Void Realm, Ningqi wasn't disappointed. After all, his fortune wasn't in there. With the most powerful dragon-slaying system, as long as he broke through to the perfected Transcendence Realm, he would be able to pass the advancement mission and become a creator. There was no need for him to go to the Void Domain. He had obtained two benefits from this trip. One was the supreme-grade spirit artifact, Taishang Laojuan's Pill Furnace, and it came with a side mission. The other was killing to his heart's content an immortal king, Pudu's Field of Fortune. Not only did he obtain a large amount of dragon-slaying crystals, he also broke through to the late stage of Dharma Manifestation Realm. When I was in the middle stage of the Transcendence Realm, I could already kill a first Tribulation Master of Creation. Now that my battle prowess has increased tenfold, I might even be able to fight against a second Tribulation Master of Creation. Immortal King Hung, he is a sixth Tribulation Master of Creation. As my strength continues to increase, coupled with the coiling dragon staff, the prison's suppressing dragon elephant art, and the celestial race's innate divine ability, God's grace, I might be able to kill this person as long as I break through to the third Tribulation Master of Creation. Leader, we're almost at Tonggu City. Nuwa interrupted Ningqi's thoughts. Have we arrived? Ningqi's expression changed. Don't be in a hurry to return. Go and investigate the situation here. I want a detailed map of the Dragon General Immortal Dynasty. Nuwa was the most suitable person to handle this matter. She was an artifact spirit and could return to the Nuwa ship at any time. Even the Creator would not be able to keep her here. Yes. Nuwa smiled sweetly. Top-level cultivation training ground. Ningqi's world devastation immortal race bloodline had already reached the high rank. Above the high rank, there were 5 ranks: Peak, Paramount, Creation, Immortal, and Eternal Immortal. The Peak World Devastator Immortal Tribe bloodline only required 50,000 dragon-slaying crystals to advance, and the Peak Ultimate bloodline required 5 million. Ning Qi now had more than 60,000 dragon-slaying crystals, which was enough for him to advance to the peak. I wonder what benefits a top-notch bloodline can bring me. Ning Qi was looking forward to it. System, I want exchange for a top-notch world devastator immortal race bloodline. The system will deduct 50,000 dragon-slaying crystals from the host. Are you sure you want advance? The system notification sounded. Yes, Ning Qi said lightly. In the next moment, a mysterious power rushed into Ning Qi's body, continuously changing his bloodline. This time, Ning Qi purposely used his immortal qi to test out this power. However, as soon as the immortal qi touched the other party, it immediately disintegrated and disappeared completely. An intense pain came from the depths of Ning Qi's heart. This pain was extraordinary. Even with Ning Qi's strong willpower, he could not help but groan, and his face contorted. The pain lasted for about 5 minutes. When it disappeared, Ning Qi was already sweating profusely. This is a warning to the host. The system's cold notification sounded again. A warning to me? Ning Qi's eyes flashed coldly. He did not try to challenge the authority of the system anymore. Reality had proven that with his current strength, the system could kill him easily if it wanted to. As his bloodline continued to be modified, the endless mysterious force was first injected into his bloodline, and another force was injected into Ning Qi's Dharma form. Ning Qi realized that his heaven-ranked upper-grade primordial immortal emperor Dharma form was condensing at a rapid pace. 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 200,000 years, 300,000 years. In just one day, Ning Qi felt that his cultivation had increased by nearly 500,000 years. It was equivalent to swallowing 5,000 Taishang recover pills and killing 5,000 Transcendence realm cultivators. This was Ning Qi's own judgment. It was not accurate to use years to calculate. After all, some people's cultivation for a year was equivalent to others' cultivation for 1,000 years. A Transcendence realm cultivator with millions of years of cultivation might not be able to withstand a punch from a first tribulation creator. The length of cultivation had nothing to do with combat strength. What mattered was quality. Just like Ning Qi now, as long as he did not break through to a new realm, even if he was given tens of millions of years of cultivation, it would only make his cultivation more vigorous. The increase in combat strength would not be too exaggerated. This mysterious force had not weakened and was still nourishing Ning Qi's primordial immortal emperor Dharma form. As the primordial immortal emperor Dharma form condensed, the immortal qi also increased exponentially. 1 month later, ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing your bloodline to the pinnacle. The system's notification sounded. Ning Qi slowly opened his eyes and gently exhaled. A gush of immortal qi gushed out of Ning Qi's mouth like a river and was then swallowed into Ning Qi's stomach. Exhaling formed a river. His current immortal qi had increased by about 100 times compared to when he had just broken through to the Transcendence realm. In this month, although the power from the bloodline was constantly weakening, it also increased Ning Qi's cultivation by nearly 5 million years. It was equivalent to killing 50,000 cultivators in the Dharma characteristic realm and swallowing 50,000 Taishang Grand Restore pills. However, Ning Qi's primordial immortal emperor Dharma form was different. It was far from enough for him to break through again. He needed at least another 5 million years of cultivation. I didn't expect the advancement of my bloodline to benefit me so much. I was still a long way from the Transcendence realm to the Transcendence realm, but now the distance has been shortened by half. If I really calculate my cultivation now, I should be halfway to the Transcendence realm, right? The corners of Ning Qi's mouth curled up slightly. Although he was halfway to the Transcendence realm, his strength was unfathomable to ordinary Transcendence realm cultivators. Perhaps even a second Tribulation Creator would not be able to resist him. Ning Qi was now confident that he could fight against a 3 Tribulation Creator. He had just broken through to the Transcendence realm, and now he had broken through to the Transcendence realm. If immortal King Pudu saw this kind of cultivation speed again, he would definitely try his best to take Ning Qi as his disciple. If immortal King Hung he saw this, he would probably disregard everything and kill Ning Qi right away, because this kind of advancement speed was too terrifying. Anyone who saw this would be terrified. If a person felt that something was too terrifying, they would want to destroy it. This was human nature. Chapter 1444. Chapter 1444. A visit perhaps because of the successive breakthroughs in his cultivation. Ning Qi's foundation was a bit unstable. He had to go into seclusion for more than 100 years before he gradually stabilized his cultivation that had suddenly increased by more than 5 million years. 3 months had passed in the outside world. Nuwa had been waiting in the Nuwa ship for a long time. Even Hua Lang had come out of her room to wait for Ning Qi. Suddenly, Ning Qi appeared in front of them. Hua Lang quickly suppressed the shock in her heart and bowed respectfully. "Thank you, ancestral Patriarch Beixian, for giving me the elixir. Hua Lang is very grateful." "Oh, you broke through?" Ning Qi smiled. Hua Lang was only at the later stage of the Dharma phase, but now she was half a step away from the perfected spirit realm. It was obviously the effect of the Taishan Grand Restore Elixir. For cultivators like her, a Taishan Grand Restore Elixir that could increase their cultivation by 10,000 years was enough to help them break through. But for Ning Qi, it was like a drop of water falling into the ocean. Ning Qi wasn't envious. For example, if Hua Lang's body was a cup that could only hold 1 cup of water, then Ning Qi's Dharma form was a river that could hold countless cups of water. Yes, it's all thanks to ancestral Patriarch Beixian's elixir. Otherwise, I might not be able to break through even if I entered the void realm, Hua Lang sighed. She thought that the following days would be very tragic. After all, she had seen Ning Qi kill the cultivators of the 9 Serenities demon sect. If it was anyone else, they would have killed her. Even if she made a heavenly oath, it would be useless. She didn't expect that Ning Qi would give her a pill to help her increase her cultivation. Instead of pinning her hopes on the ethereal void domain, it would be more practical to give the supreme, great restore pill to her. Cultivate well in the future. I won't shortchange you in elixirs. Take this inferior grade spiritual artifact. Ning Qi smiled and casually threw a short sword to Hua Lang. Inferior grade spiritual artifact. Hua Lang was shocked, and she quickly took it. She had only heard about it in the legends, but she had never seen it in person. After all, inferior grade spiritual artifacts were treasures even to a first tribulation creator. How could she, a cultivator from the Black Tortoise continent, have seen one before? Is this really a low-grade spiritual weapon? Hua Lang carefully held the dagger with both hands. He felt a little breathless, because the dagger was faintly emitting a sliver of the power of creation. However, you don't have the power of creation, so you can't refine low-grade weapons. It's not a bad idea to observe and cut some fruits in your free time. When facing an enemy, as long as the opponent is not a half step away from the creation realm, the effect of this stab is slightly better than a supreme grade Dharma artifact. It's considered practical for breaking arrays. Ning Qi smiled faintly. During this trip to immortal King Pudu's Field of Fortune, apart from killing people and obtaining dragon-slaying crystals, which he used to condense his Dharma form, Ning Qi also obtained a few lower-grade spirit artifacts. However, Ning Qi had no use for them, so he gave Great Saint Xuanjin and Jian Shilai one each. Now, there were still 4 or 5 spirit artifacts in his storage bag. Speaking of which, the cultivators of the dragon race were indeed wealthy. Among the human race, even a first tribulation creator would have to spend a lot of money to purchase a low-grade spirit artifact. Yet, a group of humans who weren't even at the half-step creation realm, had actually contributed 7 or 8 of them to Ningqi. Thank you, ancestral patriarch Beixian. Thank you. Hua Lang quickly kowtowed and bowed. Just call me young master in the future. I'm afraid that you'll have to spend a very long period of time here. Fortunately, Nuwa will accompany you. If you're bored, ask her to bring you to the entertainment hall and teach you how to play with those exquisite things. Ningqi smiled. The exquisite things were naturally the various entertainment programs that came with the Nuwa. There was even a virtual local area network. If it wasn't for the fact that there was no signal in this place, they might be able to connect to the network of the ancient Atlantis. It was as if they were there, and it was too wonderful for words. Yes, young master. Hua Lang quickly accepted her identity and got into her role. She stood next to Ningqi like a maidservant. Nuwa, did you get any information this time? Ningqi smiled. Leader, the distribution of the forces of the Dragon General Celestial Dynasty is here. Please take a look. Nuwa smiled and didn't do anything. A virtual map appeared in the captain's room. On it was a 3D model that constructed the map of the entire Dragon General Celestial Dynasty. The distribution of the major forces was also marked with red, blue, and purple. Among them, red represented the weakest and purple represented the strongest. Of course, there were many places that the scouting insect-type robots that Nuwa sent out couldn't go to. They were left empty, but the information collected by Nuwa was also marked on the map. It was the first time that Hua Lang saw such a map. Her eyes widened. Even as a late-stage Dharma characteristic cultivator, she was like a deity in the eyes of mortals. She had seen all kinds of jade slips and maps, but none of them were as clear, straightforward, and detailed as the one in front of her. On the map, the red dots were densely packed. There were fewer blue dots and the least purple dots. There were only 30 places. These 30 places must have the presence of creators. Ningqi casually pointed at a blue dot. Then the virtual map zoomed in and the image became more detailed. It was a mansion. Even the flowers and plants inside were displayed in 3D mode. Leader, the owner of this mansion, is a second tribulation creator, a dragon. Nuwa said, the blue ones are all first tribulation creators. Ningqi asked. Yes. Nuwa nodded. Then it's not easy to detect a first tribulation creator. If a few second tribulation creators die, true immortal Longjiang will inevitably notice. I remember he's a fifth tribulation creator, right? He's almost an immortal king. Ningqi smiled. After a pause, he said, pick out all the dragons in these blue marked places. I want to visit them one by one. That's right. The reason why Ningqi asked Nuwa to investigate this place was very simple. He wanted to earn some money before he left. A first tribulation creator could increase his cultivation quite a lot. Even if he couldn't break through to the transcendence realm perfected, he could still increase his cultivation by a few million years. The most important thing was the Dragon Slayer crystals. If he had 5 million Dragon Slayer crystals, he could exchange for a supreme bloodline and directly break through to the Dharma characteristic great perfection, or even a half step to creation. Nuwa's calculation speed was very fast. In less than a moment, she sorted out the information that Ningqi needed. Then, all the images on the map dimmed. Only the places that met Ningqi's criteria became brighter. Hua Lang secretly guessed. Could it be that young master knew these Dragon Clan creators? Chapter 1445. What can you do even if you know? Come, come, come. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Since you're here as guests, I'll naturally treat you with the best. 3-year-old children are the most delicious and sweet. After you're done eating, you can use the head as wine and drink it with the brain juice. Isn't that perfect? A burly man held a human child who was trembling in fear and could no longer speak. He sat in the hall and laughed heartily. Although this burly man was in human form, he had 2 horns on his head. He was a member of the dragon race. There were 8 other guests in the hall. They all had strange appearances and were clearly members of the alien race. None of them were humans. In front of each of them was a 3-year-old child sitting on a table with a pale face. He seemed to be under some kind of restriction and didn't cry or make a fuss. "You're too polite, heavenly evil, perfected immortal. Such delicacies can only be tasted in the celestial dynasty controlled by the dragon race. If we were in other celestial dynasties and human cultivators found out, they would definitely chase us for thousands of miles." A shifty-eyed cultivator said with a grin. When he laughed, he revealed a row of sharp white teeth. "Well said, well said. You've all come from thousands of miles away. How can I not do my duty as a host?" The dragon race's burly man, who was called Tianxia, laughed heartily. Obviously, he was very pleased with the flattery. Among the 9 of them, his cultivation was the strongest, and he had the highest chance of breaking through to the second tribulation creator realm. Thus, the other 8 saw him as their leader. Every 10 years they would gather together, and they could be considered as a small group. This was very common among creators, especially itinerant cultivators. Cultivators, without any backing, liked this kind of alliance the most. After all, having one more creator as a friend meant more confidence. When they encountered some difficulties, they could help each other and easily get through it. Perhaps because he had something on his mind, heavenly evil, perfected immortal, didn't attack the child in his hand immediately. Seeing this, the other 8 didn't eat first. "Sigh, I won't hide it from everyone. I heard that one of the 9 great elixir veins, the Sunset Night elixir vein, has a pale Tao inheritance that's about to open. If we can obtain it, it will be greatly beneficial to our future cultivation." Heavenly evil, perfected immortal sighed. Everyone's eyes flashed with surprise. There was actually such a thing. The 9 great elixir veins had not produced an alchemy Tao inheritance for 700 to 800 years, right? Celestial monarch heaven fiend, the 9 great pill veins are not something we can covet. Even the Alchemist Union is only allowed to send 2 governors to participate. Out of the 300 immortal dynasties, only 1/5 of them have the Alchemist Union stationed there. Other than that, even the 7 strongest sects in the Central Continent are only allowed 10 slots each. It's the same for the Alchemist Union as well. The remaining ones are those with 6 tribulation creator existences. Even if we covet them, there's nothing we can do. The shifty-eyed cultivator with sharp teeth said with a wry smile, "That's right. Even the celestial dynasties with 3 tribulation masters of creation, for tribulation masters of creation and 5 tribulation masters of creation don't have the right to interfere in this matter. I think celestial evil should give up on this idea and drink to our heart's content today." Someone chimed in. Celestial evil shook his head, and a hint of hope flashed across his eyes. "Have you forgotten? Tao Yen, Celestial Emperor, appeared this time and conquered the Central Continent with thunderous methods. The previous rules are the past, and there might be new rules for the opening of the Alchemy Tao inheritance this time. That's why I called all of you here to make sufficient preparations. If there's a change in the wind, we can join forces and head there. No matter what, this place is not too far from the 9 great elixir veins. If there's really a change, we'll be able to act immediately." "Oh!" The 8 of them looked at each other and nodded thoughtfully. Then they laughed in unison. Celestial evil is really thoughtful. We're ashamed of our inferiority. Not at all. Haha, now that we're done with business, let's enjoy this delicacy. Celestial evil laughed. Everyone looked at the child in front of them with a smile. Just as they grabbed the child and were about to eat him, 2 figures, one tall and one short, slowly walked into the hall. No one reported? Celestial evil and the rest looked serious. They were afraid that the other party did not come with good intentions. Who are you? Celestial Evil looked at the tall and big figure and asked coldly. The other party's cultivation level was not to be underestimated to be able to walk into his heavily guarded residence so openly. His 8 friends put down the child in their hands and stood up, their gazes landing on Ningqi. As for Nvaiwa beside him, they did not think much of her. It's a human cultivator. The smell of a human on Ningqi made the 9 of them even more wary. Do you have a feast here? Why didn't you call me along? Ningqi chuckled. Celestial Evil put on a fake smile. Do you want to eat these human children too? Why don't you tell us your name and befriend us to see if we're on the same path? There's no need to befriend us. It's just that you didn't call me along today, so Ningqi smiled faintly. So what? Celestial Evil laughed. So I plan to beat you to death. Ningqi smiled faintly. He seems to be a Dharma characteristic cultivator? That's right. He doesn't have any creation aura on him. And you're just a Dharma characteristic. How dare you come here? Oh, the girl beside you is quite pretty. Why don't you serve us? Everyone seemed to realize that Ningqi's cultivation level was very low and heaved a sigh of relief. The atmosphere was no longer so tense, and they took Ningqi's words as a joke. But Celestial Evil did not. Instead, he became even more solemn. He was about to speak when Ningqi moved. He was very fast. It was so fast that the 8 aliens didn't even have time to react before Ningqi gave them a palm each. The violent, immortal spiritual energy directly destroyed their life force. The 8 First Tribulation creators didn't even have time to use their creation domains before they died on the spot. They didn't even have time to say anything. Who are you? Fear flashed through Celestial Evil's eyes. The eyes of the 3-year-old children suddenly lit up as they looked at Ningqi in a daze. So what if you know? Ningqi said indifferently. Celestial Evil's body stiffened. The figure had come from behind him. Ningqi's figure was gradually fading in front of him. It was so fast that even the creation masters could not see it clearly. This fellow's cultivation level was at least a 2nd tribulation. No, a 3rd tribulation creator. I am, just as perfected Lord Heavenly Evil was about to announce his background. Ningqi's palm landed on his back. The anger in his eyes gradually faded. Rays of white light entered Ningqi's body, and the primordial immortal emperor's Dharma characteristic became more condensed. Each of these 9 fellows had more than 1,000 sin points, which was equivalent to another 10,000 dragon-slaying crystals. Chief, what about these children? Nuwa pointed at the group of 3-year-old children who had innocent expressions on their faces. Take them away. Ningqi frowned and said faintly, Good. I was just worried that no one would play with me. Chapter 1446. Chapter 1446. Chapter 1446 Xuanya Immortal Dynasty with the addition of a group of children on board the Nuwa. Nuwa had a lot of things to do. She had all kinds of knowledge about the ancient Atlantis in her mind, and it was just the right time for her to show off her skills. As for the origins of these children, Ningqi asked a few of them, but they were all inarticulate and could not speak at all. Instead, the child he had saved from perfected Lord Heavenly Diabolical was more intelligent and could explain his situation in an orderly manner. His parents had already been killed, and the parents of the other children were probably the same. Teach them some ordinary cultivation techniques. As for what happens in the future, that will depend on their temperament. Ningqi left Nuwa after giving some instructions to Nuwa. The dragon-slaying crystals obtained from killing perfected Lord Heavenly Evil, and the others were quite abundant. At the same time, a First Tribulation creator was equivalent to 50 Taishang Grand Restore pills. Ningqi obtained more than 40,000 years of cultivation, and his 10,000 ancient immortal Emperor Dharma form became more condensed. Half a year later, when the Dragon General Celestial Dynasty lost more than 100 First Tribulation Creator Dragon cultivators, the Celestial Dynasty finally sensed that something was wrong. Many soldiers appeared everywhere, including the strongest army under true immortal Longjiang, the divine dragon army. At the same time, Ningqi had already left the Dragon General Celestial Dynasty through the teleportation array. After a long journey, using teleportation arrays, Ningqi returned to the Deer Gate Immortal Dynasty's great and city a few months later. The last time he left, Ningqi's combat prowess was on par with a first Tribulation Creator, and there was still a gap between him and a second Tribulation Creator. But this time, Ningqi was confident that he could fight against a third Tribulation Creator. "Commander, you're back?" Moyu just happened to be in the courtyard. When she saw Ningqi enter, she hurriedly shot him a look. Ningqi was slightly startled. Before he could say anything, Venerated Blackwater walked out and sneered at Ningqi. "Commander Ning, you really are a busy man. As the commander of Great Peace City, if you don't stay here to guard this place, where else can you be carefree?" Venerated Blackwater was followed by Senior Ghost, Li Kunshin by Cheng and Ling Fei. Ningqi could not sense their auras in the Alchemist Alliance. "Where did I go?" Ningqi smiled. "What does that have to do with you?" "Ning Beixian, although you and I are both commanders, I'm a second Tribulation Creator. If you continue to spout such nonsense, don't blame me for being merciless." Pill Venerate Blackwater shouted coldly, anger filling his eyes. Ningqi smiled. If it weren't for the fact that Pill Sage, Emerald Sea, and the 33 true immortals of the Alchemist Alliance stood behind Pill, Supremacy Blackwater, Ningqi would have already beaten him to a pulp. "Say it, wait for me here. What's the matter? Don't tell me you've come to find trouble with me for the sake of your good-for-nothing disciple?" Ningqi laughed. "Don't worry, Wang Ting's skills were inferior, so he deserved to die. This time, this sovereign came here because I have good news to inform you. Pill Saint Emerald Sea has ordered you to leave Great and City and head to the Dark Knight Immortal Dynasty's Jiangnan City to take up the post of governor. This is the order. You can come with me after reading it." Alchemy Venerate Blackwater tossed a jade slip to Ningqi. Then, an almost imperceptible look of anticipation flashed across his eyes. If Ningqi dared to defy his orders, he could use this opportunity to suppress Ningqi. Ningqi was being transferred out of Great and City. The expressions of Spectral Elder and the others immediately changed, becoming somewhat unsightly. "Oh, is there a need to trouble Pill Venerate Blackwater for such a small matter? If I'm not wrong, Pill Venerate Blackwater is the commander of the Dark Knight Immortal Dynasty's Alchemist Alliance, right? He's like Pill Venerate Langya, an existence that can suppress an entire region. Do I really have that much face?" Ningqi glanced at the contents of the jade slip, then smiled faintly at Pill Venerate Blackwater. "You don't have to worry about that. Come with me," Pill Venerate Blackwater said coldly, disappointment flashing across his eyes. Ningqi's performance had truly exceeded his expectations. In his opinion, Ningqi should have turned pale with fright when he found out that he was being transferred to the Dark Knight Immortal Dynasty. He should have resisted for a while, but now he was acting so nonchalantly. Commander Ning, you actually broke through on this trip?" Pill Venerate Blackwater's eyes narrowed slightly. The aura that Ningqi gave him right now was like that of a late-stage Transcendence Realm Cultivator, but it was also like that of a half-step perfected Transcendence Realm Cultivator. "I'm lucky to have broken through. I'm now one step closer to the creation realm." Ningqi smiled. Pill Venerate Blackwater's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. Was becoming a creator that easy? Most of the geniuses of the same generation as him had already died. Some terrifying existences that were several times more talented than him were now only a first Tribulation Creator. They had already faded into the crowd. On the other hand, he, with ordinary talent, had broken through again and again just because he had Alchemy St. Azure Sea as his master. He could consume large amounts of elixirs every year. Back when ancestral patriarch North Mystic was at the mid-stage transcendence realm, his combat power was already terrifying. Now that he has broken through to the late-stage transcendence realm, I'm afraid. Li Kuan-Shin looked at Ning Qi with surprise and joy. Bai Cheng and the others didn't think it was surprising that Ning Qi had broken through from the mid-stage to the late-stage transcendence realm. To them, it was normal. After all, Ning Qi knew how to refine the Taishang Recover pill, but Li Kuan-Shin didn't. He was the one who knew Ning Qi the best. More than 100 years ago, Ning Qi had just begun to condense his Dharma power. Although he had condensed his Dharma power for more than 100 years, in reality, it had only been a few years since Ning Qi had broken through to the later stage of the transcendence realm. This was really shocking. Let's cut to the chase. Commander Ning, I'll give you half a day to settle the matters here. We'll be on our way. Alchemy, venerate, Blackwater said lightly. Ning Qi had planned to explore the underworld passage in the Han Tang ruins, but he had seen Alchemy Saint Azure Sea's order. If he disobeyed, he would face the hostility of the entire Alchemist Union. This should be what Alchemy Venerate Blackwater wanted to see, but Ning Qi wouldn't let him have his way. He wanted to see what else Alchemy Venerate Blackwater had up his sleeve. If he took revenge for Wang Ting personally, Ning Qi would have a reason to kill him. Then he could find some witnesses, and Alchemy Saint Azure Sea wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Old Ghost, after I leave, you will still be the commander of Den City. I will write a letter and report this to Alchemy Venerate Langya. I believe he will give you face, Ning Qi told Old Ghost. Then he looked at Alchemy Venerate Blackwater and said, I've finished. Let's go? Alchemy Venerate Blackwater nodded coldly. Xuanya Celestial Dynasty. This celestial dynasty wasn't far from the Deer Gate Celestial Dynasty. There were 8 celestial dynasties between them. They arrived at their destination, Jiangnan City, in half a month. Chapter 1447. A late night visit Jiangnan City. The Alchemist Union. From the outside, the buildings here looked even grander than Alchemy Venerate Langya's residence. When Alchemy Venerate Blackwater brought Ning Qi over, there were 4 people standing at the entrance. These 4 people faintly emitted a half-step manifestation aura. They looked at Alchemy Venerate Blackwater respectfully, but their gazes towards Ning Qi were not as friendly. Ning Qi had already guessed this. The Black Knight Immortal Dynasty was Alchemy Venerate Blackwater's territory. It would be strange if his people were friendly to him. Alchemy Venerate Blackwater. Could this be the new commander of our Jiangnan City? Among the 4, the young cultivator with the strongest cultivation bowed respectfully. At the same time, he glanced at Ning Qi coldly with a trace of disdain. Ning Qi glanced at his attributes. Lu Jiangnan, half-step manifestation. And his name is Ning Beixian. He was previously the commander of the Deer Gate Immortal Dynasty's Dan City. This time, Alchemy Sage Bai Hai has ordered for him to be the commander of Jiangnan City. All of you must listen to his arrangements in the future. Understand? Alchemy Venerate Blackwater smiled. Alchemy Venerate Blackwater, I'm not convinced. Jiangnan City is one of the important cities of the Black Knight Immortal Dynasty. If a manifestation realm cultivator is appointed as the commander here, wouldn't it be a joke? There's no need to care about a remote place like the Deer Gate Immortal Dynasty's and city, but Jiangnan City is different. This place is one of the faces of our Alchemist Union. Lu Jiangnan cupped his fists. Brother Lu's words are reasonable. The other 3 also cupped their fists in agreement. Alchemy Venerate Blackwater glanced at Ning Qi with a smile that was not a smile. Seeing that Ning Qi did not seem to mind at all and still had a calm expression, Alchemy Venerate Blackwater's expression changed. He shouted coldly at Lu Jiangnan and the others. This is Alchemy Sage Bai Hai's order. Are you guys going to defy him? We don't dare. Lu Jiangnan and the others cupped their fists, but there was no trace of fear on their faces. Clearly, they were confident that Alchemy Venerate Blackwater wouldn't blame them for this matter. Ning Beixian, I will only send you here. Next, you can take over with Lu Jiangnan and the others. Pil Venerate Blackwater said indifferently as he looked at Ning Qi. Then he turned around and left. Ning Qi watched Alchemy Venerate Blackwater's back calmly. After Alchemy Venerate Blackwater disappeared from his sight, Ning Qi headed straight for the Alchemist Alliance, ignoring Lu Jiangnan and the other three. This kid is a little arrogant. Lu Jiangnan frowned slightly. Brother Lu, I heard that Pale Sovereign Blackwater's personal disciple, Wang Ting, died at this kid's hands. Pale Saint Emerald C sent him here to be the commander. I don't think it's that simple, is it? Looks like I'll have to find a chance to test him. If you can handle this matter for Pale Venerable Blackwater, I believe that the position of Jiangnan City's governor will belong to Brother Lu, right? Hearing this, the corner of Lu Jiangnan's lips curled up slightly. You can't say that. The three of you also have a chance. We wouldn't dare. Brother Lu's ancestors are the true inheritors of the 9 great alchemy veins. How could the three of us be mentioned in the same breath as you? The three of them smiled fawningly. It was obvious that Lu Jiangnan had something that they were extremely afraid of. Otherwise, they would not have made such a gesture. Jiangnan City's Alchemist Alliance had a lot more people than Dan City. Lu Jiangnan and the other three had 50 to 60 alchemy attendants. However, they all looked at Ning Qi indifferently. Even though they knew that Ning Qi was the new governor, they did not greet him. It was as if they had a tacit agreement to isolate Ning Qi. There was not even a guide to lead the way for Ning Qi. However, with a thought, Ning Qi found the independent courtyard of the Alchemist Alliance and moved in. At night, Ning Beixian did not come out after he went in. Yes, indeed. I've been keeping an eye on him. If that's the case, why don't the 4 of us go and test him? If we're discovered, won't that mean he's just a transcendence realm cultivator? Even if we beat him up, will he know that we did it? So what if he guessed it? What proof can we have? All right, since Brother Lu said so, the 3 of us will go with you. 4 figures stealthily snuck into Ning Qi's courtyard like ghosts. However, as soon as their feet touched the ground, they felt a surge of energy surging towards them. Their expressions changed drastically as they knew that something was wrong. They wanted to turn around and escape, but they found that they could not lift their feet at all. Even the creation energy in their bodies was being suppressed by this energy. The 4 of you were so cold in the day, but you're so warm at night. You've all come to greet me? Ning Qi appeared in front of the 4 of them with a faint smile. The 4 of them had ugly expressions. A trace of anger flashed in their eyes. The other party was clearly a transcendence realm cultivator. How could he have the ability to imprison 4 half-step creation realm cultivators at the same time? Governor Ning, what happened tonight was a misunderstanding. Lu Jiangnan realized that he could still move his mouth and said with an ugly expression, Yes, it was a misunderstanding. The 4 of us had important matters to attend to during the day. After discussing it tonight, we felt that it would be impolite if Governor Ning did not come to greet us since you've just arrived. The other 3 echoed. Do you think I'll believe your words? Ning Qi stepped forward and removed the masks on their faces one by one. He looked at the 4 of them with a faint smile. As the official alchemists of the Alchemist Alliance, you came here in the middle of the night with your faces covered. If I report this, what do you think will happen to you? Governor Ning, you don't have to do this. The 4 of us did not do anything to harm you. Lu Jiangnan forced a smile and said, Why don't you let us go and pretend that nothing happened tonight? You can be your governor and we'll fulfill our duties. Do you know what your duties are? Ning Qi smiled faintly. No, Dao. Lu Jiangnan and the other 3 glanced at each other and then spoke in unison. They had been caught red-handed tonight. If they did not compromise, this matter would become very troublesome. Moreover, they were very wary of Ning Chi's cultivation. He was not as weak as he looked on the surface. To be able to imprison 4 half-step creation realm cultivators at once, how could he be a transcendence realm cultivator? It's late. Please go back. Ning Chi smiled faintly and waved his hand. The 4 immediately felt that they could move again. They laughed dryly and bowed to Ning Chi before turning and walking out the door. The next day, Ning Chi realized that the alchemy apprentices would take the initiative to greet him when they saw him. Even when they occasionally saw Lu Jiangnan and the others, they were very respectful. They were not as cold as they had been on the first day, deliberately isolating him. Xuanye Immortal Dynasty. Immortal Capital. The news from Lu Jiangnan is enough to confirm that this lad's battle strength is not ordinary. It looks like I can only act according to plan. Alchemy Venerable Blackwater crushed the jade slip in his hand coldly. He had already tested Ning Chi once. This time, Lu Jiangnan and the others tested him again. Alchemy Venerable Blackwater immediately made a decision. That day, Ning Chi received his message. Chapter 1448. An acquaintance, Pill Lord Blackwater. I heard that each dynasty's Alchemist Alliance will only have 2 slots for the opening of the Alchemy Inheritance this time. Even the dynasty itself won't have a single slot if it doesn't have a 6th Tribulation Creator. Why would you want me to accompany you for such a good thing? Ning Chi chuckled. Venerate Blackwater was expressionless beside him. The 2 were already on their way to the Sunset Night Pill Vein. It should take at least 2 months to reach the Sunset Night Pill Vein from the Dark Night Immortal Dynasty. 1.5 months had passed, and they were about to reach their destination. Commander Ning knows how to refine a Grade 8 Grand Supreme Recover Pill, which is enough to prove that your alchemy skills are not weak. Although Wang Ting died at your hands, I am impartial and will not deprive you of everything you deserve. Every dynasty will send their geniuses to participate in the opening of the Sunset Night Pill Vein. Although your cultivation is slightly low and will be a shortcoming in this competition, don't worry. Since you came from the Dark Night Immortal Dynasty, I will naturally bring you back safely. Venerate Blackwater said indifferently. In that case, I must thank Venerate Blackwater. Ning Chi smiled faintly. Alchemy Venerate Blackwater didn't think that Ning Chi would believe him. The 2 of them appeared to be united, but they were actually divided. As long as Ning Chi reached Sunset Night's alchemy vein and entered the fray over the alchemy inheritance, Alchemy Venerate Blackwater had countless ways to kill Ning Chi. No one would be able to say anything. After coming out of the last teleportation array, the 2 left the giant city. Ning Chi followed Venerate Blackwater and flew north. Venerate Blackwater purposely wanted to test Ning Chi's speed, so he used 70 to 80% of his strength to travel 1,000 miles in an instant. When he turned his head and found that Ning Chi was nowhere to be seen, he slowly slowed down. Oh, where did that kid go? Venerate Blackwater waited for a while, but still didn't see Ning Chi. His face gradually darkened. If Ning Chi fled halfway, then his plan would fail, and he would have wasted a spot. After breaking through, the power of 90,000 miles in an instant has indeed increased a lot. Now, I can travel 60,000 miles in an instant. I wonder if an immortal king can catch up to this speed? A few days later, Sunset Night Pill Vein. From afar, the mountain range seemed to be dyed with reddish-brown spots, but upon closer inspection, it was actually a reddish-brown stone forest. These reddish-brown stones emitted a faint trace of heat. Even from a distance, one could feel the heat hitting one's face. These stones occupied 70 to 80% of the entire mountain range, so the weather here was also very hot. Ning Chi gradually slowed down his speed. According to the information he had gathered along the way, Mu Ye's pill vein was one of the Alchemist Alliance's 9 great pill emperors. The place that Pill Emperor Mu Yi guarded was also one of the Alchemist Alliance's 9 great forbidden lands. Other than when the Alchemy Dao inheritance was opened, outsiders would be allowed to enter. Normally, it would be in a closed state. The land within a radius of several million miles was completely covered by a layer of a faint, restrictive spell. Not even a mosquito was allowed to enter. Elder Ghost once said that the Alchemist Alliance has 33 true immortals, and only 3 of them are Pill Emperors. The remaining 6 Pill Emperors are likely to be existences above the Immortal King level. The strongest one should be an 8 Tribulation Creator. I wonder if this Pill Emperor Mu Yi is the former or the latter. Gradually, as Ningqi got closer to Mu Ye's pill vein, a strange building with a foreign style appeared in front of Ningqi. This should be Mu Yi City, the place where Pill Emperor Mu Ye's servants usually lived. Only Pill Emperor Mu Yi could live in the pill vein. Ningqi sensed thousands of auras. He didn't know how many of them were here for the Alchemy Dao inheritance, and how many of them were Pill Emperor Mu Ye's subordinates. Landing in front of the city gate, Ningqi walked straight in. The cultivator guarding the city took a step forward, and before he could say anything, Ningqi took out a jade token and threw it over. This jade token could prove his identity as the Dark Knight, Celestial Dynasty's Jian, Nan City governor. Where is Pill Venerable Blackwater of the Dark Knight, Celestial Dynasty? Why are you alone? The cultivator guarding the city checked the token, confirmed its authenticity, and threw it back to Ningqi. Then he looked at Ningqi coldly and said, they were Pill Emperor Mu Ye's subordinates. Even if Ningqi was a pill sage, they might not have a good attitude, let alone a small governor. Pill Venerable Blackwater was delayed by something. I guess it will take him some time to get here. Ningqi smiled. With Pill Venerable Blackwater's speed, even if he flew at full speed, it would take him about 5 months to get here. The Alchemy Dao inheritance will only open in about half a year. During this time, live in Mu Yi City and don't cause trouble. Otherwise, even if you are the Alchemist Union's governor, you won't have any face. Do you understand? The cultivator guarding the city said coldly. Ningqi nodded lightly. The heat inside Mu Yi City was more than 10 times higher than outside. However, this heat was not a problem for Ningqi. If a normal Dharma plane cultivator came here, they would probably feel a little uncomfortable, as if they were thrown into a furnace. Another human cultivator. Is he from the Alchemist Union or some other force? Strange, a Transcendence Realm cultivator? Such a being dares to compete for the Alchemy Dao inheritance this time? It seems like he's a cultivator from the Alchemist Union. Their alchemy skills can make up for the lack of cultivation. Speaking of which, every time the inheritance opens, 60% of the people who get the inheritance are cultivators from the Alchemist Union. Many pairs of malicious eyes landed on Ningqi as soon as he entered the city. They were all foreign races. The weakest among them had an aura on par with Pill Venerate Blackwater, and the strongest among them were probably 3 Tribulation Creators. Ningqi stood where he was and exchanged glances with them for a while. Then he walked into the city. Brother Ning, you're here too? A pleasantly surprised voice was heard. Ningqi looked up and saw Shan Bai, the personal disciple of the true immortal of the Deer sect, waving at him from afar. Beside him stood a beautiful woman. She looked at Ningqi with a hint of coldness in her eyes. Brother Shin, why are you here? Ningqi smiled and stepped forward curiously. When he killed perfected immortal Tianxia, he heard about the rules regarding the opening of the Alchemy Dao inheritance. According to the rules, other than the Alchemist Union, and the 7 strongest sects in the central mainland, the other races and forces only had Immortal King level experts. Perfected Immortal Deer was only a 3 Tribulation Creator. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have a spot. Haha, I'm basking in Lady Gongsuin's light. As for you, I didn't expect the Alchemist Union to give you a spot. Chapter 1449. The Tower of State of Mind Lady Gongsun? She must be the one next to Shinbai. Her cultivation is quite high, a second tribulation creator, stronger than Shinbai. Lady Gongsun, let me introduce you. This is Ning Beixian, the supervisor of the Alchemist Alliance in Den City. He is a good friend of mine. Don't underestimate him just because he can refine a rank 8 supreme, great, rejuvenating pill. He will have a bright future in the Alchemist Alliance. Shenbai introduced with a smile. Hearing this, Gongsun Ziyun's cold face finally moved a little. She looked at Ning Qi with a hint of anger in her eyes. She nodded and said, Gongsun Ziyun. Ning Beixian. Ning Qi smiled. He could see that this woman was very arrogant and seemed to look down on his cultivation. Only when she heard that he could refine a rank 8 supreme, great rejuvenating pill did her expression change a little. Shenbai laughed, then turned to Ning Qi and said, Brother Ning, let's go. Don't just stand there. There's still half a year until the pill vein inheritance opens. Since you're here so early, I presume you have the same goal as me. You want to enter the Pagoda of Mind, right? Since we've met, why don't we go together? Tower of State of Mind? Seeing that Ning Qi seemed to be a little confused, Shenbai realized that Ning Qi didn't even know about the existence of the pill lineage of Sunset Night in the central mainland. Brother Ning, didn't anyone tell you that there's a mind pagoda left behind from ancient times here? It has a total of 33 floors, and it's extremely mystical. Rumor has it that even the Dao Yen Celestial Emperor could only reach the 32nd floor. Other than him, existences at the level of the 9 Serenities Demon Lord also stopped at the 29th floor, and they couldn't even touch the 30th floor. The strongest person here, Pill Emperor Muyi, is a 7 tribulation creator, but he only reached the 19th floor. Shinbai said excitedly, Brother Shin, what are the benefits of challenging the Tower of State of Mind? Ning Qi asked. Haha, the benefits are great. Every time you pass a level, your state of mind will be refined and your aptitude will be strengthened. Such an opportunity could only be encountered by chance in the past, other than the 7 great sects and the Dao Yen Celestial Emperor who can send some disciples over every year. Existences like us can forget about entering the Pagoda of Mind if it wasn't for the opening of the Elixir Vein inheritance this time. Shinbai laughed. Pausing for a moment, Zhang Xian continued, I forgot that you are the supervisor of the Apothecary Alliance. If the higher-ups were to take a liking to you, you might stand a chance as well. If not for Gongsun, I probably wouldn't have such an opportunity. Gongsun Ziyun's expression was very cold. Only when Shinbai mentioned her name would her expression change a little. Ning Qi was very curious about the relationship between the two. Could they be Dao companions? If that was really the case, Shinbai had found a fair, rich, and beautiful woman. Since Gongsun Ziyun was able to obtain the quota to enter this place, it meant that there was a 6th tribulation master of creation behind her, which was an existence of the celestial king level. Not long after, the 3 of them arrived at the center of Twilight City. There was a very ordinary ancient pagoda here. From the outside, it looked like it had been eroded by the passage of time. Some places were even missing edges and corners. Before the 3 of them arrived, there were already more than 2,000 figures sitting cross-legged near this ancient pagoda. They did not pay much attention to the arrival of the 3 of them. Instead, they focused all their attention on the 33-story Mind Pagoda. Which heaven's prodigy is it? He actually made it to the 8th level. Lady Gongsun, if I remember correctly, you only made it to the 6th level last time, right? When Shenbai saw the 8th level of the Mind Pagoda emitting a faint white light, his face immediately revealed a look of surprise. The Mind Pagoda had existed for a very long time. Those who had some understanding of it basically knew that normally only existences above the Celestial King level could make it to the 10th level and above. It was very difficult to make it to the 20th level. Those who could make it to the 8th level were at least a 4 tribulation true immortal or a 5 tribulation true immortal. Not bad. Gong Sunzian looked at the Mind Pagoda and nodded with a solemn expression. Suddenly, the light of the 8th level gradually dimmed. Not long after, a figure walked out from inside. Gong Sun Ziyun's expression instantly changed. It's the heavens prodigy of the delightful demon sect, one of the 7 major sects, Zhao Lang. No wonder he can make it to the 8th level. Zhao Lang, I heard that his cultivation is only at the 3rd tribulation master of creation, but he can actually make it to the 8th level. He is stronger than many 4th tribulation masters of creation, and even some 5th tribulation masters of creation can't be compared to him. No wonder he is the heavens prodigy of the 7 major sects, Shin Bai muttered to himself. As soon as Zhao Lang came out, another young man stood up and walked towards the Mind Pagoda. When the rest saw this, some of the cultivators who had already stood up sat down again and looked at the young man with a hint of wariness. There are more than 2,000 people here. It should be our turn in half a year's time. Brother Ning, let's wait here. Shin Bai glanced around and smiled at Ning Qi. Ning Qi asked curiously, Big Brother Shin, may I know the origin of these 7 major sects? Gong Sun Ziyun couldn't help but glance at Ning Qi. There were actually cultivators in the central mainland who didn't know about the existence of the 7 major sects. This couldn't be blamed on Ning Qi. He had been running around ever since he arrived. In the circle he came into contact with previously, there weren't many people who knew much about the 7 major sections. Most of the time they were talking about which perfected immortal had broken through and where treasures had appeared. They knew very little about the 7 major sections. Miss Gong Sun, Brother Ning, is a cultivator from the Azure Dragon mainland. It's normal that he doesn't know about this. Shen Bai explained to Ning Qi. Then he looked around. It wasn't good to talk about this in front of the geniuses of the 7 major sects, so he transmitted his voice to Ning Qi. Brother Ning, the 7 major sects are the Netherworld Demon Sect, the Delightful Demon Sect, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Sect, the Mental Demon Sect, the 9 Phantasms Ancient Temple, the Yin-Yang Sect, and the Battle Sect. Every sect has a 9 Tribulation Master of Creation to guard their fate. They are the strongest forces in the central mainland other than Dao, Yen, Celestial City. Ordinary celestial dynasties don't dare to offend them. That Zhao Lang just now is the genius of the Delightful Demon Sect. In the 7 major sects, an existence that can be called a genius is at least a 3 tribulation master of creation. In other words, they are qualified to be called perfected immortals like my master. They are very impressive. Such an existence can't be easily offended. Otherwise, the sect will be annihilated. He paused for a moment. The 7 major sects have 10 slots for the opening of the Pill Dao Inheritance this time. There should be 70 geniuses here, and all of them are at Zhao Lang's level. Any one of them has the strength to annihilate the perfected immortals of my dear sect. Ning Qi looked around when he heard that. Indeed, there were 7 small groups that were formed by 10 people. The auras on their bodies were much stronger than the cultivators around them. They were all 3 Tribulation Master of Creation. The cultivators around them also kept a great distance from them, not daring to get close to them. Miss Gong Sun, you're here too? Unknowingly, Zhao Lang appeared before the 3 of them. Chapter 1450. Senior Brother Zhao. Gong Sun Ziyun's expression changed slightly. Gong Sun Ziyun's expression changed slightly and he cupped his hands. Zhao Lang didn't seem to see Shin Bai and Ning Qi. He smiled passionately. Lady Gong Sun, it's rare to see you. Why don't you come over to my side? Gong Sun Ziyun glanced at Zhao Lang. They were both men and women, but due to their cultivation techniques, everyone had a trace of lust on their faces. Senior Brother Zhao, there's no need. I came with a good friend. Gong Sun Ziyun declined. Good friend? To be able to become Lady Gongsuin's good friend, you must be someone famous, right? Zhao Lang looked at Shen Bai with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. As for Ning Qi, he automatically ignored him. Shen Bai smiled calmly. I'm Shen Bai from the Deer Gate, Celestial Dynasty. Greetings, Senior Brother Zhao. Deer Gate, Celestial Dynasty? Oh, a dynasty that only has 3 creator tribulations. Zhao Lang came to a realization. Shen Bai's expression sank slightly, but Zhao Lang's background and cultivation weren't something he could contend with. He could only endure Zhao Lang's mockery. Lady Gongsun, I've already come to invite you personally. If you don't agree, it won't look good on me. Zhao Lang glanced around. Many people's attention was focused on them. Gongsun Ziyun frowned slightly. She glanced at Shen Bai before shaking her head at Zhao Lang. Senior Brother Zhao, I think I won't go over. Zhao Lang smiled faintly. He glanced at Shen Bai and turned to leave. Ning Qi felt that Gongsun Ziyun and Shen Bai seemed to have let out a sigh of relief. Lady Gongsun, you know Zhao Lang? Shen Bai frowned slightly. Don't misunderstand. All joyful demon sect cultivators are like this. Gongsun Ziyun whispered. Shen Bai quickly said, I naturally won't misunderstand, but we have to be careful of this person. That's right. Gongsun Ziyun nodded. Ning Qi didn't say anything. Zhao Lang's aura caused him to feel a trace of trepidation. But if they really fought, Ning Qi might not be afraid of Zhao Lang. It was for the best that Zhao Lang didn't place him in his eyes. It's also the 8th floor. The 3 of them looked at the Mind State Pagoda in unison. The light on the 8th level gradually dimmed, and the young cultivator who went in earlier walked out with an indifferent expression. He walked straight to the side and met up with the other 9 people. It seemed that they were also cultivators from the 7 major sections. Strange. Could it be that the Alchemist Alliance only sent Second Tribulation creators? A hint of doubt flashed across Ning Qi's eyes. Other than the prodigies of the 7 major sects, the strongest ones here were the Second Tribulation creators. Ning Qi calculated that it would take at most 10 minutes for each person to enter. There were more than 2,000 people here, and at this rate, it wouldn't be long before it was their turn. Shen Bai said that the Mind State Pagoda could increase a person's talent. Ning Qi was a little curious, as he did not know what level his current talent belonged to. Being able to reach this stage seemed to have nothing to do with his talent. It was all because of the system. If one were to really talk about it, without the existence of the system, Ning Qi might not be able to break through to the Dodan realm by himself. However, at this stage, Ning Qi's talent was gradually increasing. This was a chance to verify his talent. The prodigies of the 7 major sects entered the Mind State Pagoda one after another. The strongest guy actually made it to the 9th level, which was even stronger than Zhao Lang from the Happy Demon sect. The fact that a 3 Tribulation Master of Creation could make it to the 9th level meant that he already had the potential to become a 5 Tribulation Master of Creation. That fellow was the eldest senior brother of the 10 prodigies sent by the 6 Paths of Reincarnation sect, Shaoya. Big Brother Shin. Why didn't these guys enter the Mind State Pagoda again? Ning Qi was a little puzzled. Since it could increase one's talent, could it be that they followed the rules and only entered once? This was not very possible for cultivators. After experiencing the Mind State Pagoda once, it would take at least a few decades for it to be effective the next time they enter. Otherwise, the Mind State Pagoda would not recognize them. I am not very sure about the specific situation. In short, even those Celestial King level existences would basically only enter once every few decades. Shinbai smiled. I see. Ning Qi was enlightened. Then, the 3 of them waited on the spot. During this time, the cultivators of the Happy Demon sect looked at the 3 of them with a rather strange gaze, as if they were muttering something. Shin Bai's expression became more and more ugly, and his brows were tightly knitted. Ning Qi sighed in his heart. This time, Zhao Lang from the Happy Demon sect was probably going to cause trouble because of Gongsun Ziyun's rejection just now. No matter what, he had to help Shinbai. For months had passed. Those guys whose cultivation and background were stronger than Ning Chi's group had basically all made a trip to the Mind State Pagoda. Soon it would be their turn. In fact, Gong Sun Ziyun didn't have to wait with them for so long. Ning Chi guessed that she was thinking about Shenbai, which was why she waited here with them. Are the cultivators of the Alchemist Alliance here? A majestic figure walked over with a group of people. He glanced at the surroundings and spoke calmly. Countless gazes were focused on him. Brother Ning, this is the existence in your Alchemist Alliance who has the highest chance of breaking through to Alchemy Saint, Pil, Venerable Mad Dragon. His master is the strongest of the 9 great alchemy emperors, Pil Emperor Bodhi, and 8 tribulation creator, Shenbai exclaimed. Xiao Wuya, Zhao Lang, and the other prodigies of the 7 major sects looked at Pil Venerable Mad Dragon with fear. After he spoke, countless figures flew towards Pil Venerable Mad Dragon and cupped their hands in greeting. There were more than 100 people. Even the 7 great sects didn't have so many slots. However, their cultivation levels were uneven. There were 2nd Tribulation Masters of Creation, 1st Tribulation Masters of Creation, and even half-step creation realm cultivators. Pil, Venerable Mad Dragon, seemed to have a dragon-shaped tattoo on his body. It extended all the way to the left side of his face. The dragon had occupied the entire left side of his face, and the power of creation could be faintly seen on the tattoo. Pil, Venerable Mad Dragon himself, was also a 3 tribulation creator. Judging from his aura, he seemed to be about the same as Xiao Wuya of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation sect. Pil Venerable Blackwater came with him? Ning Chi's gaze landed on a slightly bowed figure beside Pil Venerable Mad Dragon. It was Pil Venerable Blackwater, who Ning Chi had left behind. He looked travel-worn and should have just arrived at Twilight Night City. Brother Ning, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go over. Shenbai reminded. Then I'll be back soon. Ning Chi smiled and walked towards Pil Venerable Mad Dragon. Oh, why did he get here earlier than me? Pil Venerable Blackwater's expression changed when he saw Ning Chi. A hint of killing intent mixed with anger flashed in his eyes. Pil Venerate Wild Dragon swept his gaze over everyone and said indifferently, the alchemy Tao inheritance this time might be related to my inheritance. If any of you obtain it, remember not to move without my permission. Wait for me to come. Understood? Everyone's expression changed slightly when they heard that. The nearby cultivators watched with schadenfreude. I naturally won't let you suffer a loss, Pil Venerable Mad Dragon said indifferently. Our Alchemist Alliance needs unity. Since Pil Venerable Mad Dragon is determined to obtain this inheritance, then we will do our best to help Pil Venerable Mad Dragon, Pil Venerable Blackwater said. The various commanders exchanged glances. Regardless of whether they were willing or not, they all expressed their stance. Only one person did not speak. Pil Venerable Mad Dragon swept his gaze across Ning Chi and frowned. A Transcendence Realm Cultivator? Chapter 1451 Mountain Beast Race. Pil Venerate Mad Dragon frowned and sized up Ning Chi. Which place are you from? Who did you come with? Dark Knight Immortal Dynasties Jiang, Nan Cities, Ning Beixian. Ning Chi smiled. Dark Knight Immortal Dynasty. Pil Venerate Mad Dragon looked at Pil Venerate Blackwater. You brought this guy here? Yes. Pil Venerate Blackwater quickly nodded. Is there no one else in your Alchemist Alliance? From what I know, other than you, there are 4 other Pil Venerates who are 1st Tribulation creators. Pil Venerate Mad Dragon said coldly, this alchemy inheritance is no small matter. 1 more creator means 1 more force. Yet you brought a Law Phase Realm Commander here? Pil Venerate Mad Dragon might not know, but Commander Ning's attainments in alchemy are extraordinary. If I didn't bring him here, people in the Alliance would say that I'm abusing my position for personal vengeance. Pil, Venerate Blackwater glanced at Ning Chi and laughed sinisterly. Abusing his position for personal vengeance. Pil, Venerate Blackwater said indifferently, "My disciple Wang Ting died in Commander Ning's hands." The moment he said that, the gazes of the other commanders turned unfriendly towards Ning Chi. At this moment, a voice rang out. Pil, Venerate Blackwater did not make one thing clear. In reality, it was his disciple Wang Ting who attacked Commander Ning first. Commander Ning only retaliated with a palm strike. Many people in the Deer Gate Immortal Dynasty saw this with their own eyes. Pil, Venerate Langya. Pil, Venerate Blackwater's cold gaze swept over the person who spoke. Pil, Venerate Langya had been standing at the back. Ning Chi didn't notice him earlier, but now that he spoke for him, Ning Chi smiled and nodded. "I don't want to hear about these things. In any case, remember this. This alchemy inheritance is very important to me. If any of you dare to touch it, you will be choosing to be my enemy." Pil, Venerate Berserk Dragon's eyes flickered slightly. He seemed to understand something in his heart, so he ignored Ning Chi and swept his gaze over everyone. Although his words were light, everyone clearly knew what would happen if they became enemies with Pil, Venerate Berserk Dragon. His master was the strongest cultivator in the Alchemist Alliance, Alchemy Emperor Bodhi. His words carried great weight, even surpassing some alchemy sages. Yes, everyone nodded. They were unwilling, but they couldn't show it on their faces. Although the Alchemist Alliance has a lot of slots, they are still under the control of others. This time, no matter what, these people will not be able to obtain the inheritance of alchemy. They're not as free as us. Why would we need to give the inheritance to others? Shil, lower your voice. Pil, Venerate Mad Dragon, is extremely vengeful. Don't let him hear you. I'm afraid of him? This time, Xiao Wuya, Zhao Lang, and this group of prodigies are enough to make him suffer. The cultivators nearby whispered to each other. Pil, Venerate Mad Dragon, walked straight towards the Heart State Pagoda. Not long after, the Heart State Pagoda's 9th level lit up with white light before gradually dimming. Just like Xiao Wuya, Pil, Venerate Mad Dragon had reached the 9th level as a 3 Tribulation Creator. This meant that he also had the aptitude to break through to become a 5 Tribulation Creator. Ning Chi and Pil, Venerate Lang, chatted for a while. Ning Chi had never seen the other commander that Pil, Venerate Lang had brought this time. However, his appearance was rather similar to Pil, Venerate Langya, so they should be from the same race. When he saw Ning Chi, he was rather respectful, which gave Ning Chi a good impression. Pil, Venerate Blackwater, kept staring at Ning Chi. Ning Chi seemed to sense his gaze, and suddenly turned to look at him. Grinning, he bade farewell to Pil, Venerate Langya, and returned to Shun Bai and Gong Sun Ziyun's side. Brother Ning, those 2nd Tribulation Creators have already gone in once. Do you want to go in? Shen Bai asked Ning Chi. The 2 of you don't want to go in first? Ning Chi smiled. I'll wait a little longer. Shen Bai laughed dryly. Ning Chi glanced at Gong Sun Ziyun and instantly understood that the relationship between these two was not simple. It was very likely that they had already decided to marry each other. Shen Bai was very worried that his results in the Heart State Pagoda would not be good, so he was somewhat hesitant. Thinking up to this point, Ning Chi smiled and directly walked towards the Heart State Pagoda. Amir, Transcendence, Realm Cultivator, also wants to enter the pagoda? Scram! Suddenly, a muscular man appeared in front of Ning Chi and blocked his path, scolding him coldly. Everyone already knew Ning Chi's identity. It was very likely that he was a commander of the Alchemist Alliance. At this moment, they all looked over at Pil, Venerate Mad Dragon. Pil, Venerate Mad Dragon, looked at this scene indifferently and had no intention of making a move. As for the other commanders, they looked at each other. Seeing that no one stood up for them, they also seemed to not want to bother. It's the prodigy of the mountain beast race. It's said that the mountain beast king has already broken through to the seven tribulation creator realm. He's a member of the Alchemist Alliance. Someone recognized the muscular man's identity and then came to a realization. No wonder he was not afraid of Ning Chi's identity as a commander. At this moment, the prodigies of the seven sects all looked at Ning Chi and the muscular man with faint smiles. Xin Bai's expression changed slightly, and he looked over at Gong Sun Ziyun. Gong Sun Ziyun shook her head. The people of the mountain beast race are all lunatics. Don't provoke them. However, they don't dare to kill innocent people here. At most, they will suffer a little. There's no need to bother with them. If we make a move, we will only make enemies with them. Sigh. Xin Bai sighed in his heart. In the Deer Gate Celestial Dynasty, other than his senior and junior brothers, his master, the Deer Gate, perfected immortal, had the highest authority. No matter where he went, who dared to say no? But here he was restricted everywhere. Strength. Xin Bai clenched his fist slightly. I remember that you have already gone in, right? Why are you blocking my path? Ning Chi smiled. Courting death. This was what everyone thought of Ning Chi. A mere aspect, realm cultivator. Did he really think he was still in his own territory and was under the control of the Alchemist Alliance? In Twilight Night City, not everyone would give face to the Alchemist Alliance. The muscular man from the mountain beast race laughed sinisterly. I just don't like you. Everyone here is a creator, and the lowest is at the half-step creation realm. Why are you, an aspect realm cultivator, here to join in the fun? As expected, he was a lunatic. Everyone thought in their hearts. The mountain beast race did things without reason. Even the mountain beast king had done many inexplicable things. Several races had become extinct in the central continent because of this. Let's make a bet. Ning Chi suddenly smiled. What bet? The muscular man from the mountain beast race was slightly startled. The clansmen who came with him also looked at Ning Chi with some confusion. This human, Aunt wanted to bet with them? Let's bet whether I can enter the Mind State Pagoda. Ning Chi smiled. Haha. All right. What are you going to bet? You are a registered alchemist of the Alchemist Alliance. Take out your elixir and bet with me. The muscular man from the mountain beast race laughed, and a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. Rank 8 Taishang Great Restore Elixir. This is my bet. If I lose, the elixir is yours. If you lose, kneel down and bark like a dog. Ning Chi smiled. Hiss. Chapter 1452. Southern Heavenly Gate. This guy is very arrogant. Pale venerate mad dragons gaze toward Ning Chi changed slightly. Interesting. Does he think that the identity of the Alchemist Alliance's supervisor can protect him here? He's a little too naive. Now that the Pale Dao inheritance has been opened, I'm afraid those 2 lunatics from the Mountain Beast clan will not let him go. Joyful Demon Sex Xiao Lang looked at Ning Chi with a smile. This friend of yours has become a sworn enemy of the Mountain Beast race. Gong Sun Ziyun was speechless. Xin Bai said with slight regret, If I had known, I would have said a few words for him. The Mountain Beast lunatics are very vengeful. After the alchemy inheritance opens, we should separate from him. He has the Alchemist Alliance behind him. They should be able to protect him. Gong Sun Ziyun said in a low voice. Xin Bai thought about it and felt that Gong Sun Ziyun's words made sense. Most importantly, he did not want to see Gong Sun Ziyun in danger. If he was targeted by the 2 Mountain Beast lunatics, then he would only need to think about how to escape from the alchemy inheritance. There was no need to think about the alchemy inheritance at all. The prodigies sent by the celestial dynasties looked at Ning Chi with schadenfreude. You want me to kneel down and bark like a dog? The muscles of the mountain beast race bulged, and his body grew by a few feet. 2 fangs grew out of his mouth at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is just a bet. If you can't afford it, then don't bet. Ning Chi smiled. Perhaps because he felt he was being provoked. The mountain beast race suppressed the anger in his heart and roared at Ning Chi. Fine, I'll bet. But if you lose, not only do I want the Grand Supreme Restoring Pill, but I also want your life. Come. Why aren't you here yet? Seeing Ning Chi not moving, he frowned. The next moment, he appeared in front of Ning Chi and punched Ning Chi into pieces. It was like smoke dispersing. The cultivators present looked at the Heart State Pagoda in shock. There, Ning Chi was standing at the entrance with a smile, looking at the mountain beast race brawny man who was looking around like a fool. This kid's speed is extraordinary. Even I couldn't see how he passed that mountain beast race cultivator. Everyone was secretly shocked. This time, even Xiao Wuya from the Six Paths of Reincarnation sect looked at Ning Chi. The joyful demon sect's Zhao Lang said, "His speed is extraordinary. No wonder he was able to reach this place." Duanmu Chang's eyes were cold. "This kid's movement technique is interesting." Yufeng of the Mental Demon sect looked at Ning Chi curiously. Fu Ji of the Yin-Yang sect looked at Ning Chi with surprise in her eyes. The corners of Battle sect's Zhan Donglai's mouth curled up slightly, and the heavens chosen beside him emitted a faint battle intent. Although Shakyamuni Rui of the Nine Prefectures' ancient temple did not look at Ning Chi directly, his narrowed eyes were constantly sizing him up. The mountain beast was a second tribulation creator, yet he was being toyed with by Ning Chi. The strongest prodigies sent by the seven sects were also attracted by Ning Chi and were curious about him. Younger brother Ning's speed is actually this fast? What kind of movement skill does he cultivate? Shin Bai looked at Ning Chi in shock. Gong Sun Ziyun, who was standing beside him, was also very surprised. She didn't expect this guy, who looked like a materialization realm cultivator, to have such terrifying speed. As a second tribulation creator, she didn't even see Ning Chi's movements clearly. "You've lost. When I come out, remember to bark a few times." Ning Chi smiled faintly and turned to enter the Mind State Pagoda. How is this possible? The Mountain Beast clan's brawny man was dumbfounded as he watched Ning Chi's back disappear into the state of Mind Pagoda. He immediately let out a furious roar. Many gloating gazes fell on him. When he fiercely glared at the owners of those gazes, those guys lowered their heads slightly. Only a fool would want to become enemies with a mountain beast race cultivator. Damn it! Damn it! Unable to vent the anger in his heart, the mountain beast race cultivator could only stand on the spot and let out angry roars. Pill, Venerable Blackwater, what's Ning Beishuan's background? Pill, Venerable Berserk Dragon asked solemnly. Pill, Venerable Blackwater woke up from his shock. He finally knew why Ning Chi could arrive here before him. Hearing Pill, Venerable Berserk Dragon's question, Pill Venerable Blackwater thought for a moment and said, "This kid is a cultivator from the Azure Dragon continent. He seems to have the alchemy inheritance of the 9 great alchemy veins and can refine rank 8 supreme great return pills. His alchemy skills are very high. I'm afraid it won't be long before he becomes an alchemy sage. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought him here this time." Pill Venerable Lang Ya's expression changed slightly. Pill Venerable Blackwater's intentions were not pure. As expected, Pill Venerable Berserk Dragon's expression changed slightly. Then he smiled faintly. "A chance to become an alchemy sage? Our Alchemist Alliance has another prodigy. Not bad, not bad." Cultivators who knew Pill Venerable Berserk Dragon already knew that he probably wanted to kill Ning Chi. Pill Venerable Berserk Dragon was a proud person. He had the highest chance of becoming the Alchemist Alliance's 37th alchemy sage. Now, a fellow who could refine rank 8 supreme great return pills had appeared out of nowhere. If he became an alchemy sage first, it would be an insult to Pill Venerable Berserk Dragon. Pill Venerable Blackwater lowered his head and looked at the ground with a smile in his eyes. Ning Bei Xian, I don't need to do anything this time. If you can come out of this alchemy inheritance alive, I will change my surname to yours. Mind State Pagoda. Ning Qi had just stepped into this place when he felt his body lighten. When he reappeared, he was already above the clouds. My body. Ning Qi looked at his fists and clenched them slightly. His eyes moved slightly. His current state was somewhat like his soul and body had been separated. Training my mind state? Could it be that I'm in a state of mind state now? A trace of doubt appeared in Ning Qi's eyes, and he looked ahead with a serious expression. Behind the faintly discernible clouds, there seemed to be a huge city that stood above the clouds. Xin Bai had said that everyone who entered the Mind State Pagoda would see different things. Ning Qi felt that these were just illusions, so he flew toward the huge city. He got closer and closer. The words on the signboard above the city gate were getting clearer. Southern Heavenly Gate. Ning Qi's figure paused slightly. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This Southern Heavenly Gate was tens of thousands of feet tall. It was very majestic. At the same time, two giants with green hair and red beards, standing beside the Southern Heavenly Gate, suddenly looked at Ning Qi. They were thousands of feet tall and wielded copper hammers. At that instant, Ning Qi felt like a huge mountain was pressing down on his heart. He almost couldn't breathe. Very strong. These two people were very strong. They were many times stronger than immortal King Pudu and the others that Ning Qi had seen before. Ning Qi almost lost his mind with just a look. However, the scene that happened next was rather shocking. Chapter 1453. Chapter 1453. Chapter 1453. The Fifth Florin Illusion? This was the only possibility that could explain the scene that Ning Qi saw. Perhaps everything in front of him was an illusion that the State of Mind Pagoda had created based on Ning Qi's memories. Ning Qi hesitated for a moment before landing in front of the South Heaven Gate. At this moment, Ning Qi was in the form of a primordial immortal emperor. The 100-jong tall Ning Qi was like an ant before the two giants. Seeing that they remained silent and half-kneeled, Ning Qi fell silent for a moment before entering the South Heaven Gate. He wanted to see what was so special about this pagoda of mind, the outside world. The second floor of the Mind Pagoda lit up with a white light. Not bad. This kid has the potential to become a creator. Gong Sun Zian said. Being able to enter the second level of the Mind State Pagoda proved that Ning Qi had the potential to become a first tribulation creator. I didn't expect younger brother Ning's aptitude to be so good. If he becomes a first tribulation creator and has that kind of speed, I'm afraid I won't be his opponent, right? Xin Bai thought to himself, Humph. So what if you have the aptitude to break through to the creator level? You're going to die anyway. Alchemist Venerate Blackwater's eyes were cold and sinister. Just the second level was not enough to shock people. Even the weakest person here could reach the third level. If one could make it to the fourth level, it would be enough to make people look at him in a different light, because it meant that he had the potential to break through to the third tribulation master of creation. 5, 6, 7 meant that he was a fourth tribulation master of creation, and 80 to 90 meant that he was a fifth tribulation master of creation. Even the strongest genius present, Xiao Wuya from the 6 Paths of Reincarnation sect, had only made it to the 9th level. As for beyond the 10th level, no one dared to even think about it. That was a level that only immortal king level existences could reach. After the 20th level, it was the level of 9 tribulation masters of creation experts, like the 7 great sects leaders. Up until now, only the Tao Yin Immortal Emperor had reached the 30th level and above. No one knew exactly what kind of test was inside. After entering the Southern Heavenly Gate, Ning Qi heard a dragon roar. A giant golden dragon slowly flew over. When it saw Ning Qi, it hurriedly prostrated on the ground. It's a bit similar to Little Six. They're both dragons in Chinese legends. Could this one be a 5-clawed golden dragon? Ning Qi stood still and looked at it for a while, then ignored it and continued to move forward. The third floor of the Mind Pagoda lit up. He has the potential of a second tribulation creator. Gong Sun Ziyun's eyes revealed a look of surprise. A secluded place like the Azure Dragon Continent could produce a cultivator with such aptitude? The gazes of many cultivators changed slightly. The half-step creation and one tribulation creators who had mocked Ning Qi previously were no longer in the mood to mock him, because Ning Qi's aptitude was at least on par with theirs. After passing the 5-clawed golden dragon, Ning Qi didn't know how long he had been walking. Suddenly, a group of 7 young women appeared in front of him. When they saw Ning Qi, they immediately bowed their heads in greeting. Ning Qi looked at them indifferently for a while, then laughed at himself and continued forward. In the clouds, he saw a great hall up ahead. Could it be that this pagoda of state of mind wanted him to tour the legendary heavenly court? The 4th level of the pagoda of state of mind lit up. The 4th floor? How is this possible? Even the prodigies of the 7 major sects revealed a look of surprise. Many of them could only reach the 4th floor. Pil, Venerate Mad Dragon, was originally expressionless, but when he saw the 4th floor of the pagoda light up, his expression immediately darkened. Beside him, Pil, Venerate Blackwater's expression was even uglier, and he felt a little frustrated. He didn't expect Ning Qi's aptitude to be so terrifying. Even he might not be able to reach the 4th floor. The higher Ning Qi's aptitude was, the harder it would be for him to carry out his plan. Thinking up to this point, Pil, Venerate Blackwater swept his gaze over the nearby commanders and immediately discovered that many of them had a thoughtful look on their faces. These commanders were probably already planning on how to befriend Ning Qi. This human and actually has such aptitude? Big brother, I must kill him. The mountain beast cultivator who lost the bet with Ning Qi immediately sent a voice transmission to another mountain beast cultivator. Of course, a mere Alchemist Alliance's commander doesn't have the qualifications to humiliate my mountain beast race. So be it. The 4th floor, Brother Ning's aptitude, Shin Bai muttered to himself. You might not be weaker than him. Being able to reach the 4th floor should be about the same. When he comes out, you can go in and try. Gong Sun Ziyun saw that Shen Bai was a little dejected and comforted him softly. As soon as she finished speaking, the 5th floor of the pagoda lit up. This time, everyone's expression changed drastically. Having the aptitude to become a 4 tribulation creator was rare even in the central mainland. Even among the 7 major sects, he was worthy of the title of prodigy. At most, he was a little weaker than prodigies like Xiao Wuya, but he was better than countless other prodigies. That kid is not bad. When he comes out, go and ask one of you if he's willing to join our 6 Paths reincarnation sect. Xiao Wuya, who had been silent all this while, said indifferently. His voice wasn't loud, but the thousands of cultivators present heard it clearly. The other cultivators who originally wanted to recruit him sighed when they saw this. Xiao Wuya was obviously saying it for them to hear. Only Zhao Lang and the others, who were also part of the 7 major sects, dared to compete with the 6 Paths reincarnation sect. However, reaching the 4th floor only meant that there was a small chance of breaking through to become a 4 tribulation creator. Thus, Zhao Lang and the others pondered for a while. Other than Duanmu Chong of the 9 Nether Demon sect, who sneered at Xiao Wuya, the others didn't plan to compete with the 6 Paths reincarnation sect for Ning Qi. Pil, Venerate Mad Dragon, clenched his fists tightly and looked coldly at the pagoda of mind. He originally planned to get rid of Ning Qi after the alchemy inheritance opened. With his status, no one would investigate how Ning Qi died. However, Ning Qi had reached the 4th floor of the pagoda of mind. If that was the case, he couldn't be fearless. If Ning Qi died in the alchemy inheritance, the higher-ups would probably send people to investigate this matter. If the internal strife within the alliance was brought to light, his master, Pil Emperor Subhuti, might not be able to protect him. Pil, Venerate Blackwater's face was a little pale. His bad premonition was finally confirmed. The few tricks he had set up before were probably useless. Several Second Tribulation Creator Commanders looked at Pill Venerate Blackwater and shook their heads imperceptibly. Pill Venerate Blackwater's face instantly turned ashen. Wang Xuanjin really picked up a treasure this time. Pill Venerate Lang, you muttered to himself. Then a hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. He had formed a good relationship with Ning Qi. The stronger Ning Qi's aptitude was, the greater the benefits to him. This friend of yours is really extraordinary. Gong Sunzian was originally consoling Xinbai, but she saw that the fifth floor had also lit up. After holding it in for a long time, she could only say this. Chapter 1454. This is Neza? Ning Qi frowned as he looked at the small figure kneeling not far from him. He had 2 golden rings around his body and stood on wind-fire wheels. He was very similar to the figure in Ning Qi's memory. The pressure from him was many times stronger than the 2 giants in front of the southern heavenly gate. Ning Qi almost couldn't move forward. Taking a deep breath, Ning Qi lifted his feet with some difficulty and continued forward. After passing by Neza, the pressure disappeared. Finally, he arrived at the hall. There were 3 words on the board: Lingxiao Hall. The legendary Lingxiao Hall where the Jade Emperor resides. Ning Qi smiled and walked into the hall. Whoosh! The figures on both sides of the hall knelt down. Ning Qi scanned their faces and saw many similar figures in his memory, such as pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li, Erlingshen, the 8 immortals. They half knelt and didn't make a sound. This illusion is quite real. Ning Qi sighed. He looked at the central platform and found that the seat that should be the Jade Emperor's was empty. Ning Qi was slightly stunned. He smiled and walked to the seat and sat down without hesitation. In an instant, Ning Qi's expression froze. He felt a terrifying aura coming from the chair into his body, frantically condensing his primeval immortal emperor Dharma idol. In the blink of an eye, Ning Qi felt that his Dharma idol seemed to have broken through to the heaven grade, and his cultivation level also entered the great circle of the transcendence realm. This speed, Ning Qi wasn't happy. Instead, he was shocked. This speed of growth was too strange. At the same time, outside the Mind State Pagoda, the crowd watched in shock as the Mind State Pagoda lit up layer by layer. It only stopped when it reached the 10th level. The 10th level. This proved that Ning Qi had the talent to break through to the 5 calamities creator level. Even Xiaoya from the 6 Paths of Reincarnation sect only made it to the 9th level. His aptitude is actually so terrifying. Xiaoya murmured to himself. Young friend, what do you think of this place? A calm voice sounded in Ning Qi's ears. Ning Qi turned his head abruptly and saw an old man with white hair and beard. He was holding a horsetail whisk and looking at Ning Qi with a smile. Who are you? Ning Qi's expression changed slightly. He didn't know if the other party was an illusion or an existence created by the state of mind pagoda to scare people. I'm just a wandering ghost. There's no need to mention my name. Little friend, you haven't answered this old man's question. What do you think of this place? As long as you sit on this throne, your cultivation will continue to grow. In a few decades or even 100 years, you will be able to break through to the 9 tribulations creator realm, or even stronger. The old man said with a smile. Ning Qi frowned slightly. He could indeed feel the endless energy flowing into his body from the throne, helping him condense the immortal Emperor Dharma form. This scene was extremely similar to when he had first condensed his Dharma power and absorbed the essence left behind by evil Azura. It was just that this power, for some reason, seemed somewhat illusory to Ning Qi. Stay here? Old man, please don't joke around. This is just an ancient pagoda. You want me to stay here and become a relic? Ning Qi laughed lightly. His mind raced as he quickly thought of a way to escape from this place. This place was too strange. He even felt that everything was an illusion, including his cultivation breakthrough and the advancement of his Dharma power. It was all an illusion. Since you don't want to stay here, I won't force you. I only hope that you will remember the good karma that we have today. Oh, yes, people outside call this place the state of Mind Pagoda. There are a total of 33 levels, right? In reality, this is the 33 levels of Ling, Shao Sky. However, I have already cast a concealment spell for you. No one knows that you have been to the 33 levels before. The old man smiled. Then, without waiting for Ning Chi to ask anything, the old man suddenly waved his horsetail whisk. The scenery around them changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. First, the magnificent hall became extremely dark and eerie. The pagoda bearing Heavenly King and the others who were kneeling on both sides also lost their arms and legs. For of the 8 immortals even lost their heads, leaving only their bodies. Erlang Shenzai in the middle seemed to have been dug out while he was still alive. Seeing this, Ning Chi felt a chill run down his spine. A wave of coldness shot up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He hurriedly looked at the old man, but he was nowhere to be seen. Subconsciously, Ning Chi stood up. He realized that he could finally leave the dust-covered chair. This place is strange. Let's leave first. Ning Chi thought to himself. He quickly left the Ling Shao Sky Hall. He turned his head and saw that only a third of the plaque on the hall was left. There was only the word Ling on it. The rest seemed to have been chopped off. Ning Chi immediately decided to go back the way he came. On the way, he saw Nezo again. At this moment, his face was covered in blood and there was a fist-sized hole in his chest. Ning Chi did not stop moving. He saw the 7 fairies in palace attire from before. They were all headless. As he continued forward, he saw a dragon whose body was only left with bones and some rotten flesh on its head crouching on the ground. Outside the South Heaven Gate, the 2 giants that were over 1,000 zhang tall were still half kneeling on the ground. The part above their navels was nowhere to be seen. Ning Chi soared into the sky and left. A few tens of breaths later, he turned around and could only see the vague outline of the South Heaven Gate in the clouds. Lonely souls and wild ghosts, a dilapidated heavenly court. Did the Mind Pagoda capture my memories and modify them, or these immortals have experienced a great battle and lost in the end, so their souls are hiding here? Doubts rose in Ning Chi's heart. Without more clues, he could not confirm if what he saw was real or not. If what the old man said was true, did he really make it to the 33 heavens that even Tao Yen Immortal Emperor had never reached? As Ning Chi was immersed in his thoughts, several figures walked out from the dilapidated Ling Shao Sky Hall and stood respectfully behind the old man, looking in Ning Chi's direction. Old Lord, you've given him all the remaining immortal chi in this place. We are going to be destroyed, Erlang Shin said softly. A sorrowful aura lingered around the crowd. We don't belong to this world. Why would we be destroyed? Don't look at it anymore. This pagoda is nothing more than a true immortal soldier's soul hiding in it when he died. His memories created us. We are nothing more than a dream, the old man said calmly. Chapter 1455. Chapter 1455. A hot topic. There's a change in this place. Ning Chi saw the wind and clouds surging in the sky. Just as a trace of surprise appeared on his face, he was sent away from this place. When he reappeared, he was already outside the state of Mind Pagoda. He found that his cultivation had truly broken through. The Transcendence Realm had reached the Transcendence Realm, and it was the transcendence of the 10,000 ancient celestial emperor. Many pairs of eyes landed on Ning Chi. There was surprise, fear, and murderous intent. Ning Chi turned to look at the Mind State Pagoda. The light on the 10th floor was gradually dimming. For some reason, he suddenly felt that the pagoda was dead. You broke through in the Mind State Pagoda? You're indeed talented. Little brother, are you willing to join my 6 Paths reincarnation sect? I can accept you as a disciple on behalf of my master. A voice sounded beside Ning Chi's ears. Ning Chi looked up and was slightly stunned. 6 Paths Reincarnation Sects, Shaoya? Little brother, why don't you join my 9 Nether Demon sect? 9 Nether Demon sects. Duanmu Chong moved and appeared beside Ning Qi. He glanced at Xiao Wuye provocatively. The other 5 sects who originally didn't plan to compete with Xiaoya for Ning Qi changed their minds at this moment. Ning Qi didn't just reach the 5th floor, but the 10th floor. An existence that had the chance to become a 5 tribulation creator, no matter which sect it was, would fight for it. Joyful demon sects Zhao Lang, mental demon sects Yufeng, Yin Yang sects Fu Ji, battle sect Shandong Lai, and 9 Paths ancient temples Sakyamuni Rui all appeared beside Ning Qi. Zhao Lang said, "Little friend, come to my joyful demon sect. You can choose any female second tribulation creator." Everyone gasped, and many people looked envious. The joyful demon sect's female cultivators were famous in the central continent for their beauty, let alone second tribulation creator. Yu Feng said, "The joyful demon sect is a crooked sect. Little brother, you look righteous and don't have any lust. You're more suitable for my mental demon sect." Fu Ji said, "Young master, if you come to my Yin Yang sect, I'm willing to teach you personally. You'll definitely become a first tribulation creator within 100 years. Battle sect said, "Little brother's temper isn't suitable for your sections. Come to my battle sect." Sakyamuni Leaf, "I think little brother is fated with Buddha." Ning Qi stared at this group of people in a daze. He didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, he would become a person that no one dared to approach. However, his thoughts changed as he cupped his fists and smiled. This one is already the supervisor of the Alchemist Union. I'm doing well here, so I won't seek another place. However, I still have to thank everyone for your kind intentions. No matter which sect he agreed to, he would offend the other 6 sects. Ning Qi was not an idiot. Each of the 7 sects had a 9 tribulations creator behind them. Offending one of them would be difficult, let alone offending all 6 of them. Choosing to stay in the Alchemist Alliance was the best choice he could make. Pill Venerate Wild Dragon, who had been standing far away, had an ugly expression on his face when he heard this. However, the other commanders smiled and nodded. They were quite satisfied with Ning Qi's answer. "Ha ha ha, you bunch of fellows, poaching my Alchemist Alliance's corner in my Twilight Night City. Have you really not considered my master's feelings?" A loud laugh sounded. A handsome young cultivator suddenly appeared beside Ning Qi. He first sized Ning Qi up and nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked at Xiao Wuye and the others. His aura was much stronger than Xiao Wuye's. For Tribulation's creator, Su Yinzhou, Pill Emperor Mu Ye's eldest disciple, for Tribulation's creator. Everyone's expression changed. Xiao Wuye smiled and said, "Brother Yinzhou, long time no see. Your cultivation is improving day by day." "You're too kind." Su Yinzhou smiled and waved his hand. He glanced at Pill Venerate Wild Dragon and smiled at Xiao Wei. "So what if my cultivation is improving? I've cultivated for so many years, but I'm still a mere pill ancestor. How shameful." Everyone laughed in agreement, but they didn't really laugh at Su Yinzhou. Although his alchemy skills were weak, he was a true 4 tribulations creator. Even the geniuses of the 7 major sects didn't dare to act rashly. Speaking of this person, many of the Alchemist Union's division supervisors had a strange expression on their faces. Su Yinzhou had lived for a very long time and had become Pill Emperor Mu Ye's disciple for many years, but his alchemy skills had never improved at all. Almost all the division supervisors present were Su Yinzhou's juniors, but all of them had become Pill Venerables before Su Yinzhou. Among the 36 Pill Saints, one of them was Su Yinzhou's junior brother. I heard from my subordinates that there's a genius in our Alchemist Alliance who made it to the 10th floor of the Mental State Pagoda. That's why I came under Master's order. Don't try to steal from him. Master said that as long as he breaks through to the Creator Realm, he will personally accept him as his disciple. You guys better save it. Su Yinzhou said with a smile. Xiao Wuye and the others sighed in their hearts when they heard that. It was a pity. However, since Pill Emperor Mu Yi had personally spoken, they still had to give him face. Pill, venerable mad dragon, as a three-tribulation creator, why are you standing there without saying a word when your own disciple is being stolen? Su Yinzhou suddenly looked at Pill, venerable mad dragon, and shouted coldly. Pill, venerable mad dragon, narrowed his eyes and sneered. What good can he be if he can be stolen away? Seeing the two Pill Emperor disciples confronting each other, everyone tactfully took a few steps back. Su Yinzhou suddenly smiled and said to Ning Qi, Little brother, it's rare that my master thinks so highly of you. Don't disappoint him this time. I'll try my best. Ning Qi was startled, but he immediately cupped his hands and smiled. Murderous intent flashed across Pill, venerate mad dragon's eyes. Before he came, he had already informed Pill Emperor Mu Yi of the situation through his master, Pill Emperor Puti. Su Yinzhou clearly knew that this inheritance was extremely important to him, yet he still said such words. Clearly, Su Yinzhou was purposely making him lose face. All right, the opening of the Pill Dao inheritance is not far away. Have a good rest. I still have a cauldron of pills in my cave abode. I have to hurry back and take care of it. I'll be leaving first. Su Yinzhou smiled. Before he left, he suddenly glanced at the Heart State Pagoda with a strange look in his eyes. He muttered, The aura of this pagoda is a little off. After Su Yinzhou left, everyone's gaze towards Ning Qi was completely different, especially the governors. They all nodded at Ning Qi in a friendly manner. Pill, venerable Blackwater, hid in the crowd with his head lowered. No one knew what he was thinking. Ning Qi's gaze landed on the mountain beast race cultivator in the distance. He said indifferently, You should fulfill your bet. The mountain beast race cultivator gritted his teeth and glared at Ning Qi before barking, Woof, 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 woof. He roared for a full 10 minutes before he stopped. He snorted coldly and ignored Ning Qi. You're really honest. Chapter 1456. Remnant Creation, domain seeing Ning Qi force the mountain beast race cultivators into such a sorry state. Shenbai sighed in his heart. The way he looked at Ning Qi was different from before. Ning Qi smiled and looked at Pill, venerate berserk dragon for a few breaths of time. Then he walked to Shenbai and Gong Sunzi inside. Brother Ning, you really don't show your true colors. You easily made it to the 10th level of the Mind State Pagoda. The 7 major sects are fighting for you. Shenbai said with envy. Big brother Shen, I didn't know before I went in. Ning Qi smiled, but he was still thinking about what he had encountered in the Mind State Pagoda. His cultivation had indeed broken through. Then, how much of the old man's words were true and how much was false? Were those legendary immortals his memories, or were they real remnant souls? That's true. Shenbai nodded his head with a smile. If it was said that he still had the mentality of looking down on Ning Qi in the past, it was completely gone now. He had already treated Ning Qi as someone who could communicate with him on equal footing, or even higher than him. After all, even Xiao Wuye and the others couldn't make it to the 10th floor, but Ning Qi was able to. This proved that Ning Qi's chances of breaking through to the 5 tribulation creator realm in the future were much higher than everyone else's. You should go too. Gong Sunzi said in a low voice. All right. Shenbai nodded and walked into the Mind State Pagoda with a look of anticipation. Not long after, the 5th level of the Mind State Pagoda dimmed. Gong Sunzi revealed a look of pleasant surprise. Being able to make it to the 5th level meant that Shenbai had at least a chance of breaking through to the 4 tribulation creator level. Although it wasn't high, it was countless times better than the 4th level. Shenbai walked out of the Heart State Pagoda with a hint of joy on his face. Although he wasn't able to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat like Ning Qi, he was able to reach the 5th level, which proved his talent. The matter between him and Gong Sun would most likely come to fruition. Following this, Gong Sun also went and reached the 6th level, one level higher than Shenbai. Shenbai didn't feel discouraged, and instead felt proud of Gong Sun. Zhao Lang's gaze would occasionally fall on Ningqi, but most of the time it would fall on Gong Sun. Shenbai and Gong Sun also felt this. Their joy from before faded, and Shenbai revealed a trace of worry. Ironically, Alchemy Venerate Blackwater had also entered the Heart State Pagoda and made it to the 3rd level before failing. Ascending from the 1st level to the 2nd level meant that one had the aptitude of a first tribulation creator. Ascending from the 2nd level to the 3rd level meant that one had the aptitude of a second tribulation creator. Thus, Alchemy Venerate Blackwater's aptitude stopped at the 2nd tribulation creator level. In other words, it was almost impossible for him to break through to his current realm in the future. Looking at Alchemy Venerate Blackwater's ashen face and extremely ugly expression, Ningqi's lips curved into a mocking smile. Seeing this, Alchemy Venerate Blackwater clenched his fists. He wanted nothing more than to kill Ningqi on the spot. The feeling of being stepped on by a Transcendence Realm cultivator was really unpleasant. Not only Ningqi, but even the other Alchemist Alliance leaders couldn't help but smile. They were secretly glad that they at least had the aptitude to become a 3 tribulation creator. If they were lucky in the future, they might be able to establish their own celestial dynasty and become a perfected immortal. As the days passed, the opening of the Alchemy Dao inheritance got closer and closer. From time to time, cultivators would rush to Twilight City. During this period, Ningqi even saw Su Yunzhou a few times. He brought his men and personally maintained the order of Twilight City. After all, this place accommodated various groups of cultivators. It was inevitable that there would be some quarrels. If there wasn't someone to suppress it, the situation would be very ugly. Those 10 cultivators are from the Alchemist Alliance, right? Gong Sun seemed to be quite familiar with the origin of the cultivators here. One day, when Ningqi was chatting with her and Shenbai, he suddenly pouted at the 10 cultivators and asked, "Yes, they are indeed from the Alchemist Alliance. We must not provoke them." Gong Sun said with a solemn expression. Shenbai was a little curious. "I heard that the Alliance Master of the Alchemist Alliance is a very powerful figure in Dao Yan Immortal City. I wonder how much Miss Gong Sun knows about this?" "I don't know much, but I can be sure that that existence is very close to Dao Yan Immortal Emperor," Gong Sun said in a low voice. For some reason, Ningqi suddenly thought of the previous owner of the 9 Skanda Divine Bell, the little stubborn donkey that little Six mentioned. Thinking of this, Ningqi felt that he had to find a time to ask little Six about Ningzun and the rest. "Indeed, we can't provoke them." Shenbai nodded with a solemn expression. "Everyone, the Alchemy Dao inheritance is about to open. Please come to the back mountain of Twilight Night Alchemy Vein." Suddenly, Su Yunzhou's voice sounded above everyone's head. The entire Twilight City could hear it. The back mountain of Twilight Night Alchemy Vein? Before Ningqi could wonder, someone had already taken the lead and left. Gong Sun immediately said, "Let's go. Just follow them. Some people have been here more than once." The 3 of them immediately followed, flying out of Twilight City and into the depths of the Twilight Night Dan Vein. This flight took several days. Ningqi didn't use his 90,000-kilometer blink. Otherwise, his speed would be many times faster. He estimated that they would arrive in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Not long after, the 3 of them saw a valley in front of them. There were many stones filled with fire aura here. They were big and small. The big ones were hundreds of meters tall, and the small ones were dozens of meters tall. They formed a stone forest that was like a maze. When they arrived at the center of the stone forest, Pill, Venerable Mad Dragon, and the others had already arrived. Everyone stood on the ground and looked at a tall stone platform in the center. Su Yunzhou, was leading a group of cultivators who emitted a faint aura of the creator realm. They stood on the platform and looked at the crowd silently, as if they were counting. Just like that, the crowd waited for another 2 days. This time, all the cultivators had basically arrived. And almost everyone has arrived. There's still some cultivators who are too slow. I won't wait for them. Su Yinzhou revealed a smile. Some people don't know what the opening of the alchemy vein inheritance looks like. I will repeat it here. Everyone listen carefully. Many people immediately pricked up their ears. Chapter 1457. Chapter 1457. Alchemy Inheritance. Pill Emperor Devouring Dragon? Many people looked at Pill Venerable Mad Dragon strangely. No wonder he was so determined to get the inheritance. Pill Emperor Devouring Dragon was the ancestor of Pill Venerable Mad Dragon's lineage. Of course, this is only a probability. I can't say for sure if it's the creation domain left behind by Pill Emperor Devouring Dragon. There's one thing that everyone needs to take note of. Existences whose cultivation level exceeds 3 Tribulation Creator cannot enter. If anyone is hiding their cultivation level, you can leave now to avoid being discovered. Su Yinzhou said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, a few figures turned around and left. Shen Bai was slightly startled. There really were people who hid their cultivation level and came here? Those guys were very low-key. One couldn't tell that they were 4 Tribulation Creator. Some of the strongest experts of some groups have just broken through to 6 Tribulation Creator. This is the first time they sent people here. They don't know that the remnant creation domain can't accommodate 4 Tribulation Creator. Even if they want to force their way in, it's impossible. That's why they secretly sent 4 Tribulation Creator here. They plan to use this as an advantage to obtain the inheritance. Gong Sun Ziyun said in a low voice with mockery. I see. Shen Bai understood. Well, those who intend to hide their cultivation level, I'll give you one more chance. Leave now. If you're discovered, I'll deprive your group of the chance to participate in the inheritance in the future. Su Yinzhou smiled faintly. As soon as he finished speaking, a few people immediately turned around and left awkwardly. Now, there shouldn't be anyone hiding their cultivation level. In another 4 hours, my master, Pill Emperor Muyi, will personally come to open the alchemy inheritance. A friendly reminder, it's not a safe place inside. You might encounter existences stronger than 4 Tribulation Creator, or even 5 Tribulation Creator. Every time the alchemy inheritance opens, countless people die. Su Yinzhou smiled and his gaze landed on Ning Qi. Ning Qi was slightly startled. If he guessed correctly, Su Yinzhou was clearly reminding him. The geniuses of the 7 great sects exchanged glances with one another, their eyes filled with a hint of provocation. As for their leaders, Xiao Wuye and the others, they wore stern expressions on their faces. The cultivators of the foreign tribes rubbed their fists and palms together. They were ready to show off their skills after the inheritance was opened. If they could obtain the inheritance, it would be a great help to their tribes. Compared to the human tribe, many of the foreign tribes were too far behind in the art of alchemy. Time ticked by. Ning Qi glanced at Shen Bai and saw that there was some sweat on his forehead. He smiled and said, Elder Brother Shen, are you nervous? How can I not be nervous? It's an alchemy inheritance. Look at all the cultivators here. They are all 2nd Tribulation Masters of Creation, and even 3rd Tribulation Masters of Creation. If we aren't careful, we might all die inside. Shen Bai forced a smile. Gong Sun Ziyun seemed to be a little nervous like him. On the contrary, Ning Qi looked calm and composed, which surprised the two of them. In their opinion, Ning Qi's cultivation level was the lowest among the thousands of people here. Although he had the advantage of speed, how long could he last with his cultivation level? If he really fought against a 1st Tribulation Master of Creation, he definitely had no chance of winning. At most, he could escape with his life against a half-step creation realm cultivator. The power of laws and the power of creation were not qualified to be compared at all. Younger brother Ning, aren't you afraid? Shen Bai said in surprise. So what if I am afraid? Ning Qi smiled. That's true. Perhaps because they felt that even Ning Qi, a Transcendence realm cultivator, was indifferent to the alchemy inheritance this time and was not afraid at all. They were influenced by Ning Qi and gradually became less nervous. Very quickly, when the 4 hours were almost up, a silhouette appeared in the air. Everyone's gaze was fixated on that silhouette. On the high platform, Su Yunzhou and the rest all bowed in respect. When the silhouette landed on the high platform, they said in unison, "We pay our respects to Master, Dan Emperor." "Greetings, Alchemy Emperor Mu Yi." Everyone bowed in unison. Ning Qi was no exception. The other party was one of the 9 great alchemy emperors of the Alchemist Alliance and the 6th Tribulation Master of Creation, Immortal King. Previously, he sent Su Yunzhou to help Ning Qi out. If he didn't bow, it would be unjustifiable. Alchemy Emperor Mu Yi had the appearance of a middle-aged man. His hair casually draped over his shoulders, black and white. Although his appearance was ordinary, there was a kind of scholarly aura in his every movement. Although there was a faint smile on his lips, Ning Qi felt that Alchemy Emperor Mu Ye's eyes were quite cold. "It's almost time I can feel a trace of restlessness, Alchemy Emperor Mu. You seem to be talking to himself, but also seem to be talking to everyone." Suddenly, an incomparably powerful power of creation surged out from his body, condensing into a creation tornado, and Alchemy Emperor Mu Yi was standing in the center of the tornado. At this moment, at the connection point of the tornado, black stripes suddenly flashed. It was a tear in the void. Not long after, one of the cracks in the void grew bigger and bigger. An incomparably majestic aura of creation surged out from it like a surging wave. Xiao Wuya and the others' faces turned solemn as they stared at this void crack. If they weren't mistaken, this was the passage that connected to the creation domain left behind by Alchemy Emperor Devouring Dragon after his death. "Hurry up and enter!" Su Yunzhou yelled loudly. Swish, swish, swish. Xiao Wuya and the others' speed was the fastest. They dashed towards the void crack like lightning. The others weren't to be outdone. Each of them displayed their fastest speed, as if they could obtain the Alchemy Dao inheritance first if they were one step faster. The fastest to enter the void crack were the geniuses of the 7 major sects, Pill, Venerate, Mad Dragon, and the 10 cultivators of the Blacksmith Alliance. At this time, they finally revealed a trace of their cultivation. All of them were existences at the 3 Tribulation Creator Realm. When Pill, Venerate, Mad Dragon entered the void crack, he seemed to turn his head to look at Ning Qi. Seeing that Ning Qi's speed was neither fast nor slow, Pill, Venerate, Mad Dragon sneered. "Commander Ning, after entering, everyone's seats will be separated. Take this jade slip. We'll be able to sense each other." Gongsun Ziyun hesitated for a moment, then threw a jade slip to Ning Qi. Ning Qi casually put it away and smiled at the two. The 3 of them entered the void crack together. "This is the creation domain left behind by Alchemy Emperor Devouring Dragon?" Ning Qi looked around. The place he appeared in was like a desert. There was nothing at all. It was vast and boundless. Compared to Supremacy Blazing Sun's creation domain, it was like the difference between a grain of sand and a mountain. There was no comparison at all. Gongsun Ziyun was right. After entering this place, he was indeed teleported to a random place. The jade slip she gave him seemed to be unable to sense the two's existence due to the distance. Chapter 1458. A dogfight. Seeing that it couldn't catch Ning Qi, the sharp claw slowly retracted. Ning Qi stood in the air, coldly watching this scene. The owner of the sharp claw would sneak attack him. He definitely wouldn't retreat because of this. Just as Ning Qi thought, after 3 breaths of time, a crater suddenly appeared in the ground. An incomparably gigantic figure appeared in the cloud of dust. This guy looked like a human, but his body was extremely huge, like a descendant of the Titan tribe. He was staring coldly at Ningqi. You are formed from the remnant consciousness of the devouring dragon Pale Emperor. Ningqi asked curiously. He didn't know if the other party had his own consciousness. He, the giant panted slowly like a broken bellows. In the next moment, an incomparably powerful force of good fortune gushed out from his body. At the same time, he appeared above Ningqi's head at an extremely fast speed. His incomparably large arms swung towards Ningqi like hammers. This aura is similar to Su Yunzhou, a four-tribulation creator. Ningqi's eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. Before he broke through, he was confident that he could fight against a three-tribulation creator. After breaking through, he had yet to test his actual combat strength. This was a good opportunity to test his combat strength. 9 Flames Great Luo Palm. Ningqi's body expanded to the same size as the giant. With a palm strike, immortal qi surged out and collided with the opponent's power of creation. Boom! A loud explosion. With the two of them as the center, a terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions. Cracks appeared on the ground, the longest of which was thousands of miles long and bottomless. Looking down from the sky, the ground looked like a huge spider web had appeared. The opponent's terrifying attack caused the immortal qi in Ningqi's body to rumble. However, the opponent didn't seem to be in a good state either. His eyes gradually turned vigilant, and there seemed to be a trace of surprise, as if he had never seen an existence that could match his palm strike. No health points. Ningqi was surprised to find that there was no health bar above the opponent's head. This palm strike had reduced Ningqi's health by a full 50%. There was another low roar, and the giant attacked Ningqi again. The fight between the two was very noisy. From the initial place, they gradually fought to thousands of miles away. Wherever they passed, it was like a storm sweeping the earth. Whether it was mountains, rivers, or Jianghu, everything was broken. This guy should be the strongest existence that Ningqi had ever fought. Ningqi, who had broken through to the Transcendence realm and had terrifying combat power, couldn't take him down in a short time. Because he didn't have a health bar, Ningqi didn't know how long he could last. He could only wear him down slowly. Half a month later, this area of several million miles had become the battlefield of the two of them. Ningqi finally discovered that the giant's strength seemed to be weakening. During this period of time, the giant's methods were endless. Occasionally, he would raise his hand and a huge mountain would appear in his hand. Ningqi suspected that he didn't even need to use the creation domain to have the means to create things. This was because this place was the creation domain left behind by Pale Emperor Devouring Dragon. If this giant was formed from the remnant will of Pale Emperor Devouring Dragon, then he could control this world at will. Perhaps this was the reason why Su Yunzhou warned everyone to be careful. Even if Xiao Wuye, Pale Venerable Berserk Dragon, and the others were 3 Tribulation Creator Realm Masters, they wouldn't be able to use their creation domain in this place because they were in a stronger domain. If they were to encounter the demon formed by devouring Dragon Pale Emperor's remnant it would be the same as suffering a loss when fighting. Roar! Finally, the giant's voice was no longer low and deep. Instead, it let out a heaven-shaking roar. He fiercely swung his fist at Ningqi. During this process, the temperature suddenly dropped by countless degrees. The surrounding area was frozen at a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a breath's time, the area that Ningqi could see with the naked eye had become a world of ice and snow. This terrifying cold aura couldn't seal Ningqi's speed, but it made his speed several times slower than before. The giant obviously wanted Ningqi to stop using kiting and fight to the death with Ningqi. Unfortunately, he was too naive. 90,000 miles in an instant. Ningqi finally revealed his true speed. At the same time, the coiling dragon staff appeared in his hand. With a flash, He dodged the giant's punch and appeared behind him. Before the giant could react, the staff smashed into the back of the giant's head. Uft! The giant's head exploded. Fresh blood, mixed with the pink brain, instantly flew out. It looked incomparably real. The brainless giant slowly knelt on the ground. Then, with a loud bang, he fell heavily to the ground. His body turned into specks of starlight and dissipated with the wind. A ray of white light entered Ning Chi's body. Under the effect of this white light, Ning Chi's primordial immortal Emperor Dharma idol became much more condensed, comfortable. Ning Chi heaved a long sigh of relief as if he had soaked in 3 warm pools of water. He had come to a few conclusions from this battle. When he was empty-handed, no matter how many moves he hit his opponent was still as lively as a dragon or a tiger. Only when the battle dragged on for a long time would his condition deteriorate slightly. However, because of this world, his opponent's invisible HP bar must be constantly recovering. It could even be said that Ning Chi's attacks did not deal much damage at all. And at the end, he was able to kill the giant with 1 strike because the coiling dragon staff had the special effect of breaking all laws. Perhaps in that instant, the giant's connection with the creator's domain was cut off, which was why the attack was so effective. I don't know if this guy's strength is high or low among the 4 tribulation creators. In short, if I don't take out the coiling dragon staff, I should be on par with a 4 tribulation creator. But if I take out the coiling dragon staff, I'll be slightly stronger. That's not right. Although this person can slightly control this place, Pill Emperor Devouring Dragon's remnant consciousness is definitely not just him. Then he can at most control 1% of this domain, or maybe 1,000th, or less than 1/10,000th of its power. If it's a true 4 tribulation creator, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to find his true body. Ning Chi rubbed his chin and thought with a serious expression. There was a certain difference between the giant's wisdom and a true creator's, and there was also a gap in his methods. If those true 4 tribulation creators had the ability to teleport in their creator's domain, coupled with their decent wisdom, Ning Chi would have to break the creator's domain. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for him to win. However, it wouldn't be easy for the giant to defeat Ning Chi either. No matter what, at least in Pill Emperor Devouring Dragon's domain, Xiaoya and the others wouldn't be Ning Chi's match. This alchemy inheritance is mine. Chapter 1459. Chapter 1459. Alchemy Tao Fragment. Another month passed. Ning Chi had been in this place for a few months. Other than the demons formed by Pill Emperor Devouring Dragon's remnant consciousness, he didn't see a single cultivator that came in with him. This was just a remnant of the creator's domain. If it was at its peak, wouldn't this domain be as big as a mystic true immortal realm? However, other than the giant that Ning Chi met at the beginning, the strongest demons that Ning Chi met after that were only 3 tribulation creators. Most of them were 1 tribulation creators and 2 tribulation creators. One day, when Ning Chi searched a valley, he suddenly saw a commander of the Alchemist Alliance being chased by a few foreign race cultivators. The former was a 1 tribulation creator, and the ones chasing him were also 1 tribulation creator. However, there were 3 of them. The commander that was being chased was in a sorry state. He was covered in wounds and looked tired. It was obvious that he had been on the run for a long time. When he saw Ning Chi, his expression changed drastically. He immediately sent a voice transmission, "Leave this place quickly." Ning Chi was only a transcendence realm cultivator. He wouldn't be able to help him. Instead, he would be killed by the foreign race cultivators here. They were all commanders of the Alchemist Alliance, so he had to warn Ning Chi. However, just as he sent the voice transmission, dozens of auras suddenly rose outside the valley. Ning Chi hadn't seen a single person for a few months. Now he saw dozens of people at once. Alchemy Venerable Wudong, hand over the alchemy Tao fragment that you snatched previously. Dozens of people surrounded Ning Chi and Wudong. Among these people, There were dragon race cultivators, monster race cultivators, and ghost race cultivators. However, there were no human race cultivators. Alchemy Dao Fragment. Ning Qi was slightly stunned. You dare to attack us? Aren't you afraid that the Alchemist Alliance will seek revenge? A layer of cold sweat appeared on Wu Dong's forehead. He threatened them fiercely. Although the most valuable thing here is the Alchemy Dao inheritance, the Alchemy Dao Fragment is also a good thing for us. What's wrong with taking it? As long as you hand over the Alchemy Dao Fragment, we will naturally let you go. The dragon race cultivator with the thickest aura smiled. All right, I'll give you the pill Dao Fragment. Wu Dong gritted his teeth and reluctantly took out a light red gem from his interspatial ring. He then threw the gem into the air and pulled Ning Qi to escape. However, the dragon tribe cultivator grabbed the gem first and shouted, "Let's get rid of these two humans first. Then we'll divide the Tao of Alchemy Fragment." You're not trustworthy. Suppressed by dozens of auras, Wu Dong did not dare to act rashly. He could only glare furiously at the dragon cultivator. Who asked your alchemist union to be so powerful? If I don't get rid of the two of you today, the existences behind you will definitely come knocking on my door in the future. The cultivator from the dragon race laughed coldly. His gaze then landed on Ning Qi as a trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes. Everyone outside had witnessed Ning Qi's talent. He was an existence that had reached the 10th level of the mental state pagoda. If he died, the Alchemist Alliance would definitely not let this matter rest. It was just that today was a battle to the death. The rest of the foreign races seemed to have the same concerns, but they all looked at the cultivator from the dragon race. After a few moments of silence, he shouted coldly, "Kill them all! Kill!" Dozens of intense killing intents gathered together, causing Wu Dong to break out in a cold sweat. His eyes were filled with unwillingness, but the next moment he stared dumbfoundedly at the cultivator from the dragon race. No, he stared at Ning Qi, who was standing in front of the cultivator from the dragon race. What a fast speed! As soon as the cultivator from the dragon tribe reacted, his eyes were filled with astonishment. Before he could do anything, Ning Qi smashed his head with his palm and took the faint red gem from his hand. He took a closer look at it, as if he didn't care about the other cultivators from the other tribes. As for the foreign cultivators, they were dumbstruck as they watched the dragon cultivator's corpse fall heavily to the ground. Then they looked at Ning Qi with disbelief on their faces. A Transcendence Realm cultivator had killed a First Tribulation creator with the strongest cultivation among them in an instant. How was that possible? But on second thought, Ning Qi had made it to the 10th level of the Mind Pagoda. They guessed that Ning Qi had hidden his cultivation. Wu Dong's expression changed from shock to ecstasy. He felt like he had just survived a disaster. Alchemy Fragment. Consume it to obtain a random alchemy recipe, either complete or incomplete. The system notification suddenly sounded. Ning Qi was slightly startled, then he smiled. He threw the light red gem into his mouth and swallowed it. Immediately, a recipe appeared in his mind. It was a grade 8 healing pill recipe, the Sage Healing Pill. The cultivators of the foreign tribes, including Wu Dong, were astounded after seeing Ning Qi devouring the fragment. Did this guy really think he could acquire the pill formula by devouring it? If it was that simple, Wu Dong would not have needed to run for so long. He could have consumed it directly and not been chased after. Although the alchemy fragment was not as good as the alchemy inheritance, it was still formed from the remnant consciousness of the dead pill emperor devouring dragon. To obtain the recipe, one had to use their divine sense to extract it. It was impossible without a year and a half. Alchemy venerate Wu Dong. Should we kill these guys? Ning Qi smiled. Wu Dong was stunned for a moment. Then he moved and appeared beside Ning Qi. He looked at the group of foreign cultivators with a hideous smile. Commander Ning, I did notice that you were hiding your cultivation. Since these foreign cultivators want to kill the commander of the Alchemist Alliance, there's no need for you to live. Anyway, after we leave this place, we will find them one by one and kill them to our heart's content." The foreign race cultivators' expressions changed. Their fighting spirit had been weakened by the death of the dragon cultivator. But now they were forced to a higher level by Wudong. Wudong was stunned for a moment. His expression did not look too good. If he knew that this would happen, he would have waited until the end to say those words. "Let's join forces and kill the two of them. If they don't die today, we will be in big trouble in the future." All right. Just as the foreign race cultivators were about to fight Ningqi and Wudong to the death, two more auras arrived, followed by a thunderous laughter. "Ha ha ha! Ants, I didn't expect to see you here. Now you better bark like a dog." Two muscular figures appeared in front of the foreign race cultivators and stared at Ningqi. Mountain beast cultivators. The foreign race cultivators were pleasantly surprised. On the other hand, Wudong, who thought that victory was in his grasp, turned pale. These two fellows were three tribulation, masters of creation. "Ants, kneel, bark like a dog." Chapter 1460. We are convinced, we are convinced. You too, he has an alchemy fragment on him. One of the mutated cultivators said, "Oh, alchemy fragment?" Instantly, the two mountain beast cultivators revealed greedy expressions and were overjoyed. Wudong forced a smile and said, "You too, the Alchemist Alliance does trade with the mountain beast clan occasionally. For the sake of our friendship, if you have any grudges, why don't you settle it outside? Get lost. I want to find trouble with him. This has nothing to do with you, and we won't kill you." The mountain beast cultivator who barked like a dog shouted. Hearing that, Wudong's face turned pale. It seemed like he really had no way out this time. Thinking of this, he looked at Ningqi with a bitter smile. It would be a pity for someone with the potential to become a 5 tribulation creator to die here. The surrounding mutated cultivators had disdain in their eyes. The Mountain Beast clan was indeed brainless. If they wanted to kill them, they would kill them all. Why would they leave one alive to report? However, they were not afraid. As long as the Mountain Beast clan took care of Ningqi, who they had no confidence in killing, Wudong would be taken care of with one punch each. "Hurry up and bark like a dog." The Mountain Beast cultivator could not wait to take his revenge on Ningqi. Ningqi looked at the two with a faint smile. If he hadn't broken through, he might have been afraid of the 2-3 tribulation creators teaming up. But now they posed no threat to him. "I'll give you two a chance. Bark like a dog a few more times. If you bark nicely, I won't kill you today. If you bark badly, I'll send you on your way. What do you think?" Ningqi smiled. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Were they seeing things? A cultivator who looked like he was only at the transcendence realm on the surface was threatening 2-3 tribulation creators? Could it be? Wudong was slightly shocked. He quickly fixed his eyes on Ningqi, feeling shocked and doubtful. Could it be that Ningqi's cultivation was more than what everyone had seen? Damn it! Go to hell for this, Daddy! The two Mountain Beast clan cultivators roared angrily. In an instant, they turned into two giant beasts that were over 100 feet tall and covered in black fur. They attacked Ningqi with their sharp claws. A hint of mockery appeared in Ningqi's eyes. In this place, the masters of creation from the outside world couldn't even use the domain of creation. Did they really think they could kill him with such a method? Too naive. In the blink of an eye, everyone saw Ningqi's physical body expand in the wind, and he was on par with the two Mountain Beast clan cultivators. Their sharp claws also landed on Ningqi's chest at the same time. What happened? The two Mountain Beast cultivators revealed astonished expressions because they realized that their attacks were actually unable to break through the mysterious layer of energy that covered Ningqi's body. Immortal Qi surged in front of Ningqi's chest, blocking the other party's attack. Ning Qi looked at them indifferently and said with a smile, "Is it my turn?" Before he finished speaking, Ning Qi had already grabbed their arms and slammed them into each other. Wu Dong was dumbfounded when he saw this. Boom, boom, boom. Ning Qi had a faint smile on his lips. He kept swinging his arms, almost leaving afterimages as he beat the two Mountain Beast Clan cultivators in a frenzy. The dozens of foreign race cultivators nearby all gasped and looked at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. 2, 3 tribulation creators, cultivators from the Mountain Beast race who were famous for their strength, couldn't even break through the opponent's defense and were even being beaten up by him? How many tribulation creators is this guy? Didn't they say that 4 tribulation creators can't enter this place? Even Xiaoya from the 6 Paths of Reincarnation sect can't beat 2 Mountain Beast Clan cultivators like this, right? One of them mumbled to himself. This was immediately acknowledged by the crowd. As a result, their gazes towards Ning Qi became even more terrified. So strong. Wu Dong looked at Ning Qi with his mouth wide open. Are you going to learn to bark like a dog? Boom! A few mountains were flattened by Ning Qi and the 2 Mountain Beast Clan cultivators. Although they were dizzy from being smashed, they still let out indignant roars and had no intention of lowering their heads to Ning Qi. At this time, the foreign tribe cultivators nearby came to their senses and didn't dare to watch anymore. After Ning Qi took care of the 2 Mountain Beast Clan cultivators, it would be their turn. Therefore, they quickly turned around and fled. In the end, a few of them didn't get far before they felt a gust of wind behind them. They turned around in fear and saw Ning Qi using the Mountain Beast Clan cultivators as weapons and smashing them heavily. Ah! With a scream, a few 1 tribulation creators were smashed to death by Ning Qi on the spot. When the other foreign tribe cultivators saw this, they were even more frightened. They frantically increased their speed, sweating profusely. However, their speed was far inferior to Ning Qi's. Wu Dong watched as Ning Qi shot around like a bolt of lightning. Everywhere he went, a few foreign tribe cultivators would be smashed to death. He was dazzled by the scene. This speed, this power. Where did this Commander Ning come from? Pill, venerate Mad Dragon, still wants to target him? Isn't he courting death? Wu Dong muttered to himself. It didn't take long for Ning Qi to kill all the foreign tribes that were present. It took him less than the time it took to brew a pot of tea. When he returned to Wu Dong saw the 2 injured Mountain Beast tribe cultivators in Ning Qi's hands. They were on the brink of death. Do you submit? Ning Qi smiled as he held the 2's necks. Nope. The 2 looked at Ning Qi malevolently, their eyes filled with unyielding determination. Then I'll beat you until you submit. Ning Qi smiled faintly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Wu Dong stood stupefied in the void, looking at the Mountain Beast Clan cultivators whose cultivation had dropped from 3 Tribulation Creator to 2nd Tribulation Creator. He felt a chill run down his spine. Tens of thousands of years of cultivation might have gone down the drain, just like that. If it were him, he would probably have surrendered long ago, right? Another 3 days passed. The 2 Mountain Beast Clan cultivators' auras were about to drop to the 1st Tribulation Realm. Perhaps they felt that continuing to be stubborn wouldn't do them any good. Finally, we submit. Stop fighting. The 2 pleaded. Submit? It's not time yet. What's the rush? Ning Qi smiled faintly. The 2's faces were instantly filled with anger. We've already surrendered. What else do you want? Of course, we'll continue fighting. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Half a month had passed. When the 2 mountain beasts discovered in despair that their cultivations had fallen to the 1st Tribulation Realm, and they were in danger of losing their cultivation at any moment, endless regret rose in their hearts. If they had known this would happen, they would have surrendered decisively. They wouldn't have had to suffer so much. Chapter 1461. Chapter 1461. Chapter 1461 Slavery. Don't fight anymore. If we continue, we will lose our cultivation. When the two mountain beast tribe cultivators saw Ning Chi walking towards them, they immediately shivered in fear. Wu Dong wore a look of pity when he saw this. The mountain beast tribe cultivators, who were feared by everyone, were now begging Ning Chi like two wild dogs wagging their tails. I won't hit you guys anymore. Do you submit now? Ning Chi laughed. Convinced. The two of them nodded repeatedly. Then remember, you are my servants from now on. If I tell you to go east, you can't go west. Do you understand? Ning Chi smiled faintly. Servants, a dignified mountain beast cultivator becoming a human servant? The two of them hesitated for a moment, but Ning Chi immediately kicked them twice, almost causing their cultivation to dissipate on the spot. They were scared out of their wits and quickly nodded. Okay, we'll be your servants. Well, I don't care what you were called before. Now, you are called Mountain One, and you are called Mountain Two. Do you understand? Ning Chi smiled faintly and looked at the mountain beast race cultivator who had made a bet with him before. Now he was Mountain One. My name is Shan Yi, but I'm the younger brother. Mountain One was a little hesitant. In the end, Ning Chi did not hit him. Instead, he was kicked by Mountain Two. What was the point of being calculative at a time like this? Mountain One and Mountain Two greet Master. The two of them returned to their human forms and bowed. They were now beyond recognition and could not be recognized. However, with their cultivation, such external injuries could quickly recover. The key was their internal injuries. Without healing elixirs, it would take a long time to recover. They did not know how long it would take for their fallen cultivation to recover. Therefore, although they verbally surrendered, they still resented Ning Chi in their hearts. They just did not dare to show it. Ning Chi's heart was as clear as a mirror. It was just that he didn't care whether the two of them were truly convinced or not. He only planned to have a few more people here. After leaving this place, if the two of them performed well, he would let them live. If they didn't, he would kill them with one slash. At that time, with Ning Chi's battle strength, he would definitely be valued by Pale Emperor Muyi. Would their backer, the Mountain Beast King, really dare to come to Mu Ye's Dan Vein to cause trouble for him? Congratulations, Commander Ning. Wu Dong finally had the chance to congratulate Ning Chi. What good news? Ning Chi smiled and shook his head. Wu Dong's expression was a bit awkward, but he quickly adjusted his mood. Ning Chi's current combat strength was extremely terrifying. He had to treat Ning Chi as someone on the same level as Pil Venerate, Berserk Dragon, or even Su Yinzhou. He didn't dare to offend him. Wu Dong respectfully said, Commander Ning, with such combat strength, this alchemy inheritance will definitely belong to you. There's not even a shadow of an alchemy legacy to this day. This place is so big, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. It's so hard to find. Ning Chi sighed. Wu Dong smiled and said, Every alchemy inheritance takes decades. There were even a few times where it took more than 100 years. We didn't even notice when the passage was closed. From the looks of it, even if I obtain a slot and enter this place, I might not be able to obtain the legacy of alchemy. Ning Chi smiled. Commander Ning might not know this, but the majority of people have come for the Pil Dao fragments. You've already gained a lot. Wu Dong said with a strange expression. The alchemy shard was originally his, but Ning Chi took advantage of it. But without Ning Chi, whether or not he could have survived was still a question. Oh, so that's what's going on. I was wondering why there were so many people coming for an alchemy inheritance. Ning Chi smiled as he suddenly understood. Commander Ning, which direction should we go now? Wu Dong smiled. Let's just go in a random direction. Since we're aimlessly, let's see how our luck is. Let's go there. Ning Chi pointed in a random direction. In the end, he pointed in the right direction. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, The four of them realized that there was a fierce battle ahead. There were hundreds of cultivators fighting, and they seemed to be divided into two camps. One of them was led by Yufeng of Mental Demon Sect, while the other was led by Xiaolang of Joyful Demon Sect. There should be an alchemy shard appearing, Wu Dong said with some resentment. If he was in such a situation, he would definitely be killed instantly without even surviving a single move. Thinking about it, he was rather lucky. At the very least, he wasn't surrounded by so many people when he obtained the alchemy shard. In fact, there were even paragons of the 7 major sects among them. I think there's more than one alchemy shard. Ning Qi stopped and observed for a while before chuckling. Commander Ning, what do you mean by that? Wu Dong was a little surprised. Look at those spots. Aren't they being attacked more fiercely? Ning Qi smiled and pointed a few times. The spots he pointed at were the paragons of Mental Demon Sect and Joyful Demon Sect. There were 3 from Mental Demon Sect and 4 from Joyful Demon Sect. These 7 people seemed to have received more attention than the other places. The Mental Demon Sect and Joyful Demon Sect seemed to want to snatch each other's alchemy shard. As for the other foreign races and human cultivators, they seemed to have accepted some kind of condition and worked for both sides. Zhao Lang, I'll get rid of you today, Yu Feng roared. With him as the center, dozens of cultivators nearby fell to the ground without any warning. Zhao Lang, who was opposite him, had an incomparably solemn expression. Murmur of Mental Demon. An incomparably majestic power of creation surged out of Zhao Lang's body, protecting him tightly. Beside Ning Qi were Wu Dong, Shanwan, and Shan Er. The former's cultivation level was not high. He was only a first tribulation creator. The latter two were still recuperating, and their cultivation levels had also fallen to first tribulation creator. When they heard Yu Feng's roar, their eyes rolled, and they immediately fainted and fell to the ground. This is a sound wave attack. Ning Qi's ears surged with immortal qi, isolating the aftermath of Yu Feng's attack. Then he reached out and grabbed Wu Dong and the other two. A strand of immortal qi shook their bodies, and the 3 woke up instantly. They looked at Yu Feng with lingering fear. The murmur of Mental Demon Sect. If one's cultivation level is high enough, a single command from him can kill billions of living beings in an entire celestial dynasty. Wu Dong said with a pale face. Ning Qi thought for a while. The alchemy shard was not his target. If he made a move now, he would offend the 2 top sections. For Ning Qi, who still had to find Wang Muting and Feng Jiuxian, it was not worth it. If he wanted to make a move, he had to do it when there were no outsiders. Thinking of this, Ning Qi chuckled. Come, let's hide further away and wait for them to finish fighting. Commander Ning, you're not going to make a move? Wu Dong was stunned. Ning Qi only smiled and did not reply. If he really wanted to make a move, there was no hurry. He would only make a move after a winner was decided. At least he would only offend one side. The 4 of them found a corner that was not affected by the battle and stood still. Then they noticed some sneaky figures. They seemed to be waiting for the battle to end. Boom! Chapter 1462. I choose. 3 Ning Qi followed Shenbai's gaze and saw that Gongsun Ziyun was fighting with a second tribulation creator. Gongsun Ziyun seemed to be on the losing end, and he was in a sorry state. There were a few places where his fair and tender arms and legs were exposed. The creator fighting Gongsun Ziyun was also very familiar to Ning Qi. If he remembered correctly, he should be Zhao Lang's junior brother, one of the 10 prodigies from the Joyful Demon Sect. In the blink of an eye, the 2 fought far away. Shen Bai also hurriedly chased after them. He didn't even see Ning Qi, who was tens of meters away. You guys wait here. I'll be back soon. Ning Qi smiled. Then he also flew in the direction Gongsun Ziyun and the others went. Seeing Ning Qi leave, Mountain 1 and Mountain 2's expressions changed. They glanced at each other and were a bit restless. Wu Dong was afraid of being ambushed by the 2, so he stood a bit far away. He also noticed that the two wanted to escape, and his lips curled into a faint sneer. Without Pale Emperor Muyi opening the passage to the outside world, they could only wait for the Pale Dao inheritance to appear or for the passage to close automatically. Otherwise, they would not be able to leave this place. If the two of them planned to slip away, they would have to keep hiding. If they were caught by Ning Qi, there would only be one path left, and that was death. Li Chengtian, my Gongsun family's old ancestor, hasn't died yet. You're going to ignore everything and attack me? After Gongsun Ziyun escaped for tens of thousands of miles, he was suddenly hit in the back and fell heavily on the ground. Dust rose up and a huge crater appeared. One could imagine how much power Li Qingtian used to chase after Gongsun Ziyun. However, this kind of injury wasn't enough to kill Gongsun Ziyun. Lady Gongsun, I've been at a bottleneck recently. I heard you have the pseudo-immortal physique. Why don't you dual cultivate with me, and I'll let you live? As for your Gongsun family's old ancestor, do you think he dares to come to the Joyful Demon sect to find trouble with me? Li Qingtian smiled faintly at Gongsun Ziyun. A trace of lust flashed in his eyes. Dream on. Gongsun Ziyun was incomparably furious. There weren't many people who knew that she had a hollow immortal physique. Only the people in her family knew. No wonder Xiaolang was so attentive to her this time. It turned out that her secret had been leaked. In an instant, a few faces flashed across her mind, but she couldn't be sure which fellow had leaked her secret. Then don't blame me for forcing myself on you. Li Qingtian laughed evilly. You should have heard of our delightful demon sect's cultivation method. If you don't cooperate, you will die from the yin qi leakage. Think about it carefully. As he spoke, Li Qingtian flew towards Gongsun Ziyun. Stop! Shen Bai chased after him and roared. Gongsun Ziyun's despairing face suddenly revealed a hint of hope. But when she saw that it was Shen Bai, she hurriedly transmitted her voice. Quickly leave! You are no match for Li Qingtian. Ants. Li Qingtian glanced at Shen Bai with disdain. A mere Deer Gate celestial dynasty guy, a first tribulation creator, was able to gain Gongsun Ziyun's favor. How could he be inferior to Shen Bai? In terms of appearance, Li Qingtian was indeed more handsome than Shen Bai. He had an evil aura about him. If he was on Earth, he would probably be a worldwide charmer. In terms of cultivation, he was a third tribulation creator. Although he wasn't as profound as Xiaolang, he was on the same level as Shen Bai's master, the Deer Gate perfected immortal. In terms of status, Li Qingtian was one of the prodigies of the Joyful Demon sect. Although he was not a top-notch prodigy in the entire central mainland, other than the 7 major sects, Li Qingtian was welcomed respectfully. Who would dare to slight him? In a flash, Shen Bai's neck was grabbed by Li Qingtian. Boundless power of creation directly sealed Shen Bai's movements. He could only stare at Li Qingtian with a ferocious expression. Gongsun Ziyun, do you feel heartache if I kill him? Li Qingtian said with a smile. Don't kill him. Gongsun Ziyun's face was a little pale. Then are you going to serve me well later? Li Qingtian chuckled. Gongsun Ziyun. She was struggling in her heart. Shen Bai could only stare. He didn't even have the strength to speak. Miss Gongsun, in terms of appearance, I don't lose to him, right? Li Qingtian said with a smile. In terms of cultivation, I'm 1,000 times stronger than him. In terms of background, he can't even be mentioned in the same breath as me. Miss Gongsun, don't you know how to settle this score? How is he stronger than me? Because he has me as a friend. A voice rang out abruptly. The 3 were startled. In the next moment, Li Qingtian felt a terrifying force surging towards his back. At the same time, Shen Bai was snatched from his hand. Then Li Qingtian was smashed into the ground like a meteor, just like how Gongsun Ziyun had been. Ning Qi brought Shen Bai and landed next to Gongsun Ziyun. With a sweep of his immortal qi, the restrictions on Shen Bai's body were removed by Ning Qi. Shen Bai looked at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. Then he quickly suppressed the shock and confusion in his heart. He quickly ran to Gong Sun Ziyun's side and carefully checked her injuries. "Miss Gong Sun, are you all right?" "I am fine. I just suffered some internal injuries. My creation power is a little shaky," Gong Sun Ziyun said softly. Gong Sun Ziyun said softly, but her gaze landed on Ning Qi. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. If she wasn't mistaken, a Transcendence Realm Cultivator actually sent a 3 Tribulation Creator flying with a sneak attack? Isn't this a little too shocking? Brother Ning, what level has your cultivation reached? You're not a Transcendence Realm Cultivator, right? Seeing that Gong Sun Ziyun was fine, Shenbai regained his senses and looked at Ning Qi with a complicated expression. He was so shocked that he forgot to thank Ning Qi. Before Ning Qi could speak, Li Qingtian had already climbed out of the pit in a sorry state. There was some blood at the corner of his mouth. He stared at Ning Qi with a ferocious expression. When he saw Ning Qi's face, he was shocked. "It's you. It's the guy who made it to the 10th level of the Mind Pagoda. He hid his cultivation." Li Qingtian's mind raced. Not to mention a Transcendence Realm Cultivator. Even a 2nd Tribulation Creator would find it difficult to sneak an attack on him. From this, it could be seen that Ning Qi's battle strength was definitely not as weak as it seemed. "You want to become enemies with my joyful demon sect for them?" Li Qingtian shouted coldly. "If I'm not wrong, Zhao Lang doesn't know about your actions this time, right? If he knows that you did this behind his back, will he take revenge for you after I kill you?" Ning Qi smiled faintly. "She's just a woman. My status in the sect isn't much lower than Senior Brother Zhao. Do I need to worry about him? I'll give you 2 choices. 1, leave this place. 2, become enemies with my joyful demon sect." Li Qingtian said coldly, "I choose the 3rd. Chapter 1463. Destroying the Evidence. You choose 3? Li Qingtian was slightly stunned. Gong Sun Ziyun and Shen Bai were also stunned. They looked at Ning Qi, not knowing what he meant. "Yes, I choose 3. Ning Qi smiled. His figure flashed and suddenly appeared in front of Li Qingtian. Li Qingtian's face was filled with shock. What kind of speed was this? Even as a 3 Tribulation Creator, he couldn't catch Ning Qi's speed. Before he could react, Ning Qi already slammed his palm on Li Qingtian's chest. 9 Flames Great Luo Palm. The violin Immortal Qi instantly sent Li Qingtian flying. 9 types of immortal flames burned on his body. But Li Qingtian was a 3 Tribulation Creator after all. Unless Ning Qi took out the Coiling Dragon Staff or the 9 Spirited Divine Bell, he wouldn't be able to kill Li Qingtian instantly. Otherwise, it would take at least 10 moves to kill him. "You want to kill me?" Li Qingtian clutched his chest as the power of creation continuously surged out from his body to dissolve the 9 immortal flames burning on his body. He looked at Ning Qi with an extremely ferocious expression as a sliver of disbelief flashed through his eyes. Is this guy crazy? He dares to kill a delightful demon sex prodigy? Shen Bai and Gong Sunziyun looked at this scene blankly. Both of them thought Ning Qi's sneak attack succeeded. But now it seemed that Ning Qi could completely face Li Qingtian head-on. Ning Qi smiled and didn't say anything. He appeared in front of Li Qingtian again and struck out with his palm. Pft, pft, pft. Li Qingtian was passively enduring Ning Qi's bombardment. Occasionally he would retaliate, but he couldn't deal too much damage to Ning Qi. In Gong Sun Ziyun and Shin Bai's eyes, Li Qingtian was no longer a 3 Tribulation Creator, but a child being toyed with by a strong man. As Ning Qi used all his strength in every palm, Li Qingtian's health dropped rapidly. His body gradually entered a weakened state. When he was sent flying by Ning Qi again and crashed into a tall mountain, Li Qingtian screamed in fear, "Don't kill me! I will pretend that nothing happened today. I can swear a heavenly oath. Damn it, if it wasn't for the fact that I can't use the creation domain here, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. When I get out, I'll definitely kill that brat. Li Qingtian roared unwillingly in his heart, but on the surface his expression was one of submission, without the slightest hint of defiance, as if he had been beaten into submission by Ning Qi. Phew! Shen Bai and Gong Sanzun heaved a sigh of relief. They were worried that this matter would not end well, since the other party was willing to swear an oath to the heavenly Tao. Then this matter would come to an end. To be able to force a genius of the joyous demon sect to swear a heavenly Tao oath, they were truly far from being able to match up to such means. The two of them looked at Ning Qi with a complicated expression, especially Gong Sanzun. She didn't even put Ning Qi in her eyes from the start. If it wasn't for Shen Bai, she wouldn't even speak to Ning Qi. Just when they thought that this matter was over, a look of astonishment flashed through their eyes because Ning Qi had once again appeared in front of Li Qingtian and slapped him on the head. The head of the three tribulations creator, the prodigy of the joyful demon sect, exploded in an instant, and his lifeless body fell heavily to the ground like a kite with its string cut. Dead, dead. Both Shen Bai and Gong Sanzun's faces turned pale. After taking away Li Qingtian's interspatial ring, Ning Qi glanced at it and curled his lips in disdain. As the prodigy of the joyful demon sect, there was only a mid-grade spirit artifact and some celestial coins in his interspatial ring. There weren't even any spirit, herbs, or elixirs. How poor! Ning Qi didn't think that normal cultivators didn't have a system, so they would basically consume all the cultivation resources they obtained immediately. There was no such thing as a backlog. Seeing that Ning Qi walked to them, Shen Bai said with fear, "Brother Ning, you killed Li Qingtian. If the joyful demon sect finds out, I'm afraid." After witnessing Ning Qi's true strength, Shen Bai didn't dare to call him brother anymore. Gong Sanzun suddenly bowed to Ning Qi. "Thank you, Mr. Ning, for helping me get rid of this perverted man." Only then did Shen Bai react and hurriedly expressed his thanks. If Ning Qi hadn't appeared today, he and Gong Sanzun's fate was unimaginable. Let's go first. There are thousands of cultivators here, and God knows how many great demons formed by Pill Emperor devouring dragons' remnant consciousness. The joyful demon sect might not know that I killed Li Qingtian. You won't be stupid enough to tell others, right? Ning Qi said with a faint smile. No, of course not. The two hurriedly said, "Of course." Ning Qi believed that they wouldn't tell others. If they did, apart from Ning Qi, Shen Bai and Gong Sanzun wouldn't be able to escape the responsibility. Ning Qi turned and walked to Li Qingtian's corpse. With a palm strike, Li Qingtian's headless corpse instantly turned into a pile of ashes. Then he returned to the battlefield with Shen Bai. Wu Dong and Mountain 1 and Mountain 2 were still standing in the same place. Seeing that Mountain 1 and Mountain 2 didn't escape, Ning Qi's lips curled up slightly. These two guys were quite tactful. They weren't as stupid as they looked. At this time, the battle seemed to be coming to an end. Zhao Lang and Yu Feng were evenly matched. Both of them had many injuries, and there were more than 10 foreign race cultivators' corpses lying on the ground. In such a battle, no one would fight to the death. Those who died here were either plotted against by their enemies or just too unlucky. Commander Ning. Wu Dong cupped his hands. Then he glanced at Gong Sanzun and Shen Bai and nodded with a smile. However, he was muttering in his heart. Weren't they being chased by Li Qingtian from the joyful demon sect? Now that they're back, where's Li Qingtian? Naturally, Wu Dong would only mutter in his heart. He wouldn't be stupid enough to say it out loud. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. His gaze landed on Yu Feng and Zhao Lang. The two of them were in a stalemate. Their strength was on the same level. If they really wanted to decide the winner, they would have to fight to the death. What a pity. Ning Qi smiled. No one knew what he was regretting. Only Ning Qi knew. As expected, Yu Feng and Zhao Lang came to an agreement. Both of them split the alchemy Tao fragments evenly. If Ning Qi made a move now, He would offend both the joyful demon sect and the mental demon sect. Even an immortal king wouldn't be so stupid. After all, both sects had the existence of the 9 tribulations creator behind them. Where's Li Qingtian? After the battle ended, both sides adjusted their state to deal with the unknown dangers that awaited them. Zhao Lang suddenly thought of something. His gaze swept around and landed on Gongsun Ziyun. He had just seen Li Qingtian attack her, but the battle with Yufeng was more important, so he didn't choose to interfere. Now that Gongsun Ziyun was here, where was Li Qingtian? Miss Gongsun, may I know where junior brother Li is? Chapter 1464. Suspicion. Shenbai and Gongsun Ziyun were confused. Why were the 2 mountain beast race cultivators here? Moreover, their auras seemed to have weakened a lot. Shenbai and Gongsun Ziyun's hearts skipped a beat when they heard Zhao Lang's voice, but their expressions remained unchanged. Li Qingtian attacked me for no reason. I wonder if senior brother Zhao has an explanation? Gongsun Ziyun said calmly. Yufeng and the cultivators in the vicinity quickly turned their gazes over. Hee, Lady Gongsun must be joking. There might be some misunderstanding. May I know where junior brother Li went? Zhao Lang smiled as if he didn't see Gongsun Ziyun's injuries. He continued to ask about Li Qingtian's whereabouts with a trace of suspicion in his eyes. Li Qingtian was a 3 tribulation master of creation, and it was easy for him to deal with Gongsun Ziyun. But now, Gongsun Ziyun had appeared and he was missing. It was inevitable for people to be suspicious. Zhao Lang was the leader of the joyful demon sect, and if one of his juniors died, he would definitely be punished when he returned to the sect. When Li Qingtian was chasing me, a pill Dao fragment was discovered and taken away. He chased after it. Gongsun Ziyun said coldly, Pill Dao fragment was discovered? Everyone's expression turned serious. Some people had already chased after Li Qingtian, including Yufeng. Zhao Lang believed this explanation. He didn't think that Gongsun Ziyun and Shenbai had the strength to kill Li Qingtian. It was impossible. Little brother, it's extremely dangerous here with your cultivation. Do you want to join my joyful demon sect? I can guarantee your safety. Zhao Lang looked at Ning Qi with a smile. Gongsun Ziyun, Shenbai, Wudong, Mountain 1 and Mountain 2 all had strange expressions on their faces. Zhao Lang had said that he would protect Ning Qi, but in reality, they knew that Ning Qi's battle prowess was much higher than Zhao Lang's. Thank you, senior brother Zhao. I feel that the Alchemist Alliance is more suitable for me. Ning Qi cupped his fists and smiled. Zhao Lang smiled insincerely and nodded. After that, he glanced at Gongsun Ziyun. This glance was extremely invasive, as though he wanted to strip Gongsun Ziyun naked in an instant. Before Shenbai could get angry, he had already soared through the air and left. However, just as they were about 100 zhang away, Zhao Lang returned. Wudong and the others weren't afraid, but Shenbai and Gongsun Ziyun were startled. How did the cultivation of the 2 of you? Zhao Lang looked at Mountain 1 and Mountain 2 strangely. Humph! The 2 of them snorted and didn't say anything. Their faces were very ugly. Zhao Lang laughed heartily and didn't mind. He knew that the Mountain Beast clan's temperament was like this. It was just that he found it strange that the 2 of them, who were clearly 3 tribulation masters of creation, had such weak auras. However, when he thought about how this place was the remnant domain of Pill Emperor Devouring Dragon and how many incomparably powerful great demons existed here, he came to a realization. The 2 of them must have encountered some powerful great demons and were heavily injured. With a mocking smile, Zhao Lang soared through the air and left. This time he didn't turn back. Shenbai and Gongsun Ziyun both heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, apart from a few heavily injured kittens and the corpses of a dozen foreign race cultivators, there was only a mess left after the battle. Everyone went after the alchemy Dao fragment because of Gongsun Ziyun's words. Commander Ning, Should we chase after them too? Wu Dong asked expectantly. No need. It's just an alchemy Tao fragment. Why don't we search somewhere else? Ning Qi smiled. Then, the 6 of them chose a different direction from the rest. At the place where Li Qingtian died, Yu Feng and Zhao Lang stood in the air, looking at the marks on the ground with strange expressions on their faces. Everyone had chased after Li Qingtian to this place, but they did not find any traces of Li Qingtian. Instead, they saw traces of a battle. The 2 of them ordered their subordinates to spread out and search for him. This pit has Gong Sun Ziyun's aura. It should have been created by her. But Yu Feng stood beside the crater where Gong Sun Ziyun had been injured by Li Qingtian. Then his gaze fell on the traces of battle between Ning Qi and Li Qingtian, and a trace of seriousness appeared in his eyes. There's Li Qingtian's aura here. To be able to fight to such an extent, the existence he encountered is at least not weaker than us. Zhao Lang said with a gloomy expression after checking all the traces of battle. The 2 of them seemed to have thought of something at the same time. If that was the case, then Li Qingtian should be at a disadvantage. Why would he chase after the guy who snatched the alchemy Tao fragment? Gong Sun Ziyun is lying. Zhao Lang sneered, his eyes filled with killing intent. Not necessarily. Maybe something happened after that. Don't forget that Pale Emperor devouring dragons' remnant consciousness has spread all over this place. It's inevitable that a great fiendish demon that you and I can't defeat will be born. Yu Feng said indifferently. You mean a great fiendish demon might have suddenly appeared and Li Qingtian was beaten up so badly by a great fiendish demon? Zhao Lang frowned slightly. How would I know? It's not like I can see through the past or the future. Yu Feng laughed mockingly. If you want to know the exact situation, you can just find Gong Sun Ziyun and ask her again. If she's lying, there's bound to be some flaws. That's true. Zhao Lang nodded coldly. Suddenly, the group of fellows who had scattered in search of the alchemy Tao fragments flew towards them in a frenzy. They seemed to be in a panic. Zhao Lang and Yu Feng's expressions changed. Just as they were about to say something, they took a closer look and turned around to run. Behind the group of people, there was a mutated beast that was more than 100 feet tall. It was chasing them frantically. The mutated beast looked terrifying. It had 8 legs and was covered in black armor. There were 3 horns on its head, and it looked like a cow. It was extremely fast. The cultivators that were being chased would occasionally turn around to strike. When the powerful creation powers landed on the mutated beast's armor, it only produced sparks. At that moment, an elite of the joyous demon sect was being chased by the mutated beast. All he could do was let out a tragic cry before he was devoured. A 3 tribulation creator had died so cleanly, it made the fleeing group speed up. This mutated beast definitely had the might of a 4 tribulation creator. Furthermore, it was definitely a manifestation of the dragon devouring Pilthiarka's resentment. It could more or less control a portion of the creation domain here. If not, Zhao Lang and Yu Feng would not have fled so cleanly. They did not even care about their junior brothers. At such a moment, they could only care about themselves. Even if their junior brothers were all dead, they would not turn around to help. Compared to the sect's punishment, their lives were clearly more important. Zhao Lang and company have caught up? Everyone seemed to sense something as they turned to look. Gong Sun Ziyun's expression changed instantly. Could he have noticed a flaw? They are being chased, Ning Qi said indifferently. Everyone was immediately taken aback. Don't just stand there. Run. Chapter 1465. Chapter 1465. Dragon devouring city roar. The 8-legged beast let out another angry roar. Then a huge wave of flames thousands of feet high rose from its back and swept towards the crowd. In an instant, the slowest cultivators, whether they were first or second tribulation creators, let out a miserable howl before they died. Then the huge wave of flames washed over them, and when they reappeared, all that was left of them was a pile of bones. It's the power of this place's creation domain. Everyone was terrified. They used all kinds of forbidden techniques to increase their speed. Soon, Gong Sanziun and the others fell behind. Not good. Shinbai's face turned pale. They were the slowest, which meant that they were being targeted by the 8-legged exotic beast. Although he didn't turn back, he could imagine the hideous appearance of the 8-legged exotic beast and the surging waves of heat behind it. Seeing this, Ning Qi was originally planning on not hiding his strength and dealing with the exotic beast. However, the exotic beast suddenly stopped and stood there, looking at them coldly. It no longer gave chase. 2 hours later, when everyone was sure that the 8-legged exotic beast didn't chase them, they stopped and panted. Only Ning Qi was calm and didn't pant. Zhao Lang and Yu Feng looked at each other. They were more interested in Ning Qi's movement technique. That exotic beast just now was formed by pill-devouring Dragon Emperor's resentment? Is it the strongest here? Shen Bai asked with lingering fear. Gong Sanziun shook his head and said indifferently, "This is the remnant domain of a 9-tribulation creator. Inside, the strongest great demon formed by resentment should have the strength of an 8-tribulation creator." 8-tribulation creator? So strong? Shinbai was shocked. There's nothing strange about it. Can't you evolve a 1st tribulation creator in your creation domain? But in the end, it's just an illusion. It's impossible to leave this place and go to the outside world. But now that we are in the creation domain, it's real to us. Gongsun Ziyun said. That exotic beast suddenly stopped chasing us. Could we have entered the territory of some terrifying existence? Shin Bai whispered. When Mountain 1 and Mountain 2 heard that, they jumped in fright. They were in an extremely bad state and might not even be able to defeat Shinbai. If another great fiendish demon formed from resentment appeared, they might very well die in the first wave. Shinbai was not the only one who thought of this. Almost all the cultivators present had the same thought after they calmed down. Therefore, everyone looked at Zhao Lang and Yu Feng, planning to listen to their opinions. At this moment, the 2 of them were gathering their disciples. Their expressions were somewhat ugly. Zhao Lang's joyful demon sect originally had 9 disciples other than him. Li Qingtian was missing, and 3 of them had just been eaten by the 8-legged beast. Now, including him, there were only 6 people left. The mental demon sect was slightly better off. Including Yu Feng, they still had 8 people. 2 of them had died in the chase just now. Senior brother, what should we do now? The remaining male and female cultivators of the joyous demon sect looked at Zhao Lang. The disciples of the mental demon sect looked at Yu Feng. It's impossible to turn around and go back. If that 8-legged exotic beast is still here, even if the 2 of us work together, we won't be able to deal with it. Which of the remaining 3 directions should we take? What do you think, Yu Feng? Zhao Lang analyzed and looked at Yu Feng. I think everyone should gather together and randomly find a direction to explore. Yu Feng said, That makes sense. The others felt that this idea was feasible. Finally, the 2 of them discussed a direction and headed east. Ning Qi's group of 6 followed at the back of the group and seemed to be a little low-key. After walking for about half a month, a foreign race cultivator's expression suddenly changed. After hesitating for a few breaths, he stopped in his tracks and shouted at Zhao Lang and Yu Feng, "There's a city 30,000 kilometers ahead!" There's a city? Everyone immediately stopped in their tracks and looked at the foreign race cultivator suspiciously. Ning Qi realized that the other party had 3 pupils. The middle one was the largest, and there were 2 smaller pupils on the left and right. The eyes of the demon eye race cultivators are indeed good. However, are you sure you can see a city 30,000 kilometers ahead? Zhao Lang asked suspiciously. The demon eye race cultivator nodded. I'm sure. If not for the fact that I'm afraid there's something strange about it, I would have gone there alone. Everyone was immediately convinced when they heard that. This is the creation domain of the dragon devouring Pill Emperor. Since there's a city here, it's very likely formed from his remnant thoughts. There's either a great fiendish demon or an alchemy legacy inside. At the very least, we might be able to find some alchemy fragments. Yu Feng said calmly. Then, should we go or not? Zhao Lang was somewhat hesitant. If it was a great fiendish demon, he could not make up his mind when he recalled the actions of the eight-legged beast. Of course, why not? We came all the way here for this. Are you satisfied if we don't take a look? Yu Feng mocked coldly. Zhao Lang smiled. All right, let's go and take a look. Ningqi noticed that Shen Bai was eager to take action, as though he was not afraid that there were fiendish demons in the city. It was true that gold and silver were alluring to the eyes and money could move the hearts of men. 15,000 kilometers was not too far for the group. Soon they stood in front of a city. There was a plaque on the city gate with the words Dragon Devouring City written on it. Dragon Devouring City? If I remember correctly, Pill Emperor Dragon Devouring City was where he lived when he was still alive. The true alchemy legacy might very well be inside. A foreign race cultivator said. Then, are any of you interested in taking a look inside? Zhao Lang glanced at the crowd with a faint smile. Other than the people he and Yu Feng brought with them were either third tribulation masters of creation. The rest were either second tribulation masters of creation or first tribulation masters of creation. There were even a few half-step creation realm masters. At that moment, the few half-step creation realm cultivators jumped in fright. They did not want to be sacrificed to test the city. One of them suddenly pointed at Ningqi and said, "This person is at the Dharma characteristic realm. Let him go in first." Everyone looked at Ningqi. Wu Dong wanted to speak, but was stopped by Ningqi's voice transmission. His expression changed slightly as he looked at Ningqi thoughtfully. "Not bad. Little brother, why don't you go in first?" Zhao Lang nodded with a smile. Yu Feng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not speak. So what if Ningqi's talent was good? It was his fault for choosing the Alchemist Alliance and not the Mental Demon Sect. All right. However, if there really is an alchemy legacy inside, it would be impolite of me to refuse. Ningqi smiled faintly and walked directly into the city. Shen Bai and Gong Sun Ziyun hesitated for a moment before following. Wu Dong glanced at Mountain 1 and Mountain 2, then followed them. Damn it, what should we do? Mountain 1 and Mountain 2 looked at each other. Forget it. Let's follow him in case he finds an excuse to kill us. However, if something really happens, Gao can handle it. His combat strength is extraordinary. Even if he encounters a fourth tribulation fiendish demon, he might be able to resist.